Inside the dark and gloomy space, pleading voices constantly echoed, "Help me, it's coming. We're all going to die. What are you standing there for? Close the door now." Scenes of gore unfolded one after another. "Get away from me. Save my life." A handprint was pressed hard against the door, accompanied by screams. "Someone save me." Strange gray smoke gradually rose into the air. Among these things were incredibly bizarre and frighteningly incomprehensible. The space before them became gloomy again with these creatures. They crawled disgustingly on the ground. Suddenly, a foot slowly crushed these creatures. It seemed there had been an intervention here. A voice came over the intercom, signaling the soldiers. "All soldiers on board. Assemble at the command room immediately. It seems the plan is not as expected. Full retreat." Seeing this situation, soldiers discussed among themselves. "That's the commander for you. Aren't we leaving?" The man in front turned back to remind them. "That selfish bastard only cares about himself. Forget him. Let's keep moving as planned." After saying that, he didn't forget to survey the area. "Try to save as many people as possible. That's an order." The men behind nodded in understanding. "Understood." Strange sounds echoed, making the commander suddenly realize something was wrong. Faint voices echoed, "Is anyone here? Help me." This male soldier hurried down the corridor, pleading. After reaching the end of the hallway, the soldier quickly turned his head to check the situation. The next scene made him freeze instantly. Before all the soldiers was a pitiful sight, bodies piled up like a mountain. Seeing his comrades seem distracted, the soldier turned back to remind them, "Focus now. Head into combat readiness quickly. You'll watch the rear. Hurry up and check if there are any survivors." While everyone was still searching, a voice rang out, "Is anyone here?" A blood-stained hand reached out. "Help me out." Seeing this, the soldier rushed over. "Hold on a little longer." The next sight made him freeze immediately. The terrifying maw of a creature with a round head and glowing eyes suddenly appeared. "It hurt so much. Someone please save me." The amorph with the giant round head suddenly appeared. "It hurts. Someone save me." Seeing this situation, the lone soldier hurriedly shouted, "Monster." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand grabbed him. This scene startled the soldiers behind them. Amidst the corpses, the mutated amorph monster suddenly appeared. Its gaping maw opened wide, seemingly wanting to swallow them whole. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately raised their guns. "Enemy spotted. Open fire." Loud explosions rang out, and the monster suddenly charged forward, effortlessly dodging every bullet from the soldiers. At the same time, his agile body slowly appeared before their eyes. He didn't know when he had jumped onto the wall, aiming at the soldiers. The liquid suddenly shot straight at the armored soldiers. Before they could react, the liquid corroded all of them, causing them to scream in agony. Suro said. At the same time, another soldier rushed over, shouting, "Calm down, inject the medicine quickly." Unfortunately, at this moment, he was accidentally hit by a bullet from another soldier. The scene was extremely brutal. One by one they collapsed with echoing screams. At the same time, a warning voice sounded, "Emergency treatment complete. Please proceed to the medical bay immediately." The poor soldier slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. Before him was the sight of a morph still gnawing on the bodies of his comrades. This terrified him so much that he jumped up. Damn it. This situation left him not knowing what to do. This monster, damn it. Suddenly, the young man noticed a bomb still hidden inside him. While he was still terrified, a morph suddenly appeared in front of the monster. Seeing this strange thing made him extremely confused. This paint creature continued to jump down right in front of the soldier. An explosion sounded, and the scene before him terrified him. In the blink of an eye, this pink creature enveloped the soldier. And so, a morph continued its work of devouring all the survivors. After dealing with the last one, the pink creature quickly jumped into the air. It finally returned to a morph's shoulder, and sighed softly. Both of them quickly left the place, leaving behind skulls still scattered on the ground. Suddenly seeing something that immediately caught Amof's attention. Before him was a large door leading outside. He immediately placed a human hand into the scanner. At the same time, a voice announced, "User not registered. Access denied." This made him more extremely angry, and he glanced at Ahmet. He picked up a bomb from the soldier who had just advanced. He threw the bomb straight ahead. A loud explosion rang out, and Amof's terrifying figure slowly approached. He moved slowly towards the next location with his own purpose. His teeth were frighteningly stained with blood. Just seeing Amof made the survivors extremely desperate. He didn't care and kept stepping forward. This situation made the survivors scream in terror. In the final moment, Amof attacked this poor guy. The story is told, I am an unfriendly alien creature that devours everything and then develops relentlessly. Time goes back. The vast universe. Inside the cargo hold of a ship made of cold metal. I must admit, I have become a savage alien. Through this sci-fi survival game, everything is about to begin, survival in space. In this survival game, everyone must choose one of the species living in this vast place, then survive, explore, and evolve. Many things have happened, Perhaps it will be a mechanical gremlin crushing a human ship. But others change, sometimes becoming mutated monsters, slaughtering enemies on the battlefield. Fierce battles constantly rage, or perhaps a leader with a collective intelligence, conquering other planets. This game made players incredibly fond of it. I played as all the most terrifying cosmic creatures. But I truly love only one species. The ferocious space allergic moth, or Medic for short. At that time, a moth was extremely interested in looking at his creation. I often call it a moth, based on a creature from an alien movie. A species that uses the victim's genetic information to infinitely enhance itself. At first glance, its power seems decent, but because it's hard to survive long-term, coupled with the inability to communicate or coordinate with other species, it became one of the worst minority species in the game. The reason I like this bottom-tier creature is simple. They've witnessed many different stories. The ability to evolve and enhance depends entirely on one's own choices and desires. Here's the interesting part. A notification suddenly appeared before a moth. Species, ferocious space allergic moth. Current stage, larva. Survival goal, current trait, super senses. Reading these notifications, a moth's face immediately became blank. In the next second, his eyes gradually filled with interest. His current appearance slightly annoyed him. This is the result. He silently recalled the appearance he had created in the game. Who told me to like that alien movie so much? Moth quickly looked around, but thinking further didn't solve anything. Feelings spread throughout the immortal Amorph's body, making him itch all over. And Ham looked at his current body, not expecting the metamorphosis process to be so uncomfortable. Realizing something, Amorph quickly got up. He needed to find something to eat. He was in pain and felt like he was about to faint. Amorph's small figure continued to crawl around searching. The space here, this large door caught his attention, but looking at the design, it seemed to be a ship of Magacor with a Hanny Planet Association. But if he was caught now, he would surely die. He quickly used his tail to check his super senses. An image appeared right before Amorph's eyes. On the other side were incredibly strange storage compartments. Cardboard boxes were continuously stacked neatly in the middle of the ship. The electric lights illuminated everywhere. Amorph perceived all of this, successfully pinpointing the location. Amorph rushed forward, found it. Finally, he reached the door with a password lock. He carefully observed the space here, then slowly brought his tail closer. Luckily there's a code. Let's see. His face gradually became disbelieving. Seriously, 1 2 3 4, for real. A security code like this in outer space. Suddenly, plumes of smoke rose, drawing Amorph's attention. Without wasting time, he quickly tore open a bag of bread. The huge mouth and sharp teeth quickly enjoyed the meal. It seemed Amorph was still not satisfied with this meal. It was like chewing on rubber. Well, as long as it has nutrients, that's fine. Realizing something had just been missed, Amorph turned back. He firmly stabbed his tail into the body of the poor cockroach from before. Looking at the creature still struggling, Amorph was a bit curious. After tasting the cockroach, Amorph also had to praise it. So delicious. System notification popped up before his eyes. Predator effect activated. Successfully obtained cockroach wings. Obtained cockroach biological characteristics. Do you want to use the wings? Yes or no? Amorph was immediately surprised. Luckily, he already got one right away. Let me explain a bit about what Amorph just said. Genes are the key component in Amorph's development. The more information moves, the stronger he will become. Reading the system notification made Amorph ponder. Wings, not bad. He didn't hesitate at all and put his hand to confirm. And the pen was on the screen. 2 extremely strange horns suddenly grew on his body. After some time passed, these 2 horns finally developed into a pair of wings, making Amorph overjoyed. He realized something was wrong. He immediately became stunned. That's interesting, but how do I move now? After some time, Amorph continued to try. Since the wings are on the back, he has to move his shoulder muscles. After a short time of flying, Amorph pondered. I get it. His current appearance is extremely strange, flying in the air. And so, he continued to throw himself into enjoying the food to develop further. Sweat kept pouring down his face. It's already consumed so much energy. Noticing that the cockroaches had been constantly appearing here, Amorph paid attention. His eyes immediately lit up, thinking silently. Use these wings well, I need a skill. That's the first goal. In the following time, Amorph used his tail to attack the cockroaches. After taking down any cockroach, he put them all into his mouth. Amorph enjoyed this meal and felt extremely satisfied. Many cockroaches in total, but it's still not quite enough. His eyes showed a bit of disappointment as he kept eating the cockroaches as if they were chicken. The system notification popped up again. Species, Amorph, allergy, ferocious, space, Ndig, stage, larva, survival target. Different traits, super senses, wings, chitinous exoskeleton. This information caught Amorph's attention. The chitinous exoskeleton helps increase defense according to the growth level. This skill is quite good, but it takes time to fully develop. He felt a bit annoyed and scratched his head. I need to acquire the vigorous vitality trait. But it seems it's not something you just get by wanting it. Vigorous vitality is a trait that prevents aging by minimizing energy consumption. A morph knew about this information. Usually, this trait is more common in passive insects or plants and significantly reduces food requirements. After a while, he continued searching around. This means if I want to survive, I need to catch more cockroaches. Realizing that food sources here were running out, a morph quickly jumped to another spot. Time to change hunting grounds. Despite his small size, he might be quite agile. It seemed a morph was getting used to Baylor. Noticing 2 cockroaches on the ground caught his attention. I am indeed a formidable morph. Something flew towards him, making the cockroach turn its head in surprise. In the next second, it was about to become a snack for him to enjoy, while the other cockroach was flung far away by him. No time to waste, he quickly put these cockroaches into his mouth. Noticing the remaining cockroach running away caught his attention. He let go of his mouth and so a moth once again chased after this cockroach. Don't even think about escaping. Perhaps because of his large body, a moth accidentally hit the door. His eyes showed a bit of disappointment as he looked at the cockroach still hiding in the corner. Unable to stand it any longer, he immediately used his tail to reach out towards the cockroach on one side. The cockroach's body was pierced by his tail, causing it extreme pain. A moth had long opened his mouth wide waiting for this meal. The poor cockroach was now just a few small pieces. System notification sounded, activating the predatory effect which caught a morph's attention. Along with it came a system notification. Successfully obtained the gene of intense vitality. Obtained intense vitality from the biological characteristics of the cockroach. Do you want to use intense vitality? Yes or no? A morph suddenly felt excited. Of course yes. His limbs gradually became stronger, accompanied by an extremely tough outer shell. Seeing himself evolve once again made him off very pleased. Excellent. But a sound from outside caught his attention. At the same time, Amoth also realized something very important. Humans, the masters of the spaceship, are my enemies. The tremors behind the walls and the faint footsteps told me there wasn't much time left to hide from the gloomy future that was coming. So I have to get past the larval stage as quickly as possible. To do that, I need to expand my operations beyond this compartment. Amoth continued to look around the space before him, thinking, this is just the beginning. It's time to get out of this compartment. The first place is set foot in. The thoughts in Amoth's head kept surfacing, making him hesitate. Where should I go next? I have chosen my next destination. In front of him was a securely locked emergency exit, near the cooling unit by the reactor. This is an important area, so there won't be too many people loitering around. And if anything happens, no one will know. Amoth quickly approached to observe the situation. If it's not good, they'll just destroy the cooling unit. When Amoth looked up, the narrow space before him caught his attention. Seeing the opportunity right in front of him, he quickly moved up. Alright, let's go. Noticing a strong gust of wind, Amoth paid attention. It turned out the cooling fan was still blowing strongly, accompanied by eerie sounds. Sweat kept pouring down his face. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. For the next period, Amoth carefully used his claws to remove each screw. Finally, the protective cover of the fan was knocked far away. Seizing the opportunity, Amoth moved closer to the cooling fan. If I damage this ventilation fan, the artificial intelligence will immediately report it to the humans. I have to time it right to slip past the fan blades. Blue stream suddenly appeared before him. It was time to utilize Amorph's power. He continued to observe the space here more closely. Oxygen, iron, and metal dust were in the air. Strong winds constantly blew towards Amorph. Not to mention, the joints of the rotating blades were too worn out, so they moved a bit slower. After seeing the time was right, Amorph quickly moved forward with his brain. After receiving all the data, he said it was time to jump. He didn't hesitate and flew forward. Go big or go home. Time seemed to stand still here. As Amorph flew past the fan, unfortunately, his tail accidentally hit the fan blade. But luckily, Amorph successfully infiltrated inside. Realizing his awkward situation, sweat poured down like rain. Made it through, barely alive. Without wasting time, he quickly moved forward. What's next? In the dark space before him, Amorph was surprised to see a spider. A while later, he listened intently to the conversation with everyone. Hey, what's the result of experimental item number 26? The humans were still discussing. It failed again. I bet they'll get scolded by the boss again. The two men were still talking animatedly about this issue. This from Earth. If even the commander has a runny nose, what chance do we have? Let's just call it bad luck. Hearing the conversation between the two, Orf thought in surprise. I thought this was just a normal spaceship, but looking at this, it seems more like a megacorp. Let me explain what I'm thinking. Megacorp is a group of wealthy people throughout the solar system. Simply put, they are a race based on the Earthling model, who hold the power of the nation, not the government. The giant corporations. It seems these people are extremely dangerous, and most residents here are extreme materialists. In this game, most of humanity is neutral. Everything they, Megacorp, are more inclined to be the villains. This information makes a Morph very hesitant about what to do. Megacorp is the only race that transforms ordinary humans into slaves. Not to mention what it's like in real life, it's already bad enough in the game. And so, a Morph quickly took off and flew elsewhere. Morph immediately landed on the ground below and thought silently, let's see what I can harvest today. He used his 2 antennae to sense the space before him. He still has to decide his next move based on what kind of experimental spaceship this is. Before him is an extremely powerful monster. If it's a research center for giant mutants, a type of marine warrior, then I can benefit from a strong body and combat ability. But a Morph has also thought of another path. What if this is an experimental site for races with supernatural powers, like spirits? Those divine powers will fall into my hands. Thinking of this makes him even more excited. Honestly, I prefer the latter. But I don't know if I possess divine power yet. Suddenly, weak sounds echoed, help me. This caught a Morph's attention. It's someone in need of rescue. And so, he stepped into the experimental space to assess the situation. Before a Morph was a pink space. Under human control. It hurts, help. He was surprised, and thought, it's a spherical amoeba. His face immediately became bewildered. This species has the characteristic of storing oxygen. They don't need to eat anything. But why would a moth need this characteristic? He continued to use his abilities to sense his surroundings. It's time to use my super senses to find clues. A current ran through the amoeba's body, drawing a moth's attention. Electricity. Is this what that researcher mentioned earlier? Found it. He continued to approach the control panel and press the button. According to his super senses, pressing here would end the experiment. Warning sounds continuously echoed from the machine, and the amoeba also spoke softly, thank you. He thought silently, live well. Steps from outside made him turn around in fear. Someone's here. There's no other way. He hurriedly used his wings to escape from there. Finally, he found a very safe place to hide. A moth lay still there, waiting to see what would happen while the woman's footsteps slowly approached. Kizuraji impatiently asked loudly, Kui, when will I see the progress of experiment number 26? Kui quickly ran after her, flattering, there will surely be progress right away, just give me more time. Hearing this, she became annoyed, turned her head, and blamed him times gold and silver. Before I arrive, I need results to report back to the company. After speaking, she didn't forget to threaten Kui, if there are no further changes, they might reconsider whether to keep employing you. This threat made him extremely scared. With no other choice, he hurriedly begged, no, please miss. After a moment of thought, Kizuraji suddenly spoke, calling out, Senior Researcher, Ma Kui. His whole body began to tremble. Without hesitation, he stepped towards him to observe. Of course, I don't want that to happen either, because I have high expectations for you. Her eyes seemed to hold hope as she looked at the creature before her. Experiment number 26 can meet those expectations. Your appointment, as the lead researcher, will be a small matter. His eye gradually changed. Really? It seemed to Kizuraji's words were very convincing. At least the lead researcher position, and if things go even better, you might even be on par with Mars. Her voice kept echoing, making him fall silent and thought. You know they're paying close attention to our project, right? After a moment of silence, Wei suddenly spoke up and asked Kizuraji, what do you think about using Shimian? This statement startled her a bit. But she quickly calmed down and stroked the small cat in her arms. Awakening drug manufactured by the Galactic Association, I don't think we've ever used it. He was about to say something more. Many people say that Kizuraji directly interrupted. We have tried everything and similar components already. Except for Shonium itself. After a moment of thought, she decided, fine, use it right away. Was about to say something more. What? Like if it absorbs the neutralizing agent, it will threaten its life. It seems she doesn't care much about these words. We should be seeing the results now. His voice gradually became hesitant. I know, but, I don't care much. I hope you understand how serious the current situation is. There's no other way. He reached out to the control panel. I understand, I'll use it right away. Chu quickly monitored the current form of the amoeba. First, inject 0.1, 0.3, 0.5 and looking at her current state caught his attention. It's reacting. Next. 0.7. Kizuraji suddenly called out. Wait a minute. I just had a crazy idea. Increase the dosage. Use it all for me. He was about to say something more. What? But that would. Of course she still didn't care and pressed the yellow button next to it. Hurried up. The chonium substances from the tube were rapidly injected directly into the amoeba's body. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately screamed in despair, stop, it hurts, help. Hearing these desperate sounds only made Kizuraji laugh with delight. Help. It hurts. I'm off, on the side, could witness the whole scene. Please, it hurts. Help. Some time later, Kizuraji's face immediately became serious. contemplating Emip's current state. Interesting results. Proceed with further experiments on specimen 26. Hui asked worriedly, is that alright? Of course, she didn't care much and walked outside. It's fine. Let me know if anything interesting happens. He nodded in understanding. He understand. Sensing something was wrong, Kizuragi turned her head unhappily. But before her was just an empty space that confused her greatly. And so, Kizuragi quickly left the space. Sweat kept dripping down Amof's face. Did he just call for help? He was very hesitant, not knowing what to do. This is annoying. I really don't like this. He immediately remembered Kizuragi's current state and made up his mind. In a few days, I'll be on my way. The scene before him was a continuous line of taka gas pipes. The scenery here had become very strange because of these pipes. All the gas pipes continuously appeared tangled like threads. Amof was still concentrating on doing something. After seizing the opportunity, he suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva forward. Looking at his achievement, he was satisfied. Well done, it's done. At the same time, the small antenna quickly observed and sensed everything around. Amof closed his eyes tightly, as if the entire ship had merged with his body. The thoughts in his head kept appearing. Know your enemy, and know yourself. And you will never be defeated. What is the enemy doing? Where are they? Who are they talking to? All this information will be transmitted to the brain through the fluid he sprayed everywhere. He recalled his long period of effort. After 4 days of work, my Amof nest is complete. The story continues to be told by Amof. After completing his own nest, I moved constantly between the nest and the ship's cabin to feed and digest the spiders. At the same time, I will closely monitor my target to gather more information. Amof approached the high ventilation shaft and I observed. She leaves her room at the same time every day, doesn't she? It seems you have gathered all the information about the woman in front of you. Her name is Kizuragi Yujin. She is the head of research here. This ship may not be strong, but she is still the most important person. Also the threat to my survival. Time to go back to before. 2 days ago, a test subject escaped. While the other researchers were panicking, Kizuragi remained extremely calm and direct to everyone. She manufactured a specialized tracking device in just 2 hours, and successfully captured the test subject. This made Amof even more vigilant. If that test subject crawls into the ventilation shaft, it'll be discovered too. I must send her away as soon as possible. Realizing something was wrong, Kizuragi uncomfortably turned her head. She quickly noticed the ventilation duct on one side, feeling as if someone was watching her. Seeing her strange reaction surprised everyone behind her. Is there a problem? Kizuragi shook her head and informed everyone, nothing, let's go. At the same time, Amof above the vent became extremely frightened. He breathed a sigh of relief when she left the area. This girl is human, yet so perceptive. Or does she possess some divine power? Explain a bit about what you're thinking. Divine power is a trait exclusive to non-human races, including abilities like telekinesis, teleportation, and mind control. Similar to supernatural powers. Things aren't always that simple, but occasionally, among all of humanity, a small number of people are born with divine powers. Amof quietly calculated while eating protein bars. Her movements aren't bad, very sharp, and perceptive. And she always has soldiers with her. How should I approach her? Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Species, violent mutant space, mhic, stage, larva, survival goal, current traits, super senses. Wings, chitinous shell. Paralytic venom. Amof was surprised and thought, paralytic venom. It seems he is very interested in his new skill. Having this trait while still in a weak body is great. Amof continued to think about what to do next. Just one drop is enough to take down an adult, and the effect only lasts 5 minutes. But it's still fine. Remembering something made him more thoughtful. To use it, he had to wait until only she was around. But there was always someone with her. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at the protein bar in front of him. Thinking endlessly was not the way. So Morph immediately slipped to another side, going out for some fresh air to clear his head. Some time later, Morph took the protein bar to the laboratory. As soon as Amip saw him, she immediately greeted him. Nice to meet you. Seeing her reaction made him very surprised. You look better than yesterday. I brought you some food today. This surprised her. Food. Morph delicately tore the protein bars into small pieces and placed them inside. These pieces of food quickly went into Amip's mouth. Finishing this food made her extremely happy. So delicious. Morph witnessed the scene and thought to himself. In this game, Amip Senga has no special skills. But I don't know if it's the right species. Or if this one is a different species. The scene before his eyes suddenly reminded Morph of something. Speaking of which, that woman had a cat, didn't she? The image of Kizurajo the cat appeared in his memory. Thinking about it, she and that cat were quite attached to each other. If it died, would it reveal her weakness? At the same time, he had also calculated the next step of the plan. The cat was not protected by anyone like Kizuragi. It usually only gets used to being alone in the room until its owner calls it decide that, kitten. I will use you to lure your owner into a trap. On this side, the little cat's tail keeps wagging. It seems very comfortable with its current life. Seeing the little cat with such a comfortable life made him off extremely uncomfortable. That guy seems to be Kaisa. What a spoiled cat. He is trying to find a way to get closer to it. Being well fed and fat also proves that Kizuraji Yujin is not an ordinary person. Moth uses his abilities to quickly sense everything around him. At first glance, it doesn't seem hard to take its life. But it can't strike right here, right now, because a moth is strictly observing the space here. This air vent. From the outside, it looks like nothing. But using super senses to look deep inside reveals layers upon layers of lasers. Just a slight movement, and the eye system will activate the alarm, I guarantee it. This made him morph extremely angry. And he slammed his foot hard on the ground. Being stuck there is infuriating. This sound unintentionally drew Kaisa's attention. It opened its eyes wide, and stared intently forward. It seemed to have detected an anomaly, and rushed straight towards him and, startling him. Its two front paws quickly scratched at the air vent repeatedly, signaling. This surprised the soldiers, who approached and asked, "What's wrong? Did something break in?" Before them stood Kaisa, still playfully scratching at the air vents. This made the two sigh in exhaustion, holding their heads. It's just the cat. Again. And so the two quickly went outside, wanting to just kill it off already. Moth on the side became extremely frightened. Finally, he let out a sigh as he regained his composure. Why was I acting so crazy? I should have just used my tail to hook it. Realizing something was wrong startled him off into a daze. Wait a minute. He confusedly recalled Kaisa's previous scene. A cat looking utterly exhausted. Then a moth's unintentional action. A little stimulation. At the same time, someone witnessed this scene but paid no attention. The reaction of the guards. Moth's face immediately became more cunning. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. I have an approach now. After that period, Kaisa was still lying comfortably in bed. Strange sounds made it open its eyes in surprise, and pay attention. The strange sounds suddenly coming from the ventilation duct surprised it. Before its eyes was a cockroach still trembling and lying still there. Needless to say, Kaisa's eyes sparkled. Unable to resist any longer, it quickly reached out and placed its hand in front of the ventilation opening. When this vent was lowered, its face looked somewhat bewildered. Without wasting time, Kaisa quickly jumped up and slipped inside. The two soldiers were surprised and discussed among themselves. Hey, where did that cat go? It's just a cat. I don't even want to go see. So the two completely ignored Kaisa. Where could it have gone? We've been guarding out here the whole time. Meanwhile, in the small spaces of the ventilation duct, Kaisa continuously encountered animals that had been knocked down there. Reaching the end of the path, it noticed a large ventilation opening appearing before its eyes. Its eyes immediately lit up as it approached this spot. It kept meowing continuously to signal. Noticing the cockroach still trembling, and lying still there made it extremely bewildered. At the same time, while Kaisa was not paying attention, a move suddenly attacked from above. His tail pierced straight into Kaisa's body along with venom. Different pain coursed through its body, causing it to scream incessantly. And so, it struggled continuously to get away from there, looking utterly pitiful. In the next moment, Emor opened his mouth wide towards this creature. He didn't hesitate to enjoy the delicious dinner he had hunted. Oh my god, this meal made him extremely satisfied, so delicious. Meanwhile on this side, Kizuraji hurried forward. Her appearance caused everyone to be extremely bewildered. At this moment, she walked forward in complete fury. While the man was still sitting there, she impatiently called out, "Commander." Kizuraji's mood seemed to be very bad. "When will I get to see Kaisa?" Yusun calmly spoke, signaling her to wait a little longer while the guards searched. But she had no more patience to wait and shouted. "It's been 2 whole hours. Her mood had completely exploded by now. My Kaisa is very precious. It's time to eat. Something must have happened to her." Faced with her anger, Yusun remained very calm. "Kizuraji, I told you before, this is a ship." He hesitated, and commented, "Unless your cat managed to escape from here, it's still hanging around somewhere nearby." She still refused and kept shouting, "Then bring it back here right now." Although very annoyed, he reminded her, "I told you. Just be patient. The news will come soon." He thought to himself, it's just a cat, why make such a fuss? It seemed that Yusun was extremely displeased. Damn it, if she wasn't of noble descent, I would have locked her in solitary confinement right away. Kizuraji still hadn't let go, and asked, "Where are the guards?" He calmly reported, "They've all been locked up. When we arrive, I will definitely." Before he could finish, she coldly ordered, "Execute them all." This startled him. "Uncle." Kizuraji was still trying to keep herself from going crazy. "You are the commander, you should have the right to dismiss them all. Then use that right." He hurriedly spoke to stop her. "But that's a bit too much. If the death penalty is used for just this matter, it will affect the morale of the other guards too." Hearing this, she became even angrier, and moved closer to him. "Just for this matter. Seeing the situation was not good, Yosung hurriedly explained. What I mean is, before issuing such an order, we must investigate thoroughly first. I didn't mean anything else. Saying this, Kizuraji did not back down, and directly reminded him. Commander, I think you've forgotten. This happened because your guards were negligent. Hearing this, sweat continuously poured down his face. I understand how you feel. He tried to remain calm, but his face was filled with anger when he heard her say, I will discipline them all at once. Hearing these words, she finally put her hands on her head and sighed. There was no other way as Sureji turned and walked away. Alright, he'll be back in 2 hours. However, her eyes looked like she wanted to eat him alive. If there's no further progress by then, you better take responsibility, Commander. Her imposing figure turned away from the place, leaving Yosung stunned. In a fit of rage, he immediately slammed his hand on the table and shouted, damn it. His mood seemed to have completely exploded. Where is it? All the scenes just now were observed by a morph. Where else could it be but inside my stomach? His face became extremely excited as he enjoyed the song Kai Sa. But what was that trait called wild instinct? And explain a little about what you're thinking. The trait convergence system is something that combines related traits into one. It makes them stronger. I've used it so much that I know every branch of this combination system. A morph unconsciously recalled. While savoring the meat of that cat, a notification panel appeared, and left me speechless. The content inside showed. Received wild instinct from the biological trait of a cat. Do you want to use wild instinct? Yes or no? This made him realize. This was a trait that even a game addict like me had never seen before. Along with it came a series of new system notifications. You have activated wild instinct. It can merge with the existing super senses. Wild instinct and advanced psychic sense have merged into the sense of smell trait. Information about the new skill continues to be displayed. Hunting sense, enhanced psychic trait. Based on the available information, you can foresee impending danger. A master hunter always knows how to see through their own future. All of this made a morph realize something important. It said it sensed danger, so I tried to activate it. At the same time, the morph tightly closed its eyes, sensing. But only the psychic sense became stronger than before. It can notice anything around, but it doesn't create any intelligent effects like I imagine. Thinking of this made a morph a bit disappointed. This must be a passively activated instinct, and since there's no danger now, it can't be used yet, right? Its eyes lit up, and it quickly rushed forward, slowly checking the trait. Fine. Now I need to see how that woman is doing. She must not be lucid anymore. Just as a morph calculated. On this side, Kizuraji angrily slammed her hand hard on the table. Damn it. Her mood is completely insane. It took so long to stabilize. Reaction surprised a morph when it witnessed it. Just as I thought. This woman only acts humanly towards what she cares about most. Once she loses what she has, she goes crazy immediately. His face immediately broke into a terrifying smile. Target 2 is done. And now, a morph continues to observe the guards outside. We'll separate Yujin from her guards. The cat's disappearance has already caused considerable tension between them. He suddenly recalled the happy scene of Kizuraji feeding Kaisa. Initially, the guards paid no attention to the cat, and it often ate the best things they only dared to dream of. This made the guards extremely uncomfortable. Any normal person would get furious in this situation. Many people were displeased with Kizuraji for pampering her little cat. It was almost to the point of class conflict. Shujin was the highest-ranking noble in Megacup. For the guards who were always forced to do unreasonable things, no one dared to openly resist her. But a sense of resentment grew in their hearts. That cat was the scapegoat, to take the brunt of her anger for them. In other words, it was like a shield. And then, the last thing that caught Amorph's attention. What if the scapegoat was gone? And what if the guards had to bend over backward to find something they hated? Would they still sacrifice themselves to protect her as they had before? All of this was part of Amorph's plan. Not only that, even Jujin no longer trusted these soldiers. Because the disappearance of her beloved cat was due to their negligence. Amorph was delighted to remember Kai's presence. Thank you, Kei. He continued to stare intently at Kizuraji's current state. It was time to take Kizuraji Yujin's genes. He lost Amorph slowly closed his eyes. After that period, Kizuraji's mood completely exploded. Damn it. She couldn't stand it anymore and immediately rushed outside. The first thing she did was go to the control room. The only thing Kizuraji could vent her anger on were the pitiful test subjects. Continuous cries of pain made her feel a little better. These were all useless trash. Realizing something was wrong caught Kizuraji's attention. Her face went completely matte as she approached him. She looked at her with a judgmental gaze. That's right, choose you. Thinking of something, Kizuraji's smile became haunting. Without wasting time, Kizuraji quickly pressed her hand on the control button, continuously injecting something into Emmet's body. Feeling the pain, she screamed desperately, "Stop, it hurts, help me." Feeling it wasn't enough, Kizuraji reached out again to start the next torture process. Realizing something was wrong, she uncomfortably turned her head to look behind her. After venting his anger, Kizuragi went outside, leaving Emmett trembling in pain there. All of his actions made him off extremely angry, but he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Emmett's voice sounded, catching his attention. "Nice to meet you." Before he could react, she raised one of her tentacles to greet him. This action made him feel extremely confused. Realizing something, he immediately turned back to his lair. His face was strangely calm as he thought silently. Why exchange so many words? I will give him what he wants more than a few words. Only 2 words appeared in it: retaliation. On this side, Kizuragi angrily approached. "It's been 2 hours. What's the result?" Yusun quickly replied, "I just sent people to search." He quickly persuaded her. "You have to wait a little longer." Her face changed once again. "Commander, no Yusung Samuel." Now she was completely mad after losing her pet cat. "You are disobeying the will of a noble." Sweat kept dripping down his face. "I am the commander of this ship. Watch your words." But at this moment, she couldn't pay attention to those reasons. "Do you know that I have the power to kick you out of this command seat?" Kizuragi's face became more distorted than ever as she listened to his words. "Even if you are a noble, you shouldn't act so presumptuously. I still have the right to detain you." The statement made her feel a bit ridiculous. "Confinement. You just said you would confine me." The statement made her feel a bit ridiculous. "Confinement. You just said you would keep me." He quickly added that the commander always has the right to detain anyone showing signs of ignoring orders on the ship. The more she listened, the more Kizuragi's mood exploded than ever before. "Are you crazy?" This situation made him feel extremely interested. There's something to look forward to. If they didn't do this, these two would have been in conflicts even before I watched. Because she was so angry, Kizuragi quickly turned and walked outside. Behind her were 2 guards following to provide protection. At this moment, in the restroom, it seemed Kizuragi was thinking about something. She immediately gave an order to the guards. "I'm going to the restroom for a moment." They nodded in agreement. "Okay." After entering, she slammed the door in front of the 2 guards. After a period of silence, one guard suddenly turned and said to his comrade, "Hey, I'm going for a bit too." Seeing Kizuragi alone, Amoth quickly approached. "The opportunity has come." Really cherished this opportunity, and usually, a guard would follow her into the restroom. Perhaps today they were too annoyed by her difficult mood, and the remaining guard also went to do his own thing. This perfectly fit into Amoth's plan. Which means right now, she's the only one in the restroom, and he is determined not to waste a single second. Not to mention, there won't be any security system inside to stop me from taking action. Finally, Amoth reached the ventilation door in the restroom. All the necessary conditions for an ambush are in place. He moved closer to the restroom vent to observe the situation. Kizuragi was still desperately standing in front of the mirror. Amoth told himself he must not miss this opportunity. While Kizuragi wasn't paying attention, Amoth removed the cover from the ventilation opening. She still felt terrible, because her pet cat had disappeared. Perhaps at this moment, she didn't notice that Amoth had appeared behind her at some point. At the same time, he had already prepared the venom on his tail. Drops of venom gradually accumulated on Amoth's tail. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the ceiling, moving closer to where Kizuragi was still washing her face. Sensing something was wrong, she paused her actions. She sighed, trying to calm herself down. But a bad feeling filled her body, making Kizuragi notice. Her eyes gradually became bewildered, realizing something unusual. Unable to bear it any longer, she immediately turned her head to look around the area. At the same time, Amoth behind her had already used the venom from his tail to attack. Everything happened so fast that she felt extremely scared. Perhaps because Kizuragi discovered this too early, Amoth accidentally missed the attack. The first chance to kill her was not as easy as he thought. Still not giving up, he immediately turned around, preparing to attack Kizuragi. His venom pierced strongly into her body, successfully. Feeling the poison spread throughout her body, Kizuragi immediately screamed in despair. In a short time after that, he had completely transformed to a pitiful state. Both of her legs knelt strongly towards the ground. The once arrogant Kizuragi now had to lie still on the cold floor. Amoth's saliva continuously dripped onto the ground. Seeing this situation made Kizuragi extremely uncomfortable. She turned her head to look forward. Amoth noticed the terrifying face, and the red eyes of Amoth staring intently at him. At the same time, Amoth also noticed Kizuragi's distorted face. I wonder what she is thinking in her head. Is she scared of facing an alien creature? He did not hesitate and opened his mouth wide, preparing for the meal. Or is she furious about the current situation? Could it be that she is afraid of death? Whatever it is, Kizuragi Izujin must die. He said 2 words in his head. Well, Amoth bit Kizuragi's head without hesitation. He felt something changing inside his own body. Human blood was flowing in his mouth, and pieces of information that were once in her blood now flooded into his brain. Amoth gradually realized his body was evolving to an unbelievable extent. He could feel it. The puzzle pieces that could activate his talent had gathered in one place. System notification popped up. Evolution condition from larva to juvenile has been met. Do you want to proceed with this process? Yes or no? This notification Amof had been waiting for a long time. Finally, he didn't hesitate and reached out to confirm the button on the screen. A continuous stream of memories flashed through his mind. The scene when Amorph encountered the guards here. He gradually looked at the figures appearing right before his eyes. Continuous scenes of red syrup splashing onto Amorph's body. And then his body sank into a sea of bright red syrup. All these memories running through his head made Amorph immediately tremble. Memories just now made Amorph freeze. What is this? He still doesn't understand what the hell is happening here. Is this due to the predatory effect? So this is how it's used. His face was covered in bright red syrup, so according to his predatory senses, a guard is about to enter here. Should he sneak away? Sensing the situation was not good, Amorph quickly turned around. No, there's not enough time anymore. And so he quickly climbed onto the wall, preparing to escape, dealing with everyone here at once. Outside, the sound of footsteps quickly echoed. At the same time, a soldier suddenly entered and saw this scene. The next second, the expression on his face completely changed. For him was the lifeless body of Kizarigi lying there without moving. On her face, there were even a few tears. This situation was too unexpected, leaving the young soldier extremely confused. What happened? While he wasn't paying attention, a move jumped from behind, making the soldier turn around in surprise. At the same time, he also used his venom to attack him directly. A terrifying scene occurred. Amorph attacked one more person. This huge body quickly fell heavily to the ground below. In the restroom, there were already 2 bodies along with streams of bright red syrup. Seeing this situation, Amorph thought to himself, his teammates could arrive here looking for him at any moment. I'd have to hurry up. Strange sounds echoed. Who knows if they have some kind of tracking device. So should take a detour before returning to the nest. Amorph narrowed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the space here. After a long time, he quickly stopped and looked around, checking all the parameters. Then Amorph continued to reach out and confirm the button on the screen. Okay, let's switch. The system in front of him suddenly changed, starting to evolve from an adult form into an infant. Amorph's hands are also gradually changing. Strange water droplets are continuously secreted outwards. Not only that, but Amorph's entire body is covered in extremely strange mucus. Before he could understand what was happening, these substances completely covered his eyes. Instead, new layers of skin are gradually growing. In this damp space, Amorph is about to metamorphose into a new creature. He still doesn't know what his current form is like, but conversely, Amorph feels curious and intrigued. So this is what the memory of a fetus is like. I can feel my body transforming into a different shape. It seems the bones in my body are gradually dissolving. It's thick. Resinous fluid is shaping something very unfamiliar. I want to witness it myself, but it's a bit difficult. The next second, his body completely dissolved because as soon as he turned into this cocoon, he lost control of his body. Amorph could only perceive sounds through the clear water. After all, he had done everything he could. Now he just had to wait. A long time passed, and Amorph slowly opened his eyes to look at the scene before him. The space here was completely enveloped by the mucus he secreted. The cocoon had become extremely solid after a long period of hibernation. Finally, just a small impact caused the cocoon to completely break open. A bluish-gray body quickly emerged outside. It seems Amorph has evolved into a more dangerous creature. He quickly set foot on the ground below. Mist gradually appeared in the dark, damp space here. Amorph still found it hard to believe as he looked at his hands now. At the same time, his teeth had grown much stronger. He had transformed into a creature with a very dangerous appearance. Sometime later, Yu-sung coldly asked his subordinates. Have you found the cause of death yet? Seeing this, the subordinate anxiously reported, according to observations, the research director died from an attack on the neck. Everyone present found this hard to believe. It is highly likely the culprit used something similar to a small saw. To be sure, we still need to observe more closely. Hearing this, Yu-sung became annoyed and repeatedly questioned, observe more closely, meaning we have to perform an autopsy. At the same time, the subordinate man quickly stood up and looked towards him. Do you want me to do that right away? The expression on his face gradually changed, looking utterly helpless. Yu-sung didn't know what to do. I don't know if he should or not. After a period of thought, Yu-sung continued to probe. Security chief, how is the search going on your end? Security chief quickly stood up and reported what he knew. We have checked all the cameras on the ship, but no abnormalities were found. The guard who is the #1 suspect is currently being interrogated. Hearing this, he suddenly became curious. You think he is the culprit? The security chief's face was extremely resolute. According to the information just obtained, it is very likely not. Yu-sung quickly gave an order. When you have the results, report back to me immediately. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Remembering that something was wrong, he suddenly called out. His next words terrified everyone present. You all probably know what happened in the laboratory before, right? At the same time, Yu-sung slowly said to everyone. One of the most potential talents defied the research director's order, then had his brain removed and left floating in a glass tank. Speaking of this, his face suddenly became serious. If that's what happened to someone who dared to disobey, then what would be the outcome for the death of a noble? This made everyone present extremely frightened. He did not forget to warn everyone to be very careful. If they don't want to follow the same path, we must find a proper answer for this matter. At the same time, the captain sitting on the side quickly spoke up. What if we say this was an accident during the research? The old man next to him replied unhappily, Captain, think carefully before you speak. That story will be hard to convince the researchers on this ship. Hearing this, he replied, if you call that brainless talk, that's why you'll only ever be middle class. He shouted angrily, what did you just say? Right now, the Glesses suddenly proposed his idea. How about this? She has food poisoning. The following words made him extremely angry. We will take responsibility for this. If you want to die, go ahead. But don't drag everyone down with you, head of engineering. And so, everyone present immediately started arguing with each other. Wes, how dare you speak to me in that tone? Who do you think you are? I can't stand it anymore. The crisis management director slammed his hand hard on the table. Order. While everyone still didn't understand what was happening, he continued, arguing now will only make things worse. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately fell silent. He continued to turn and look at Yu-sung. Commander, we are approaching Planet C now. Yu-sung felt curious, so. The crisis management director's face became extremely calm. C is the territory of the space hounds. Hearing this, Yu-sung seemed to understand. You mean the head of research died because of them? He nodded without hesitation to confirm. That's right. You can say we were ambushed. Why couldn't we save her? Yu-sung's face immediately became thoughtful. Space hounds. He knew very well about these so-called space hounds. Space hounds are a collection of wanderers and robbers in space. One of Megacorp's enemies. Many battles have occurred. Fleet combat is their specialty. So even a battleship piloted by an experienced person would hardly avoid damage. This made Yu-sung extremely confused. We are just a research vessel. Can we fight them? Of course not. And the damage is extremely severe. There might even be unexpected incidents during the struggle. Thinking of this, his face was full of hesitation, not knowing what to do. If we report that this ship was attacked by them, we can cover up the death of the research director. Remembering something, he turned his head back to look at everyone. This idea is not bad, but our weapons are not similar to the space dogs. Hearing this, the crisis management director suddenly announced, I have a few acquaintances here. Let me contact them. Seeing this situation, Yu-sung immediately turned his head, looking at this guy. He actually has a few combat friends. He suddenly probed, how much would it cost? The crisis management director announced without hesitation, at least 1 million. This number stunned him. Damn it. Noticing the expression on Yu-sung's face, the crisis management director quickly explained, even the space dogs would have a hard time dealing with Kasarjisujin. This is a fair price for them to take care of everything. Having no other choice, Yu-sung reluctantly agreed, I will prepare enough, but remember to ensure everything is handled perfectly. Nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thank you, Commander. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Yu-sung immediately stood up. We'll hand this case over to the crisis resolution team manager. And this meeting is adjourned. A man hurriedly raised his hand and asked, so what do we do with this corpse? His gaze turned cold as he commanded, detain it, then hand it over to the space hounds. Don't let anyone touch it. The subordinates nodded in understanding. Understood. Meanwhile, Amof has completely evolved into a terrifying form. Amof looked at his current appearance with some surprise. So this is what it's like to become a juvenile. The feeling is completely different. He continued to step forward. Since I'm a juvenile now, I have to change my plans. The space was originally vast, but now it seems insignificant to Amof. Up to this point, the main thing was not to be detected by the enemy, but now the importance of survival and hunting are equal. This gave Amof a headache, not knowing what to do. Survival is somewhat settled, so it's time to plan the next steps. What is my next target? The system suddenly displayed a new notification. Space ferocious mutant of species. Sims. Juvenile status. Survival target successfully evolved for the first time. Current traits. Super senses. Wings, chitinous shell. Paralytic venom. Enhanced exoskeleton. Acid blood of unknown type. Getting this notification surprised Amof a little. First evolution successful. So he really had become a juvenile. Let me explain this concept. The evolution process of a morph is divided into 6 stages, and it must undergo a total of 5 evolutions. From larva to juvenile, then from young adult to near adult, and finally, adult and apotheosis. Achieving apotheosis means completing the game. That is the final stage of a morph. The story continues to be told. In this game, if a morph reaches apotheosis, all secrets of this species will be revealed, such as where they came from or who they originally were, just like in real life. In the dark space, Amoth silently pondered this notification, but the problem is that it's hard to achieve the ending. Including myself, only about 20 people have ever witnessed the ending of a species. Only I can see the end of a morph. This made him feel a bit contemplative, but it turns out Amoth had noticed the unknown type on the system. At the juvenile stage, another type is unlocked. He said to himself, with my current characteristics, my type will probably be something like physical enhancement, right? The system suddenly appeared. No types can be unlocked currently. Would you like to see the potential types you can focus on developing? Yes or no? This made Amoth extremely hesitant about which option to choose. Should I check it out? So, when the change notification appeared, it contained the content. Currently, you can focus on 2 types, physical enhancement, 6 out of 10. Super strength enhancement, 1.5 out of 3. Amoth quickly noticed. Indeed, I'm almost done meeting the conditions for the physical enhancement type. This is all thanks to the enhanced exoskeleton and acid blood I gained when evolving into an imp. He silently understood that these types were similar to the professions of the tribes, but slightly different. If the necessary conditions are met, a certain species will be unlocked and similar characteristics will be combined. Remembering something, Amoth felt curious. But where did it come from? One must be the olfactory sense. But what other similar characteristics are there? And so he recalled every creature he had ever eaten. This made him scratch his head even more. I have eaten everything up until now. While still racking his brain, Amoth suddenly startled. He remembered. The figure of the wicked woman appeared before his eyes, Kizuraji Zujin. She is the only one I haven't completely eaten yet. Her instincts are very good, it must be due to divine power. So Amoth hurried forward. I need divine power, and must find the corpse. Although his body was now larger, Emmer acted very cautiously. Even so, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to his current body. Now that my body has developed more, the vent is too small again. A strange scent drifted over, making Emil cautiously approach the vent, focusing his observation. There was a smell of a corpse. The scene below him was glued to the scene below. Just smelling the stench made the saliva in Amorph's mouth drip down. Found it. His eyes became incredibly disbelieving. Morgue, where the dead bodies are kept, is right below me. On this side, the guard of the corpse was still concentrating on listening to music. His Origi Eugen's coffin was still placed quietly in a corner. This man ignored what was happening around him, and continuously wore headphones to study. A scent drifted over, making him feel extremely confused. Unable to stand it any longer, the man hurriedly stood up and looked around. What is that strong smell? The next scene made him freeze instantly. Before his eyes was a round hole surrounded by acid. What is this? At the same time, Amorph was still hiding deep in the darkness, looking for a chance to attack. The face of this poor man was still in disbelief. Decomposing acid, where did it come from? Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly turned around to leave. Well, it's better to call security. Just as he was about to leave, Amorph immediately appeared before his eyes. Before he could react, a decisive blow immediately struck. The body of the poor man was covered in bright red blood. After searching for a while, Amorph discovered Kizuraji's corpse lying to one side. He quickly pulled back the white sheet covering the body. Looking at Adang's current state lying there, he couldn't help himself. Her exquisite face also surprised him off, making him think. A genuine noble indeed. Even in death, she still has such an aura. But he still didn't care, and reached out to her face. No one is allowed to touch a noble's body. His terrifying face gradually moved closer to hers. Strange, I have killed so many people and still don't feel any remorse. His fingernails continuously left bruises on Kizuraji. People often say that the environment has a significant impact on a person. As becoming a morph changed me too. This made him ask himself a question. These two cold-blooded monsters have been my nature for a long time. Without wasting time, Amorph suddenly opened his mouth wide. Talking wouldn't solve anything more. His large body quickly devoured Kizuraji. Just eat for now. To live, one must continue to kill. This is Amorph's destiny. And it's the way of life one must get used to. He no longer seemed to feel guilty doing these things. After death, their bodies will return and become one with Mother Earth. Becoming one with me is also considered belonging to Mother Earth. Right. While enjoying this delicacy, Amorph accidentally chewed on something. He looked in surprise at the device still stuck in his mouth. The object in his hand is Amorph. He felt confused. What is this in her heart? What is it for? Thinking of this, he clenched the object in his hand. It must be because the heart is not functioning normally. A system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him in surprise. His expression immediately changed. He thought that Zujin had divine power, along with the content, activate predatory effect. Successfully obtained superhuman internal organs. You have obtained superhuman internal organs from human biological characteristics. Do you want to use the superhuman internal organs? Yes or no? Amorph suddenly felt confused. Why superhuman internal organs? And so he moved closer, staring intently at this information. Off can still use divine power without it. So having this characteristic is the same as not having it. He quickly reached out to confirm the button on the screen. Don't be too pessimistic. Now, in any case, more characteristics are needed to unlock the type. Suddenly, strange tentacles appeared on Amorph's body. Looking at his current appearance made him feel a little excited. So this is what a morph looks like. That's interesting. He even remembered to use his hand covered in Kizarage's blood to get the password, just in case it would be useful, like a hunting sense. Merged with other characteristics. The other corpses were continuously pushed outside, making him interested. Finished fixing this one. Shall we continue to kill the guard? Sometime later, Amorph continuously enjoyed the taste of the delicious food. This guy is interesting, but a bit tough to chew. Probably too much muscle. Right at this moment, Amorph accidentally made a noise on the ground. He quickly turned his head to assess the situation in front of him. Noticing something was wrong, sweat continuously dripped down his face. It seems the guards just changed shifts. And so, Amorph quickly monitored their actions. Doesn't this ship have enough energy supplies? That guy is handing his suit over to the one who will take the next shift. Listening to this, he sighed, looking at the corpse in front of him. Someone will surely come to check on this place eventually. Just one shift change and everything in the room will be discovered. And since this is the space age, it made Amorph realize the situation was getting more serious. Everyone will definitely think there's a monster on the ship. He didn't know what to do next. I'm not strong enough to take on the whole crew yet. I must find something to buy time until I get stronger. Noticing something was wrong drew Amorph's attention to the acid hole continuously corroding the floor, which surprised him. Smoke, right, this is the morgue. Continued to think of more interesting things, so there must be preservatives and chemicals to dispose of the bodies. Amorph's eyes gradually became sharper. I just thought of a very interesting way to both escape this crisis and torment the crew in the vast night sky. Medea Corp does not have an official capital, but they have a place to consider as the center of the community. The image of the Earth appears. That is Earth. Headquarters and main office of Megacorp are currently run by 5 corporations that contribute to the development of Megacode, who are the kings here. The story continues to be told and is known through the image of 5 great families. One of them is the Zujin family, residing in a place formerly known as East Asia. This place is an extremely developed area. The Zujin family started in a small country named South Korea. As of now, all the land here has become the living space of the Zujin family. At the same time, this place has also seen a lot of progress. They have small aircraft for tourism, electronic trains, and even an artificial sun for the internal ecosystem, and of course, members of the Zujin family, along with 10 million tools serving as their minions. The image that appears is a small house with a very large garden. Akira is still comfortably working in his vast area. His face becomes extremely excited as he is free to do these things. While he was still comfortably immersed in nature, 2 bodyguards were waiting behind him. Realizing something, Akira quickly stood up. He turned his head to look at both of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come over here. The bodyguards quickly turned their heads to look behind, and the manager immediately nodded in acknowledgement. He asked, "What is it?" The bodyguard quickly reported, "It's about your granddaughter, sir." He didn't seem to care much. Which one? Although surprised, the bodyguard spoke up. Piri. Only then did Akira realize. The daughter of my 3rd son. After remembering his granddaughter, he became happy as if nothing had happened. And then what? After a moment of silence, the bodyguard continued to report. Her signal device has been destroyed. Although a little surprised, Akira tried to remain calm. It can't be. I didn't make the girl do any hard labor. He continued to report everything he had investigated. The last received signal was from Sate. We sent someone to check. This is the territory of the space dog. After a moment of silence, Akira gently placed his hand on the bodyguard's shoulder. Before he could react, he directly attacked. The bodyguard immediately fell hard to the ground below. He continued to walk towards this pitiful man, and the bodyguard's body trembled in despair. Feeling it wasn't enough, Akira continued to raise his hoe and repeatedly strike his own bodyguard. After satisfying himself, he immediately left with the hoe in his hand. The old man's face showed as if nothing had happened. Clean it up. The subordinates heard this and nodded in agreement. Understood. Akira didn't forget to ask. I don't need tools that can't answer the questions I ask. You are the most important things to us. Do you understand? Bodyguard quickly stood up. Yes, sir. We understand. The old man continued to pull something out of his pocket. It cost me 10 billion to raise Kizaraji. Equivalent to building a new ship. Don't let the girl undergo gene enhancement surgery either. I don't believe a few thugs can touch her. Thinking of this, the old man gave a strange smile. I wonder who dared to touch the beloved granddaughter of the Dujin family. Akira's face became thoughtful. The commander of the Kizaraji ship is Yuzung Samuman, right? The butler immediately nodded. Istar. Hearing this, the old man became thoughtful. The Samuel family from Titan, the Azerton family, used to be quite close to us. Speaking of this, demeanor was extremely dangerous. But the head of the Azerton family is just a coward, so he wouldn't dare to confront the Zujin family. After a period of analysis, he turned his head and asked, "My friend, what do you think?" The butler quickly bowed his head. "I think this was caused by aim." His eyes became strangely sharp. "I think so too." The story is told once again. On the surface, Thank and the Ayrton family are fighting for control of Jupiter, but in reality, they are one and the same. Both sides secretly joined forces, and the Ayrton family's funds originated from Ding. Thinking of this, Akira found things getting interesting. "I bet that Sly Fox wants a seat on the board of directors. You realized it too, didn't you?" The butler nodded in agreement. "Yes, Chamberlain. The dandy chairman is currently targeting your position as CO." Hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. "I knew it. I'm familiar with that weakling. He only knows how to follow my tail. He's scared to death." No kidding. Thinking about what happened only made him more excited. Realizing something was wrong, Akira immediately stopped smiling. He quickly gestured, "There's a solid reason now. Take action. Inform everyone in the family." The butler nodded in understanding. "Understood." Akira also added, "I have a spy lurking near Sate. Contact him and tell him to handle it." Though very annoyed, the butler still had to nod. "Understood, sire." He thought helplessly, "There's going to be a bloodbath now." Akira's face became terrifying as he threatened, "Bring Yuzong Samuel and everyone involved with him here to me. Don't miss anyone." His eyes looked like he wanted to devour everyone alive. "Anyone who dares to mess with my things must die." Over here, Yuzong was still standing still, not daring to move. The scene before his eyes made him tremble immediately. He realized that many people had been killed for unknown reasons. What on earth happened? Yuzong quickly listened to the news from his subordinate. Smoke was coming out from inside. "After you guys went in to check, you saw fire." They nodded in agreement. "That's right." The soldiers even added, "We really wanted to see what happened. But according to policy, only doctors are allowed inside." Looking at the current situation, Yuzong immediately sighed tiredly. "It's incomprehensible. This room only has corpses. How could it catch fire? The doctors are still performing autopsies. This ring belongs to a night shift guard." His face immediately changed. He hurriedly turned his head and asked, "Are there any other bodies?" The secretary heard this, and quickly shook his head. The sweat on his face kept dripping down. How could this be? Yusung stepped forward and asked in surprise, "What is it?" At the same time, the doctor's face had turned pale. "Commander, gather all the members immediately. We are in big trouble." Inside the meeting, Yusung shouted in extreme anger. "What? The bodies of the research director and the guard are missing." The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. How could that happen? Dead cannot move on their own. He even felt suspicious. "Are you sure?" The doctor hurriedly stated what he had checked. He checked back and forth several times, but I still couldn't find the two bodies. This made him extremely disbelieving. "It's not over yet. Everyone, think again about the chemicals in the infirmary. They could cause a fire, but not that big." At the same time, the crisis management chief realized something important. So, everyone immediately became worried. Someone intentionally set the fire. This time, everyone became extremely panicked. But who could it be? Could there be an unidentified alien creature on the ship? Hearing this guy loudly turned around and warned, "Hey, this isn't funny. Stop talking nonsense and come back." The security chief turned back and said, "Hey, supply management chief, I was just guessing. Why are you getting so worked up?" At the same time, the doctor also told everyone, "The biggest problem right now is that the research chief's body is gone." He suddenly spoke up, "Didn't we agree to meet the robbers at Sate?" Ye Sung immediately fell silent. He was ordered to command, "Find that body for me at all costs." Is that clear? The doctor immediately announced, "For now, let's narrow it down to one suspect." Out of sheer anger, Ye Sung suddenly yelled, "Damn it." His face was now completely helpless. "This isn't just my problem. If you care about being retaliated against by the nobles, then cooperate properly." After he finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. He turned his head towards one direction, the crisis management chief. "Have you made contact yet, crisis management chief?" Hearing this, the crisis management chief nodded. "Yes, I contacted you right after the meeting ended." Listening to this, Izong quickly review the situation. "Damn it, don't tell them what just happened here. Just say well deliver the body as agreed." Suddenly, the crisis management director felt curious. Is Yuzong okay? But perhaps this is the only way Yuzong can handle it. Finding out, and not being able to do anything would be a bigger mess. Just find out before meeting them. Saying this, he quickly placed a hand on the security chief's shoulder. "You understand what I mean, right?" Hope seemed to linger in his eyes. "You must find the mastermind." The security chief quickly said, "I have tried my best." Yusung suddenly spoke up, "Not enough." His face now looked extremely annoyed. "But I give you full authority over every member on this ship. Find the culprit for me. All authority is in your hands now. Over here, a morph was quietly observing their conversation. I will definitely find them. I'm counting on you. A morph let out a light breath. The group got away with it successfully. He recalled the action he had just taken. Something that both concealed his identity. Confused the enemy was fire, mixing chemicals in the laboratory to create fire. Who would suspect this was done by an alien? Everything gradually became easier after mixing the fire, creating a highly toxic compound. Just add a few drops of acid blood, and that's it. Everything was within a morph's calculations. Luckily, everything went smoothly. The bodies were also incinerated. Thinking of this, he quickly approached to observe the group still in meeting. But unexpectedly, someone mentioned an alien creature, which startled everyone. They even arranged a meeting with the extraterrestrial criminals. This commander is truly insane. Amoff quickly looked at the back of the head of the crisis management department. It seems that the idea was proposed by the head of crisis management just now. I need to check again. Maybe this guy is in cahoots with those robbers. Thinking of this, Amoff, mentally, calculated the next step in the plan. The photo showed a multi-species group, so I will definitely get valuable goods. But once I leave, it will be difficult to get more from this research vessel. They'll figure out what to do when I meet those robbers. Noticing something was wrong, Amoff paid attention. What is this? The figure of a large, sad man walked forward. This is the head of supply management, who insisted on denying his presence earlier. He shouldn't be involved in this matter. Why the long face? While Amoff was still wondering, the head of supply management suddenly turned his head to look around. He quickly reached out his hand to unlock the mysterious set of keys. Seeing him leave this place caught Amoff's attention, the cabin. It seems he finds this man very mysterious. This guy is in charge of that place. Why does he need to sneak in? Why is he so vigilant around? He quickly took a closer look at the space inside. No matter how he looked, it seemed suspicious. Amoff unconsciously noticed a container box on one side. What is this cargo box? His traces end here. He continued to look around at other places inside the space. There are both ID cards and fingerprints. The security of this box is higher than the others. Its walls are too thick. Even with super senses, I can't see through it. This made Amoff even more certain. There must be something very important inside. It's so tempting. Thoughts kept popping up in his head. I was going to sell him to the head of the medical team. But let's change direction. He will be the next target. This way. The supply manager slammed his cup down onto the table. That's right. The man next to him reminded him. Sir, don't drink anymore. The man said sadly. Just this last glass. He suddenly felt confused. What's wrong with you today? The man didn't answer but continued to bring the glass of wine to his mouth. Life's airplane feels a bit off today. It seems the supply manager did something wrong in the past. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to that black market dealer. He said it was an ancient relic and could be sold at a high price. So I couldn't think straight. So, the man started doing bad things. I had already set a delivery date. Then, I secretly put it on top. Things weren't as simple as he thought. But during a drunken feast, an egg hatched. If I had closed the crate more tightly then, it would have been fine. This made him extremely helpless inside. He couldn't tell anyone either. If the commander knew about this, he would surely get angry and kill me. The supply manager immediately drank another bottle of liquor. Alcohol harms the body. Seeing this situation made the shop owner very annoyed. We have to close now. He suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Just one more glass. He seemed very desperate. This is the last glass. Then it'll go. Although very annoyed, the seller could only agree. Alright. After some time, supply manager chose to walk forward. He couldn't see the way back and just wandered around, complaining, "Damn it, how did it come to this?" A strange smile appeared on his face. Alcohol really harms the body. Realizing something was wrong, the supply manager immediately became serious. He quickly turned his head and shouted, "Who's there?" But perhaps he was too suspicious. There was nothing behind him at that moment. Nevertheless, the supply manager. Or could he shake off the anxiety in his heart? There was no other way. He immediately turned and walked away. "Damn it, motherfucker." What followed were strange sounds that kept echoing, making the supply manager terrified. He quickly turned his head, trying to see if anything strange was happening. At the same time, Amoff's familiar figure appeared from behind. Noticing this dangerous situation, he couldn't hide his composure. Unable to endure another moment, the supply manager hurriedly ran away. What the hell is going on? Tears kept streaming down his face. His big hands repeatedly pressed towards the elevator door. "Open up quickly." As soon as the door opened, the supply manager rushed inside. But perhaps running too fast caused him to accidentally fall to the ground. His hands immediately began to tremble as he reached forward. "Where is my phone? I have to call." The terrifying sounds kept echoing, startling the supply manager. He quickly turned his head with a face full of tears. The door kept opening in front of his astonishment. Moff's terrifying presence finally appeared here, paralyzing him with fear, getting closer to his terrified face. Without wasting any time, Moff opened his mouth wide towards the supply manager. Thanks for the meal. A terrifying scene was unfolding. What was bound to happen was happening. Looking at the items inside the supply manager's bag. Off-site, this guy's daily routine is too simple, killing him won't be difficult. He continued to search the space to see if there was anything unusual. All day he was just drunk in his father's hometown, but he was paid quite well. Thinking of this, Moff sighed thoughtfully. My commander will be very grateful to me. Thanks to me, he won't have to waste any more money or time. Looking at the current space before him, Moff sighed thoughtfully. I guess this guy doesn't know how to clean up. I could just shoot him dead. After searching for a while, Moff sighed helplessly. Where is his ID card? Noticing the beautiful girl with big eyes on the side caught his attention. It's a pity that now he is just a monster. This girl looks quite good. But now that she's turned into this, I don't feel anything anymore. While holding the driver's license to search, a card suddenly appeared. While searching, a card suddenly appeared. Moff held the supply manager's hand, thinking happily, here it is, I have everything I need. Remembering something, he immediately glanced at the guard's corpse. Right, I have to clean up before I can leave. After tasting it, Moff was a little disappointed. This corpse isn't tasty at all. It smells strongly of alcohol. Sometime later, Moff continued towards another space door. He was prepared by holding the ID card forward. If the door required a fingerprint, then Moff, holding the supply manager's hand up, the large door slowly opened accompanied by wisps of foggy smoke. So Moff walked inside the experimental space, continuously searching. I wonder what's in here. A series of specimens before his eyes made him incredibly disbelieving. The freezer, turns out he's a smuggler. Realizing something was wrong, which startled him off. Only then did he look at the boxes on one side. Morph eggs. Are they real? Because it was too unbelievable, he quickly observed the outside of the eggshell closely. There's an empty egg inside already. Unable to hide his curiosity, he quickly picked up the shell to observe. This is my egg. Realizing this object made him a bit surprised. So he planned to smuggle me too. Suddenly, Moff recalled what he knew. In the game, Moff's starting point wasn't on a spaceship like this, but at an unknown archaeological site. Turning to reality, Moff continued to observe the space carefully, not knowing what had happened. But it seems the owner of this body had long since left the cargo container after opening it, then died of malnutrition. After that, my soul entered this body. Thinking of this, he sighed and put the shell down on the ground. No wonder those cockroaches found it so tasty. That was the body's instinctive action for survival. Moff suddenly knelt down and gave his shell a kiss. The emotions in his heart were so chaotic. I will commemorate that in silence. Noticing that time was running out, he quickly stood up and turned his face in another direction. That's enough sadness. It's time to go back to being a Moff. And so he turned and reached for the remaining eggs. A second later, he put them all in his mouth and chewed ravenously. Morph didn't give himself time to rest, continuously eating and swallowing. A hatched Morph would swallow all the other eggs. But unfortunately, after eating, he didn't receive any notification. Even so, he wouldn't care. It didn't matter. He continued to look ahead. There was still plenty to eat. Around that time was a Moff's hunting period. Noticing a change made him rejoice. Great. On it were clearly written lines of information. Species Moff, ferocious spatial variant. Nde. Status, juvenile. Vital objective successfully evolved for the first time. Current traits, super senses, wings, strange shell. Paralyzing venom, reinforced exoskeleton, acid blood, superb internal organs, reinforced legs, mimicry of an unknown species. Currently, you can focus on 2 types. Physical enhancement. 8 out of 10. Superb strength enhancement. 2 out of 3. Move quickly realize. Just 2 more traits to complete the physical enhancement type. Thinking of this, Moff immediately glanced forward. To be honest, he was quite disappointed after finishing off a Kisaragi. There was no divine power. Only the useless superb internal organs appeared. Moff's silhouette flew from one side to the other, but this supply manager gave him a special gift, a strong trait that appears in the later stages of the game. Thinking about this made him extremely excited. It's perfect for dealing with the crew. I'd say my plan has a better chance of success now. His face immediately became serious and calculating. This ship is about to meet the space dogs. I don't know how strong they are. We'll have to get as strong as possible. Thinking of this, Morph became even more determined. My dear ghouls, I'm coming for you. No matter how much they scream, no one will hear. The tragic cries of the members on this research vessel will be buried in the abyss. The scene shifts to the runway on the Megacore research vessel, a vast area. A man walks up and calls out, Scott, it's time for dinner. Let's go. Hearing this, he nods in acknowledgement. Let me finish this first. This greatly surprised his colleague. How long are you going to keep this up? He still paid little attention to these things. It's late. Seeing Scott working so hard, his colleagues sigh. Damn it. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where constant chatter fills the air. I still don't understand. Understand what? The order was just given, right? Scott asked in confusion. After all, there's no fighting going on. Why are they telling us to check all the planes? Cameron suddenly called out. Hey, Scott. His face was a bit serious as he reminded him. We discuss work after we finish this meal. Clearly, he still didn't care, but he thought about it. Don't you find it strange? Finn waited. He kept talking about what had investigated. I heard they said they were about to catch a metal gremlin. Immediately became serious. Hey, if we really meet it, there's no chance of survival. Right now, Scott suddenly spoke up. Listen, there's already a gremlin on this ship. Cameron found it hard to believe. What? His face became very serious as he continued. Have you been smelling a foul odor lately? That's the smell of a metal gremlin. After saying that, he continued, the people working in the kitchen also said that since last week, someone has been missing every now and then. Cameron continued eating as if nothing had happened. It's all nonsense. Right now, the guy next to him leaned closer and whispered. Got a little bit of this too. I heard the chief manager has also disappeared. Then the cargo hold manager was promoted to acting chief. This news made him extremely hard to believe. Really? Scott next to him continued. See, I told you so. His face suddenly became strangely serious. Okay, fine, let's say someone is missing. Why haven't the superiors done anything about it yet? Monocle turned his head and replied, because they said it was chaos, so they're hiding it. Scott nodded and continued, I told you so. It's all caused by that metal gremlin. Now, even if it is a metal gremlin, Cameron still didn't care and stood up with his food tray. What does that have to do with the battleship maintenance? Monocle shook his head and continued, who knows, I only heard that many people have disappeared. Scott forced a smile on his face. Maybe they are taking their anger out on someone else. In a fit of anger, he quickly left with his food tray. That's what you call a brainless idiot. I'm shifts till late at night aboard the vast aircraft. Seeing his comrade still diligently working on repairs surprised Cameron. Scott, do you want anything to eat? He shook his head, no thanks. Remembering something, Scott quickly asked, if you can, bring me that mixed liquor bottle. Looking at the aircraft panel he had to deal with right in front of him made him extremely wary. Damn it. I don't know if I can make it through the night. Suddenly, his face became strangely serious. Cameron's voice rang out. Scott, can you come out here for a moment? He turned his head in surprise. Cameron. Then he continued repairing as if nothing had happened, and busy. He kept calling out. Leaving, not long after. Continuous calls echoed. Scott saw himself constantly being disturbed, making Scott angry. Come on, there's no other way. He had no choice but to go outside. Go out and talk nonsense. They'll punch you. Seeing no one in front of him made him extremely confused. He quickly turned his head to look around. Where is it? Cameron's voice came from inside the dark room in front of him. Over here. Come here, hurry up. He asked in surprise, what room is this? After seeing him approach, Cameron continued to call out, Scott, over here. His actions made him extremely confused. What are you doing hiding in the dark like a jar of nuts? He quickly explained, I'm looking for something. The voice kept echoing, hurry up and come in here to help me out. Scott didn't think much and walked inside. As he walked, he kept thinking dejectedly, this is so annoying. A smell hit his nose, making him lose his balance and cover it with his hand. Is this smell? It's like metal mixed with something. Although very angry, he still walked inside. Where is that guy? Cameron's voice sounded, I'm here. Unfortunately, because the space was dark, Scott didn't notice and accidentally bumped into an object. So he fell flat on the ground. Now Scott painfully held his head. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. Wait, something's not right. Scott looked towards the flashlight on one side. I have money, but I can't see anything here. What is Cameron doing in the dark? Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. I heard the supply manager is missing. The cargo bay manager was promoted to acting manager. Since last week, someone has been missing every time I ask. The continuous thoughts made Scott terrified. I told you, it's all that metal gremlin's fault. Seeing that no one answered his call made Scott anxious. Cameron. Strange sounds kept echoing. He fearfully called out. Cameron. A moth's hand on his head made him terrified. He leaned close to his face and spoke, welcome. Scott's pitiful screams echoed in the darkness. He didn't forget to tell himself, this mimicry trait is quite useful. At the same time, Cameron arrived with supplies and called out, Scott, I brought you supplies. Looking at the empty space before him, he was a bit surprised. Where is he? Cameron bent down searching for his teammate's familiar figure. That guy never leaves his post before finishing his work, does he? Suddenly, Scott's voice caught his attention. I'm in the maintenance room. This made him very suspicious. Why are you in there? That voice continued to answer, looking for something. Cameron suddenly felt confused. But it's too dark in there. How can I find anything? Scott's voice quickly echoed outside, "Come in and help me move some things." Although a bit surprised, he still went inside. All right. Dark space before him made him extremely confused. What is this? He noticed the flashlight on the ground. Cameron quickly picked it up. What is this? Suddenly, bright red syrup kept pouring down his body. This made Cameron very confused. He quickly stood up and asked, "What is this?" His hands were covered in red, which startled him. Syrup. Only then did Cameron realize something was wrong. What's going on? Scott's terrifying face appeared right before his eyes. At the same time, a moth, holding Scott's head, smiled and announced, "In here." Screams echoed. It seemed Cameron couldn't escape this pitiful fate. While enjoying the delicious meal, a moth thought with delight, "It seems I have a knack for ripping people apart." He seemed very satisfied with the skill he possessed. This imitation skill is quite useful. At the same time, the story began to recount, among the creatures that Tintrust manages, and desperately wants to smuggle, there is a larva named the Red Worm. The scene shifted to the vast desert. It is a giant worm that only lives on planets with desert-like environments. It has the ability to mimic the sounds of other living creatures. Perhaps that's also why it can hunt. Everyone says that in harsh conditions, it will evolve to hunt prey more easily. Thinking of this, a morph especially likes his body parts. Getting the genes of the red worm larva is really awesome, but it's a bit of a shame that it's not as effective as the original trait. Thinking of this, a moth continued to open his mouth wide to enjoy his meal because he could only imitate the voice of the living creature he just ate, but on second thought, it was still useful. Remembering something, he turned his head to look in another direction. Tomorrow, I must go to the kitchen area to hunt humans. And so, a moth felt very hesitant. What was his name again? Today's meal made a morph extremely satisfied. Extremely satisfied. For tomorrow night's dinner, it will be pa. His hands quickly unscrewed the vent cover. I wonder how the spherical myth is doing. He quickly left the vent, and pondered silently. I can't keep calling it the spherical amoeba anymore. Well, let's change it to 26 now. And so, a moth quickly walked forward to visit the 26 and then returned to the nest. Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out, drawing a morph's attention. Hello. His face showed a bit of surprise and confusion as he thought, so the ordinary internal organs also have this function, using wavelengths to communicate with a living creature. This made him very thoughtful. Maybe I should reply with a sound too. At the same time, a moth snapped his fingers as a signal for the greeting, and Amit quickly sent back messages. Hello, I am hungry again today, food. Morph was a little surprised, but deeply thoughtful. Are there still things about this Shonium species that I don't know? Hello. Despite that, he politely replied, sorry. It's a bit difficult today. It seems you don't understand. What does difficult mean? He seriously explained in more detail. I cannot give it to you. Seeing Anip's disappointment, a moth was very hesitant about what to do. I understand why it's disappointed, but it's very dangerous there now. He also knew that he shouldn't take the risk. Since the research department had disappeared, they have increased security to the highest level. The vents in the research area have also been blocked. Thinking of this, a moth immediately sighed. So, I can't give it those calibars. Now, just a few words of communication will have to do. He turned his head and gestured. I have to go now. Amit was still very obedient. Goodbye. Before leaving, a moth didn't forget to turn his head and think, well then, good luck. He walked on, thinking to himself, if I could evolve into an adult, I could help. But the condition for evolving is not easy at all. It seems this is very far. For a moth to evolve, the player must kill 10 characters from 2 intelligent species and steal their genes. Thinking of this made Amor feel a terrible headache. There are only humans on the ship, they can't even evolve, and there are pirates too, but I wonder what they will be like. Suddenly, conversations rang out, making Amoth turn his head to pay attention. He noticed that the crisis management director was still contacting someone. Port, near this made Amoth observe and think in surprise. The crisis management director is here. Who is he talking to on the phone? He walked while constantly chatting. Yes, everything is going according to plan. Yes. This who's on the other end of the line made him extremely surprised. What? Orders from the family. Though there were many incomprehensible things, he still nodded in agreement. Nothing, sir, how dare I ask back. Saying this, he sighed and walked forward. Oh well. That's good too. His Oregi has been eliminated. The ship will arrive at Sate as planned. The voice of the crisis management director kept ringing out. All orders from Commander Yusong have been recorded. This news made him move extremely disbelieving. Wow. Lamb continued to reach out to unlock the large door. Yes, everything is fine, it's all for the family. For the will of Mr. Dungudujin, he silently watched his every move. He'll take care of the risks. Understood. Yes. Seeing this situation, Amoth thought to himself. It seems I've just discovered something. A snitch. I distinctly remember this was the one who persuaded the commander to issue that order. This made him a bit incredulous. But it seems this person is plotting something even bigger. I need to observe more closely. Let's see if this benefits me. At the same time, in another location, Yuzum Samuel showed an angry expression and shouted, "Head of security, what the hell are you doing?" The head of security quickly stood up and replied, I apologize, sir." He immediately jumped up and cursed, "There's no excuse here. We have to contact those pirates again in 2 days. But the problem remains. Nothing has been resolved." Unable to argue further, the head of security could only explain, "We have increased both the number of cameras and guards." But before he could finish his sentence, Yuzum Samuel blared and interrupted. "Damn it, this search team." He asked irritably, "How many people have gone missing on the ship in total?" Another person replied, "Including the supply manager just now, the total is 8, sir." At this moment, above the ventilation shaft, Amoff was still silently listening to the situation below. The first F sighed. 7 more people have gone missing, and you still haven't caught the culprit. Are you all accomplices? No, sir, of course not. Seeing the group blaming each other, he chuckled to himself, "Sorry, the culprit is sitting right here." After some back and forth, Yuzum Samuel finally sat down helplessly and sighed, "Damn it." Another voice spoke up. "I think Section Chief Ding is telling the truth." Hearing this, he turned red with anger and shouted, "What?" The other person continued, "I've checked every corner, and the security team has done everything they can." Yuzum Samuel gritted his teeth and accused, "You haven't caught the culprit yet, and you're still covering for them." Suddenly, the crisis manager's voice became even more serious and firm. "What I mean is," he exclaimed, "if the culprit is human, I don't believe he could hide until now." Every word he continued to say made Amorph start to feel uneasy. Everyone was speculating that there was a metal gremlin living on the ship, but it's also very possible that it was caused by some unidentified creature. He worried to himself, "Oh, why the sudden sharp turn?" The brown-haired man sitting next to him felt it was unreasonable and interrupted. "Excuse me, crisis manager. Which technology on the ship has ever been used in combat?" He continued. "If there was any creature lurking on the spaceship, we should have known long ago." The crisis manager replied, "I was a veteran, so I know the capabilities of technology very well. But I'm sure everyone knows about the supply manager's cargo. Are all the freezers there empty?" At this point, his face darkened as he asked, "Then where did those creatures go?" Around the meeting room, everyone was sweating with anxiety, including Amoff. "Oh no, the thing I feared most has finally happened." After a while, Yuzum Samuel finally spoke up. "Fine, let's assume there is an alien creature causing trouble on the ship. But where is it? And why hasn't it been discovered yet?" Without hesitation, the crisis management chief jumped up, pointed upwards, and replied, "There is one place we haven't been able to thoroughly check." Everyone simultaneously looked up at the ventilation duct on the ceiling and asked, "The vent, huh?" He continued, "This vent leads everywhere on the ship. The size is just right for a creature about 1 meter tall to crawl through." Some others replied, 1 meter. That size is a bit small. How can it kill people? A metal gremlin is only about 18, but it can destroy the entire ship." The more Amoff listened, the angrier he got. His blood boiled as he thought, "That guy is a naughty. I should have eliminated him earlier for safety." Back below, someone said, "If that's the case, we are in big trouble. If it's the culprit that ate the research chief's body, we're done for." Ano replied, "We can capture it alive and hand it over to the nobles." He added that once they know it's the one who ate Kizuraji, they will naturally take care of it. The man with glasses asked, "What about the pirates?" He replied, "If we can't find the body, we'll have to fight. To win a battle, the internal affairs must be stable first. So, if we want to ensure everyone's safety, we must deal with that monster first." After thinking for a moment, Yuzum Samuel asked how many soldiers will be needed. "Understood. I will send the 6 people from Unit 8 to check the ventilation shaft right away." Just like that, the people decided on this plan. "Approved. Good luck. Remember to bring back positive results for me." "Thank you, sir." Amoff was approaching a spiral ventilation shaft, muttering to himself, "You've been persistent for too long. It has to be today." He was sure that Ano would install another security system in the ventilation shaft. His body idly jumped straight down into the sewer below. Once he leaves the nest, there will be nowhere left to go. The corridors are full of security cameras, and the ventilation shafts are completely off limits. It's time to make a crucial decision. The more Amoff thought, the more his head itched. Should he run? Or stay and fight to the end? Just as he was saying this, his eyes suddenly closed tightly. Thinking back to the previous scene, Arnold had said, "If the culprit is human, I don't believe they could hide until now." This ventilation shaft leads everywhere on the ship. The size is just right for a creature about 1 meter tall to crawl through. We can capture it alive and hand it over to the nobles. After they find out it's the Kizuraji cannibal, they will naturally have a way to deal with it. Suddenly, Amorph's eyes snapped open, glowing a fierce red. He angrily muttered, "Capture this Amorph alive. They probably think him just some wild beast." A plume of white smoke escaped from his mouth. Even if my limbs are torn off, this head can still bite the enemy's throat out. That is a move. Saying this, a move let out a loud roar, determined to fight in the space. In the treacherous terrain of a ship's ventilation shaft. I will show them. Trying to capture and morph with just a few soldiers is the stupidest thing in the world. I have made my decision. I will show you all what I have and what space hell is like. A morph slowly placed his hand on the ground below. As soon as it was complete, all the veins appeared, radiating from him. He thought, connecting. The more and more felt his body beginning to make more contact, his auxiliary organs were burrowing into the ship and starting to analyze. He could see the movement of everything. They would transmit information about the structure of this entire research vessel, as well as the enemy's position and every move to him. Just like that, after a while, the entire ship was covered. If we compare the spaceship to a creature drifting in this vast universe, a move was just like a parasite in the brain of some inorganic creature and knew the fate of the ship as well as its owner. Commander Yu Sung and the crew members were gathered in the cockpit, including a node. So it seems they planned to act here. Not only that, there were also many armed soldiers moving. He could also feel the footsteps of the armed soldiers. Indeed, they had divided their forces and were rushing in from two different directions. A move carefully calculated his every move. The main foundation for the plan was set. I must calculate in more detail based on the enemy's behavior and the weapons they are equipped with. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile. It's time to welcome my guests. In the monitoring room, all actions were recorded. On in position. Team A begins to act. A man looking at the screen continued. One reports presence in control room. Bone at position. Team B begins action. Yuzong Sanyu is also monitoring all of Bone, checking the transfer route. It's unstable. Bone understood. If you detect anything suspicious, remember to report it immediately. Arnold crossed his arms over his chest and thought, surely some monster killed Kizurigi, and this is my responsibility. His two eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. The plan remains unchanged, but I must eliminate as many variables as possible before meeting Si-hyun Ju-jin. I must not miss any mistakes. Thinking of this, he exclaimed with anticipation, that monster, today is your doom. Suddenly an announcement sounded him. Report. There is a turn ahead. We are moving to the right. Bone reports we have also reached the turn, and are currently moving to the right. Announcements continue. 3 reports. Our transfer route is quite unstable. We will follow right after fixing it. The observer man replied. Understood. Remember to follow closely when done. Hearing this, Arnold instructed, the path there is quite complicated. Tell everyone to be careful. The messenger relayed the message. Announcement from the control room. No need to rush. Search every corner thoroughly. Suddenly seeing something not quite right, Arnold exclaimed. He spoke out. 3's camera is not moving. Check it. The messenger replied. He said into the mic, D3, check the camera. No one answered. He urged again. This is the control room. Team B3. Respond immediately. Check the cameras. After a moment of waiting, the screen finally displayed with a response. All clear. The communicator continued. 2. Stop and wait for Team B3 to follow. The other side replied. 2 understood. Just like that, on the big screen, Team B2 was turning back. The two teams got closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, 2 dots appeared. 2 and B3 had narrowly met. Suddenly, a piercing scream made everyone turn pale. The messenger hurriedly asked B2. What happened? The panicked crowd replied. It was him. But before the soldiers could finish their sentence, the connection was lost. Hearing this, the messenger anxiously signaled. 3. Do you read? We have lost contact with Team B2. Report. The screen is only showing a black, distorted mess. B2 was ambushed by the monster. We can't see anything on the screen. Explain in detail. The faces of the others turned pale upon seeing it. The other side reported back. It appeared so suddenly. We couldn't see anything either. The head of security and the old man with glasses rushed over, asking in unison, hey, what's the situation? Standing on the other side, Arnold wasn't doing much better. Crisis manager, what are you still standing there for? He thought to himself, is it all over? A sense of unease welled up inside him, hard to put into words. A soldier, even one equipped with standard gear, hasn't even fought yet, and has already failed. Then even a seasoned assassin might not be able to handle it. Nosid clenched his fists. He was gravely mistaken to think it was just some wild creature. This monster is much faster and more dangerous than he thought. After thinking for a moment, he started pointing and ordering the guards to inform everyone to be ready to open fire if the situation escalates. Arnold continued. 3 and Bone are moving to search for Team 2. The messenger quickly replied with a wind notification from the control room. He added, B3 stop searching for Team 2, return to Bone's position. A voice came from the other side. Understood. A series of warning sounds rang out. Bone, after B3 has assembled, start searching for Team 2. Bone understood. Arnold gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, if this continues, everyone will be lost. The screen above showed the position of Team 33 gradually approaching Team Bone. Suddenly, a notification came, startling Arnold. Bone reporting. We just heard something. Control room, please listen. What did you hear? Teen Bone replied, I'm not sure, but someone is coming. This is a turn, so it's hard to determine. Only after receiving this answer could he breathe a sigh of relief. Bone reporting. That sound was B3. I can hear their voices. The messenger also breathed a sigh of relief. Notification from the control room. Bone, if you have met B3, please report back. But after waiting for a while, there was still no reply. He quietly called Bone. Suddenly, the screen lit up again with an urgent voice. B3 has been defeated by the enemy. Arnold exclaimed in surprise. What? Everyone could clearly hear the steady footsteps of armed soldiers walking. Impossible. He impatiently snatched the headset from the messenger, and said, Captain here, explain the situation more clearly. The other side replied, everything happened too fast. I couldn't see anything. He got furious upon hearing that. Veins popped out on his face as he yelled, damn it. Arnold gradually lost control and asked back, what do you mean you can't see anything when it's happening right in front of you? The other side frantically shouted, I'm sorry. After saying this, he grabbed the earpiece and threw it hard onto the ground below, cursing, damn it. His whole body collapsed onto the ground. I thought to myself, nonsense. How could he not know anything when he was standing right there? Sweat poured down Arnold's face. Not only that, the cameras of Bone and Day 3 were also gone. It was as if someone was deliberately trying to prevent the monster's image from entering the frame. While thinking, he suddenly realized something was wrong and exclaimed, wait a minute. Immediately, he calmed down, picked up the earpiece lying on the ground. Then Arnold put it on with a serious expression. He spoke softly, Bone, this is the captain. Tell me your name and rank. A voice replied from the other side, what? Seeing that the other side didn't answer, he asked again, Bone, I'll repeat myself. Tell me your name and rank right now. After a few seconds of silence, a chilling, hair-raising laugh finally came through. You've been discovered. On the main screen above, the scene slowly shifted to a different angle. Then suddenly, a giant hand with sharp claws swooped down from above. It shattered the camera lens. Witnessing this scene, the security chief was so terrified that his mouth hung open. The whole group fell down to the ground below, looking at the disconnected screen. Arnold sat there stunned, ignoring the voices echoing in the earpiece. Oh one, I read you. What happened? The state slowly turned to anger. The human's blood boiled. Oh one, I read you. Finn, answer immediately. At the same time, over at Amoff's side, the entire Team B has been completely dealt with by him. So Team B is done. Everywhere he walked, Zero was scattered all around. He thought to himself, after using the wavelength to communicate with 26, he came up with a plan, use the wavelength itself to jam their communication signal. Due to the wavelength emitted by Amoff, 3's walkie-talkie was jammed. Because they had to repair the equipment, A3 fell behind, and then he neutralized him with a nerve agent. A new characteristic he had just combined. Without hesitation, Amoff began to devour and tear apart the entire group. I haven't had a full stomach lately, so have to eat my fill now. After eating his fill for a while, he continued to shift his focus to another target. Next is Tima. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his senses to observe every nook and cranny on the ship. Let's see. After searching for a while, Amoff finally discovered them. Found them. These guys are vigilant. However, he wasn't worried at all and started moving, but Team B still didn't know anything about him. But these guys already knew Amoff could imitate voices. He hid behind a fork in the road, thinking, this time he'll use that trick to deal with them. Right. To be safe, he calculated further. There is one fork ahead. Considering Tina's speed, they will be here soon. Amoff's eyes were full of eager anticipation, wondering, they said knowledge is power. But is that really the case? And he exclaimed. Sometimes knowing too much makes it easier to die. Scene changed to Tina's side. This time, everyone was much more careful. The flashlights were turned on. Upon reaching a fork in the road, one of them spoke, Amoff reporting, we've reached the fork, currently moving to the right. The other side replied, control room standing by. Understood. Arnold reminded the soldiers, Captain speaking, I'll make it clear once more. This creature can imitate human voices. Open fire immediately upon hearing anyone's voice. Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Is anyone there? Help me. Soldier confirmed it was the enemy. Open fire. Immediately, all of them fired straight ahead, creating an explosion. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Faintly afterwards, the figure of Amoff was seen running away down another path. Stopping there, one person in Team O ordered to keep firing. A voice came from the control room. Report from control room. Check enemy status. They replied, Amoff reporting, understood. While everyone else wasn't paying attention, Amoff circled around from behind. Silently waiting, the remaining people held their positions, supporting on. Understood. Sensing something was wrong, a soldier's face turned pale, sweating profusely. Before he could figure out what was happening, Then a terrible loud scream echoed, startling the others. "Athri, what's going on?" They exclaimed in fear. "The enemy is behind us, behind us." Hearing this, the control room ordered on, "Atu, open fire immediately." They replied, wait a minute, no. The worry people said, "That creature has taken Athri hostage and is hiding behind him. If you shoot, Athri will also be injured." Shoot. Shouted, "On, open fire immediately. This is an order. There's no other way." On had no choice but to comply. Aminis one understood, opening fire. A series of bullets were immediately fired straight towards where Move was standing. While fleeing, he was unfortunately hit by a few bullets. His blood splattered everywhere. Then, when it fell onto the ship, it turned into a type of acid. Who reports, "There are casualties." Repeat, "There are casualties. Do not retreat. Continue the pursuit of that creature." Just then, Athri's body, which was lying down, suddenly twitched. The others rushed over to comfort him. "Damn it. Don't leave me." Athri started convulsing. "Inject the medicine." One person said. "Press the control panel. Inject the medicine." After being injected, Athri showed no more signs of movement. One person reported, "On reports, Athri has been injected. We will continue the mission immediately. Control room, please respond." Continue. While they were talking, someone nearby discovered something. "That damn monster. I must crush its limbs to be satisfied." Turns out he found a morph's blood stain on the ground. It's injured too. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. Does it have acid blood? What kind of monster is that thing? Sensing danger, the two of them became more cautious. One of them spoke, "It's too narrow in here." The person next to him replied, "So what should we do?" The other one answered, "Let's keep going." While walking, Alan whispered, "On reporting. We need permission to use the booster shot." Hearing this, Arnold immediately replied, "Captain, I grant permission." Immediately after being injected, Alan began to change. His pupils flashed a brilliant yellow. Soon after, he couldn't bear it and collapsed onto the ground. Suddenly, his hand clenched, creating an indentation in the ground. The two of them continued to move confidently, saying, "We must kill that damn monster. Just you wait." After walking a bit further, one of them suddenly stopped and observed. It turned out he had discovered a large hole with black smoke in front of him. Both cautiously approached and peered down to inspect. One reported, a moth reporting, "There is a large hole in the ventilation shaft, no more signs of the monster around." He offered his guess, "It seems to have crawled down the corridor." Control room, do you read? Rubher. While the others weren't paying attention, behind them, Moth was already waiting. The monitoring room reminded, "We will check the corridor. Give us the exact location." Owen replied, "We are near research area 6. As soon as he finished speaking, a moth suddenly jumped straight down below. Hearing the strange noise, one soldier startled and turned around in alarm. In a flash, one soldier immediately fired straight at the charging moth. This time, even after being hit, he showed no sign of pain or running away at all. Before the soldier could even figure out what was happening, a hand grabbed his head. A moth then violently threw him, leaving him unable to resist. The soldier's entire body was helplessly flung backward. Witnessing the scene, the other soldier was so scared he held his breath. Very quickly, he regained his composure and frantically fired at a moth, ignoring his comrade. Taking advantage of that, a moth intended to sneak attack and rush forward by surprise. However, the soldier still reacted in time, forcefully batting the attack backward. He clenched his fist, aiming at Amoth's head. The soldier's eyes flashed with a blood-red glint as he shouted, "Die." Fortunately, just as his fist was about to land, the morph managed to dodge to the side. Without hesitation, he swiftly darted backward. Seeing this, the soldier didn't give up and fired his weapon again. But it was still too late. Amo screamed in helpless madness. Cut to Amo's side. He was climbing across the pipes. Only when he felt safe did he stop exclaiming, "That guy is stronger than I thought." The more he thought, the more something felt wrong. Normally, even after an injection of the enhancement drug, no one would be this strong. "I need to adjust the plan." Amu scratched his head tiredly. He couldn't fool on anymore, so he had to switch to another method. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with an idea. That's right, there is still one way. Returning to Athri's location, after being injected, he had regained some composure and could sit up. His whole body was drained of strength. Trembling with fear, just when he thought everything was safe, his gaze suddenly shifted to the side. Lying in the recess, Amu had been standing there for some time. His eyes flashed with a look of craving, and he began to move. Before Athri could react, he lunged forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Amu was right in front of him, smoke puffing from his mouth. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Athri could only sit there helplessly, tears welling up. Suddenly, he was pinned down to the ground. Thema fiercely stabbed him through the body with a fatal blow. Athri's piercing scream of pain echoed loudly. Amoff had another good meal. The monstrous creature went wild. Blood flowed into a large, foul-smelling puddle on the ground. After a while he finished eating, licked his lips, and thought to himself, delicious, what a scene. With that, he reached for the hat lying nearby. Amoff picked it up and looked at his reflection, thinking, now they'll know I took care of A3. In a flash, he reached into the camera lens. In the monitoring room, the screen shattered into pieces. Then it finally lost signal. The announcement from the control room, A3 has been attacked by a monster. I repeat, A3 has been attacked. Upon receiving the notification, one immediately rushed over, his eyes bloodshot with anger, panting heavily. Finally arriving and seeing A3 sitting there, On asked, A3, are you okay? He gently approached and reached out, asking again, A3, answer me. To save his friend, On pressed the injection button, cursing. Damn it, I should have treated him back then. But before he could understand what was happening, a sharp tentacle shot out from the middle of A3's stomach. The stab pierced On's throat instantly. Feeling the pain spread through his body, On collapsed onto the ground, writhing. As he lay there, -3's abdomen was slowly torn open. Hearing a strange noise, -1 turned his head in panic and exclaimed, "Health. Go." It turned out that Amoff had been waiting inside A3's armor for him to arrive. Only now could he reveal himself comfortably. -1's face turned pale. He tried to run away, but before he could act on his intention, Amoff grabbed his head. He squeezed -1's neck hard and lifted him into the air. Then, Amoff leaned in close and said, "Now it's your turn." His grip tightened, making it impossible for him to breathe. His eyes bulged. Finally, -1 met the most tragic end. 0 was blown to pieces. It didn't stop there. Amoff calmly enjoyed the scene in front of the camera. The entire scene was recorded without missing a single detail. No sound came through the intercom, but Amoff knew they were terrifying. To the monitoring room. Just as he thought, everyone was in a state of panic. Oh, what is that thing? Arnold's face also turned pale. We are all doomed. But for Amoff, things weren't over yet. The danger isn't just in the vents. Next up is you guys. After dealing with all the teams, he finally left, thinking to himself, I wonder what trick my enemy will come up with next. Amoff quickly rushed away. They had only lost 6 lives, including the soldiers and the ringleaders. There are still over 90 of them, and with the warning just now, they will surely put all their effort into eliminating me. Thinking it over, I still see too much danger. I know they don't have enough weaponry on this ship, but the problem lies with the weapons themselves. If they use plasma weapons, a morph will also be in danger. That is a powerful weapon used in spaceship battles and is often used to destroy ships and tanks. This weapon is very heavy and large, so it's hard for one person to carry. There are lighter versions of this weapon, but they are very expensive. Those lighter plasma launchers have been fully supplied to the squadrons by Megacorp. Thinking of this, a morph asserted, looking at the facilities on this ship, if he's not mistaken, this place was also assigned to a base. Just as he was about to continue moving, he suddenly heard a loud noise below. There was a patrol group of soldiers below. The soldiers are moving through the research area. They must be ambushing us in there. Without wasting any more time, a morph exclaimed, "Wait, my chance has come." A morph continued to rush forward. While they are investigating the wrong place, I must take the opportunity to deal with the leaders. Just by taking down that group, the enemy's command system will be disrupted. And above all, I must kill Anon. His existence is too dangerous for me. Above the vent, Amoff is still eavesdropping on the crisis management team's conversation. Where did that monster come from? More importantly, what is this? Arnold explained that the supply manager hasn't registered any creature. It's very likely what we're dealing with now. Yuzong Sanyu shouted, "How can you be so irresponsible?" He continued, "We've already given the commander's armor to those soldiers. And yet, they haven't accomplished anything." Listen to this. Amoff exclaimed, "Oh, so it's for the commanders." He laughed mockingly, "That armor is for protecting humans from aliens. You should use it better. Being stingy will cost you your life." I can't stand it anymore. Arnold started to react. If we had better equipment, none of this would have happened, and saying my side hasn't done anything is very wrong. His face clearly showed anger as he stated the situation. Currently, we have information that the enemy is a very dangerous creature with superior intelligence that can imitate humans. Yuzong Sam shouted. Have you heard it yourself? The atmosphere became tense. No one would back down. On the battlefield, trying to gather information can lead to death, so whatever information we get, we must act on it immediately, no matter how little it is. Arnold continued, "We have already sent soldiers into battle. But I want to request one more thing." Yuzong Sam asked irritably, "What is it?" The next sentence made him freeze. His eyes whitened. "I want permission to use the military's plasma launcher." Yuzong Samu exclaimed, "What?" The head of security interjected and shouted, "Are you crazy? We agreed to use it against the pirates." The bald man with glasses added, "Crisis manager. You're on a spaceship. Everyone started arguing. It used to be a battleship, but what made you think of using the thing on the ship? If you want to commit suicide, pack up and leave the ship. Then you can die however you want. Hey, quiet down. A morph thought to himself, just as I thought. They have that thing. Taking this opportunity, he began to observe. The enemy side is in a panic. This is a chance for him to finish them off. There are quite a few people below. The immense, morph's top targets are too far away. The closest one. Finally, after searching, he identified the target. It was him. Morph slowly raised his hand behind his back and exclaimed. The research director. The one who has always tormented him. Choose him as the target. Without hesitation, he started to act. That makes it even more convenient. He was going to deal with him anyway. His hand pushed hard down on the vent cover. Hearing this strange noise, Arnold startled and looked back. And then, in that moment, he noticed Morph jumping straight towards Quay. Before he could react, his mouth opened wide. The sudden attack knocked him to the ground. Slime splattered all over the floor. Witnessing this scene, the other's limbs stiffened, unable to move. As Morph attacked again, the others scrambled to flee. The monster is here. The next victim was the head of security. Following that, the white-haired doctor was also killed. Screams echoed incessantly in the room. Help me. Someone urged anxiously. Damn it, where is everyone? Warn everyone on this ship now. The messenger replied. Understood. Announcement from the control room. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp tentacle pierced straight through his throat. All the soldiers, in the blink of an eye, Morph had dealt with them. After finishing off the noisy ones, suddenly from behind him, a series of bullets were fired. The one who did that must be Inan, he thought to himself. Impressive. I thought that guy had run off somewhere. He reloaded, and even put on armor. However, Morph didn't seem to care much. But that gun is useless against him. What is he thinking? Without wasting any more time, he started to gather momentum to charge up, but forget it. If that guy wants to die that badly right as Morph was about to strike. Suddenly, a hunch told him. A series of scenes flashed in his mind, the moment he charged up and was shot by Arnold. His face showed clear anxiety, wondering what? A plasma gun. Morph slowly backed away cautiously. This one is quite costly. It's extremely convenient to carry. Any shot to the head or chest is certain death. Even if he misses, it will still be a serious injury. He affirmed, damn it. I knew he was connected to the Zujin family. Seeing Morph stop attacking, Arnold also noticed and exclaimed, oh. He didn't even bother to hide it, throwing that gun away. He reached inside his chest. You know about it too. In the next second, he pulled out an expensive plasma gun. Yusung Sanyu exclaimed, is that a plasma gun? The bespectacled old man replied. That thing is worth a fortune. Ano grinned and continued, I don't know what you are, but you remind me of someone. His face showed murderous intent as he exclaimed, a monster with countless abilities. You look a lot like my master, Sion Zujin. Without hesitation, Arnold started firing the first shot. But luckily, Morph reacted in time and dodged to the side, avoiding it. Not stopping there, he continued to fire a series of other shots. Looking at where Morph was hiding, Arnold spoke. He has eliminated all possibilities before it even got here. Behind the desk, he thought nervously, the situation is not in my favor. From the moment I opened my eyes in the cabin until now, I have never felt as terrified as this. Morph's mouth was still smeared with dark red syrup. I have faced worse situations in games, and the winner has always been a Morph. No matter who shows up next, even his master, I will be the one to welcome them, not an on. Bears, lions, and wolves are predators often featured in the media and seen as symbols of strength and indomitability. However, the truth is different. In reality, predators are just as cowardly creatures, always avoiding confrontations that could lead to serious harm. But being cautious to the point of cowardice is what makes a true hunter. As an Morph player, of course, I have this memorized. Just as he thought this, a shot was fired from somewhere right above Morph's head. But never forget that. No matter how strong the special ability or important the information in hand, if you don't know how to be careful, it's all for nothing. Facing this situation, I have to praise and admit that this guy is quite something. As Morph's gaze swept over Arnold, he sensed. He saw his heart rate was very stable. This means that the guy was just pretending to be worried all along. Perhaps he has investigated. I guess he has something similar to a biological leg on him. His expression clearly shows deceit. This guy shares the same hunter bloodline as Morph. Is an experienced tracker. Without hesitation, he started moving, jumping in another direction. Seeing his figure, Arnold continued firing at him. In the space, numerous sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Yuzun Sanyu anxiously reminded, crisis management. Don't forget you are in the control room. The old man with glasses added, be careful, don't let the bullets hit the equipment. Hearing this, Arnold turned his head to look back and replied, I remember. As soon as he finished speaking, He suddenly fired another shot as fast as lightning. Fortunately, in that dangerous moment, Amov managed to move to a new hiding spot. Un was furious. His face darkened, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You insect." At the same time, at Amov's location, he was sweating profusely, breathing heavily. He was trying to trick him. He could hear him whispering into the intercom. "Report from the captain. The monster has attacked the control room. Requesting all troops to gather here." After hearing this, Amov hit again to calculate. He knew he would stop. The previous shots were just to trap me here. It was to buy time, and to get Amov away from the commander and other members. Then, he would send his men to capture me. Thinking of this, he let out a contemptuous laugh. His trap succeeded. While trying to figure out how to escape from this place, he suddenly discovered something. I must finish dealing with this place before their reinforcements arrive. Amov quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher nearby. A fire extinguisher. It seems usable. Without a second thought, he pulled the pin on the lid of the fire extinguisher. He aimed the tube towards where Ano was standing. Just like that, a layer of white smoke enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view. Arnold quickly covered his nose and shouted loudly. "It's starting its tricks again." Hidden in the smoke, Amorph dodged the bullets. The entire group fell into a passive state, fearful of each other. "Can't see anything." Seeing this, Ano angrily shouted, "You fools. It's come to this, and you still don't know to draw your weapons." They stammered in response. But suddenly another voice echoed. "Where is that monster?" He exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? Arnold hurriedly gave an order. "Damn it. Everyone quickly get the commander out of here." Unmove thought to himself. Quick reaction. He moved close behind a soldier. But his plan was not that. As he said this, his mouth full of sharp fangs began to transform. Then Unmove bit hard into the soldier's neck, sending blood splattering everywhere. The blonde soldier looked around and called out loudly, "Commander, where are you?" A voice replied, "I'm here." Before he could run over there, a voice reminded him, "The commander is not here. He's over there." The soldier exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh." Hiding behind the thick white smoke, Unmove was still waiting. That monster is trying to trick everyone. Don't fall for its trap. Yes, understood. However, before they could finish their sentences, a swipe of claw struck out. The blonde soldier stood frozen in fear. "Don't listen to that nonsense. The commander has been killed by the monster." He stammered, the team leader is navigating." But then a curse suddenly came from another direction. "Get over here, damn it, stop listening to those words." He's mimicking the captain's voice. The blonde soldier is getting more and more panicked. "This is the navigation captain. Hey, damn it, 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 damn it. There's no other way, he has to put his hands up, shoot him now, move up." As soon as the voice dropped, he fired a shot, shouting, "Die. Take this bullet from over here." Only a painful cry was heard. It turned out that the person standing there was indeed a nun. At this moment, one of his arms was scorched and burned by the bullet. Damn it, damn it. Before he could figure out what was happening, a bad premonition struck his back. Immediately, Arnold fired a burst of bullets towards it. "Got you." Thanks to his quick reaction, Amov managed to dodge the attack safely. Not stopping there, he continued to charge forward. His entire back suddenly tore open, and a pair of wings unexpectedly sprouted from his body. Taking this opportunity, Amov flew straight towards where a nun was standing. In that moment, his face showed clear horror and helplessness. His pupils only managed to capture the most terrifying image of his life. In the blink of an eye, Arnold was torn apart. Bright red ichor gushing out. His body then fell down, lying lifeless on the ground, ending everything. In this round, Amov was finally the triumphant winner. Suddenly, footsteps were heard approaching in unison. A soldier pointed his gun at the shadow, and asked, "Team, Captain," but before he could finish his sentence, Amov appeared standing right next to him. By the time the blonde soldier realized it, he had already borrowed. His eyes widened. What caught his eye was the sight of Anand's face no longer intact, his eyes still open. However, Amov had no intention of staying any longer and swept past. Until he left, the soldier still stood rooted to the spot. Amov nimbly climbed back up the ventilation shaft. As he left, he felt regret. It would have been nice to stay and enjoy this meal. But there wasn't much time left. His intuition told him to leave this place immediately. After everything was over, Yuzum Samu looked at everyone and shouted angrily, "Fool." He glared and asked, "What kind of work is this, taking so long?" The soldiers only replied, We are sorry." Seeing the ground covered in blood and smelling the stench, he quickly ordered, "It stinks. Clean this place up for me right now." They replied, "Yes, sir." As soon as they finished speaking, another person stepped forward and said, "Commander, we have to uphold the casualties." Yuzum Samu turned around and exclaimed, "Oh, the temporary head of medical affairs." He asked worriedly, "Are there any survivors left?" The head of medical affairs replied, "No casualties. Everyone has died. except for the temporary head of research in another room. Wei is being treated. Yusung Samu asked again. What? That old researcher Wei isn't dead yet. The head of medical affairs replied. Yes, he is currently in the recovery room. Though his body is immune to the monster's neurotoxin, I'm afraid he will permanently lose his sight, smell, and taste. He added. Even if he lives, researcher Wei will need life support equipment for the rest of his life. But the next sentence made Yusung Samu furious. Why don't we just surrender to the space dogs? He was so angry his blood boiled, and he questioned back, are you being selfish like this on purpose? He didn't say another word. He immediately turned and left. Stop talking nonsense, and just finish your work. As he walked, Yusung Samu thought. Damn it. How many of our side have we lost in total? The captains from research, engineering, medical, navigation, crisis management, and even food, not a single one left. How can we fight those pirates with just faith? In that moment, an idea struck him. Maybe I should just abandon everything and run away. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed, "Oh." The soldier said loudly, "This gun doesn't look like a normal one. It seems to be one of the commander's weapons." While they were still examining it, Yusung Samu shouted, "Hey you. Give it to me. So this is Commander Nod's plasma gun. Is this yours, sire?" Looking at the gun, Yusung Samu felt lucky. Great. It still has 60 energy. A bit weak, but still usable for self-defense. There was a small water stain on the gun. He couldn't trust anyone anymore. Only he could protect himself. After taking the gun, Yusung Samu went back outside. The monster was still lurking around the ship, and in 2 days will clash with the pirates. What should I do? At the same time, at a Moss location, he muttered to himself that he had eliminated most of the ringleaders. The ON system reporting the problem will also take some time, and he didn't have to worry much about that stupid U commander. Sensing this was the best opportunity, Amof decided it was time to expand his group. He looked around, calculating. Currently, you have 3 options. Since there is also your nest in the cooling chamber, there will be 2 more options. Food is the key to survival, so the mess hall is the most important place. Amof can poison the food source and cut off their supply. Next is the armory, which also houses the plasma launcher. You have to do something before the enemy uses it to deal with you. And finally, the laboratory, which contains many samples of skin and shunyum. But the problem is that the success rate of obtaining quality samples is less than 10. While speaking, Amof looked at his own body. With just 1 shunyum, he would have enough strength of a morph in his youth. Then, prepare to fight the robbers as well as future enemies. Without wasting any more time, he started to act, making a decision. He will nest in the mess hall and the laboratory, then steal the plasma launcher. Amof thought to himself, he didn't intend to use it. But he couldn't ignore what Anon had said. Regardless of whether his master was Sihyun, Jujin, or anyone else, it is very likely that they will join forces with the robbers or disguise themselves as one of them. Nothing is more terrifying than an unidentified enemy. He has to collect everything he can use as quickly as possible. As he was walking, a voice suddenly sounded, "Hello, Amafnut." He thought to himself. It seems like 26 is in a pretty good mood today. It must be because they didn't do any injection experiments today. He immediately replied, "Are you happy?" The other side answered, "No." Suddenly, he remembered something. Thinking back, hiding like this, how could they conduct experiments? Maybe they are all hiding in their rooms with their heads down. In that moment, Amof had an idea. Maybe he should take a risk. With that thought, he touched the sensor device, activating it. A series of bright red lights flashed along with a loud siren. A beam of bright red light shone, and a mysterious voice asked, "What are you doing?" Amof replied in his own language, "I am waiting." He thought to himself, it's been almost 30 minutes, and no one has come yet. So, it's safe now. Then, he raised his claws. I don't need to sneak around anymore. Immediately, Amof pushed the ventilation cover down. He crawled out and jumped down. He landed calmly. He looked at Amip in front of him and said, "Long time no see." Replied, "Yes, Amof." He rested his hand on his chin. Looking at this color, it seems quite healthy. But staying here means starving to death. Should I take it with me? Amof looked at Amip happily wriggling. Amip, in its spherical form, is not too picky about food and is immune to nerve agents. It can be kept in the nest or taken around with me. After thinking it over, he asked, "Do you want to go out?" She looked confused. "Go out? Go where?" He explained, "Out of this laboratory." Hearing that, Amip excitedly cheered, "Yes, I do." After receiving the response, Amof began to find a way. He turned around and didn't forget to say, "Be careful," she expressed. "Okay." He quickly rushed forward, taking the lead to break this test tube. A sound of shattering glass echoed. Amof successfully got Amip out. She jumped onto his shoulder from below, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Suddenly, he told her, "Wait a minute." Amip wondered, "What are you doing?" Amof replied, "Let me create a stone nest." He opened his mouth and spat out slimy, viscous green liquid. That slime covered the entire room. It stuck to the walls, filling every nook and cranny. Inside the slime mass, a pale pink object was faintly visible. A moth looked at his work and thought to himself, they won't be able to use this lab anymore. Then, he grabbed a brain from the floor. I'm so hungry. It must be because I just used a lot of energy. He started devouring it. The brain was still alive, but it didn't taste good at all. Perhaps from now on I need to always remember that I need nutrients. Not just appealing flavors. Right next to him, Amit was also enjoying her food. A moth mused, she's enjoying the meal too, ho. Suddenly, a scent drifted over. A moth smelled it, and immediately recognized it. Someone was coming. He detected something approaching. One of them had very steady footsteps. Perhaps it was a soldier. The other one was probably a researcher. A morph hid in a corner, and secretly observed. King smug. He thought, only two. Even if they call the whole unit, they might not be able to beat me. The researcher and the soldier stepped inside. The scene before them stunned the two of them. Quickly research, what's going on? A soldier replied with a frightened look, it seems like this is the trace of something. He felt eyes watching him. He quickly turned around, raising his gun. Immediately, a morph rushed towards him. Bullets were fired continuously, but they were still too weak against him. He extended his claws, and grabbed the soldier. Then, a morph's claws pierced through his body. The soldier was speechless with fear, staring at him with wide eyes. Finally, due to excessive blood loss, the soldier collapsed. After finishing, a morph turned to the researcher. The man was sitting on the floor, screaming miserably, please spare me. His claws tightened around the man's head. At this moment, Amit groaned, it hurts, it hurts. A move turned around and saw her on his shoulder, getting angry. He realized something. It seemed this guy was involved in the experiment on the spherical Amit. No wonder she got angry as soon as she saw the one who tortured her. He thought to himself, that's right, how could I forget that the spherical Amit can also kill people? Immediately, he plunged his tail into the researcher's neck. Blue veins appeared densely on the man's face. A move brought Amib in front of the researcher. Amib hesitated, and then enveloped the researcher's head. A move stood by, observing thoughtfully. One soldier died instantly, while a researcher died slowly as his head melted away. I wonder which one suffered more. He picked up a glass bottle, poured all the food in it into his mouth, telling himself, but I'm going to die anyway, so what does the process matter? Suddenly, the system panel appeared before him. He was delighted, I'm so lucky today. I achieved the goal faster than expected. A line of text appeared on the system panel. Currently you can specialize in one type. Do you want to activate physical enhancement? And two options appeared. Yes or no. A moth smirked and thought, I'm so lucky today. He thought, I achieved the goal faster than expected. The system panel appeared. Currently, I can specialize in one type. Do you want to activate physical enhancement? Yes, no. Omoth looked at the board and thought, I had eaten over 500 different samples, but only gained 3 traits. But getting one type is fine too. He gently touched Amit. Should I activate it? Omoth turned his head to look at her and said, wait for me a moment. It won't take long. And he clicked the yes button. Agreed. Immediately after, the morph's body became sturdy. His legs and thighs unexpectedly became toned. Seeing him like this, Amit was extremely surprised. He radiated a sparkling light and said, so big. Amit happily jumped around, continuously saying, so big, so big. Moth said, I have grown up. She wondered, grown up? What is that? He gently explained, that's when a young one grows up. Amit seemed to realize something. Young one. That means baby. He happily jumped up and down. Pig baby. Big baby. A moth thought helplessly, a baby. He thought to himself, well, biologically speaking, I haven't fully matured yet, so it's not entirely wrong. While Amit was happily bouncing everywhere, Amor was still thinking, when she learns to communicate more, he'll explain it then. Pondered, raising his hand, but my whole body is much heavier and sturdier now. It's like I just turned from a cheetah into a rhinoceros. Looking at his arm, he assessed. The height increased quite a bit. His arms and legs are covered in armor. A moth unexpectedly laid down as if gathering momentum, still thinking. And especially the legs, their strength was enhanced, becoming much thicker. The system panel was still carefully reviewed. What about the traits? It displayed all the information about him. Species, alien morph, ferocious space, dim singing, state, offspring, target, survival, successfully evolved once, existing characteristics. Super senses, wings, chitinous shell, paralyzing venom, reinforced exoskeleton, acid blood, reinforced legs, mimicry, natural recovery, tentacle blade, contaminated internal organs. Super strength includes predatory senses, merged, super internal organs, type, enhanced physi. Currently, you can only focus on one type, superhuman strength 2.6. Quickly read the important information. Natural recovery, tentacle blade, contaminated internal organs. Natural recovery has merged with vigorous vitality and become self-regeneration power. Amoth thought to himself, everything is fine, except for the penalty for this type. Type, enhanced physique. Currently, you can only focus on one type, superhuman strength. 2.6. The information indicates that the number of types Amoth can possess is unlimited. But each time a type is acquired, the requirement for the next type doubles. According to Amoth, for example, if I acquire the super strength type first, the requirement to obtain enhanced physique will increase from 10 to 20. Considered, if this were just a game, he would still be calculating the time to level up the types. The danger is near. He couldn't do that. Then Amoth raised his hand with the thought, temporarily postpone activating a new type. Well, I must take this opportunity to try out the characteristics I just gained. Arm immediately manifested a tentacle. It made him think the quality of the tentacle blade was too poor. After being swung, it immediately pierced the nearby wall. Amoth retracted his tentacles, still pondering. But thanks to the physical enhancement type, it has been upgraded and strengthened. And then he unleashed another attack that emitted a blue substance. Next, contaminated internal organs. Wherever this substance passes, they gradually melt. It can also be used with the characteristics I already possess. This characteristic can create spores containing acid solution. Amoth looked and commented, with this, I can easily turn this entire ship into a fortress. Facing such a tough enemy and gaining this skill is perfect. He walked and thought while Ahmed popped along behind. After checking everything, let's leave here, shall we? She jumped onto Amoth's shoulder and asked, little one, where are we going? Replied, the cargo hold. Amoth and Ahmed left together. He thought, I wonder how the crew would react if they saw me now. Would they cry? Or rush to the escape pod? The answer will be revealed soon. The sound of footsteps and screams grew louder. Run, it's coming. Brown-haired man hurriedly shouted, hurry up. We can't delay any longer. As he watched the last person enter, he yelled, okay, close the door now. The person urged the one closing the door, who was trembling, what are you doing? Close the door. But the other one just trembled and replied, we're all going to die here. The brown-haired man gave that person a strong shove, complaining, useless, move aside. Then he quickly flipped the switch. The iron door slowly closed right after. But unexpectedly, two hands with black claws mixed with reddish-brown tightly gripped and distorted the door. Amoth appeared and split the door open. Redmouth's appearance made people lose their souls at first glance. Amoth approached. Some people vomited, others screamed in terror. Their faces were filled with fear and desperate pleas, stay away from me, help me. Then followed a horrific scene of bloodshed and piercing screams. Bloody handprints stretched across the glass door. Not just those handprints, but many other blood stains were also on the glass frame. Those terrible screams echoed out into space. Scene change. Someone's bruised eyes slowly moved. It turned out to be Quay, who was thinking, I don't hear the doctor's footsteps anymore. What happened? His hand trembled and slowly clenched. Damn it, this can't be happening. Quay lamented in the life support pod. What have I done to deserve such extreme pain? Living like this is worse than death. Then, a sound caught his attention. Curiosity made Quay wonder, what's that sound? Which soldier is here? He gasped, his face terrified. Oh, this is, outside the containment pod. Amoth appeared, making him scream in vain, that monster. It's come for me. And started pressing the buttons of the containment pod. Quay wondered in astonishment. What is it doing? Slime dripping onto his eye caught his attention. It was the amoeba covering Quay's head, quickly using its ultimate move to destroy his head. Feeling the pain of being eroded, turning desperately, my head is melting. Amoth stood outside as if wanting to attack, making him even more desperate. Is anyone there? Someone wants to kill me. Screams mixed with blood became a hunt. But 3 hours quickly passed. Amoth gradually emerged from the compartment. Amoth took her and asked, are you done eating? She replied, yes. He slowly sat down. You have taken revenge. How does it feel? She asked, revenge. What is that? The compartment of Tua had long since become just a skeleton. Amoth explained that it was the remains of the one who tortured her. Very delicious. He looked at her happily, and thought. It seems 26 still doesn't understand complex emotions like revenge. But it's unclear if this is because it hasn't learned yet, or if this species inherently cannot learn. Amoth pondered. To get the attention of these researchers, suspicion is inevitable. I just hope it doesn't evolve into a sea devil or something similar. He explained. Sea devils are similar to spherical amoebas. They only live on ocean planets. Their bodies are about 25 meters long, filled with countless tentacles inside. Because the two species look quite similar, players always suspect that sea devils and spherical amoebas have something in common. Amoth looked up at the sky, and thought, in the end, it's just because the game company was too lazy to invest much in character design. But who knows what reality will bring. Amit's words brought him back to focus. I ate the baby. She slowly crawled along Amoth's arm, making him silently admit, it looks completely exhausted. I'm off, and Amit slowly leave together. He looks around, his nest is still fine. Amorph's face gradually becomes terrifying. Ow. His shadow and hers gradually pass through the chaos here. Time to look for the next prey. In Space Sector Sate Drevakatel, the ruling area, a spaceship echoes with screams. Help me. Someone grab a girl's hand. As she screamed loudly, he cursed, get over here. Her face was covered in tears of fear, surrounded by villains holding her tightly. Brother, save me. The blonde man ordered in a panic. Let her go right now. Suddenly a copper bullet flew through his back. The man lay in a pool of tomato sauce. The perpetrator was a thug. Someone shouted, no. Under the commander's words, they became even more arrogant. See what they have, take everything. Kill all the men. Take the women. Those villains surrounded the tied people and spoke loudly. This is the might of Esdrevakatel. Elgin rested his chin on his hand, admiring this chaotic scene. Hey, what are you standing there for? Come over here and see. The screams mixed with this scene. Please, spare me. He sat there, scrolling through the pile of jewels next to him, thinking annoyedly. It's taking too long to deal with these amateurs now. A sentence caught Elgin's attention. Commander, why are you doing this to us? He listened to these words. I pay you mercenaries for protection. But why would you do something like this? Immediately, Yotran replied with a sentence that stunned the other person. You fool, do you think we are friends? What? He said frankly, if you hire a stranger, what more can you ask for? Look how boring it is. You Megacope Morans are always only able to. The other man was indignant. You bastard, what are you saying? He shouted, the defense force has received our distress signal, and is on its way. If they arrive, you are all dead. Elton picked his ear. Oh, I'm so scared. The other man got more agitated, driving him crazy. It would be a bargain if a bastard like you died. I must tell them to turn you all into mutated giants. Elton slowly stood up, silent. He took the short sword from the hand of the subordinate trembling before him. Elton said to the other man, look, Commander, you should know the rules of Megacorp mercenaries. Let me tell you again, slowly and clearly. He grabbed the man's head so quickly that he couldn't react. Elton exuded killing intent. A mercenary betraying during a mission is an unforgivable sin. But if no one witnesses it, there is no sin anymore. But Han leaned closer to his face. Sorry to disappoint you, but those defense forces won't be of any help either. I was here to explain everything. The other man asked with a dark face, are you going to eliminate us? Elton replied, I don't know what these bombastic words mean, but I can assure you of one thing. He licked the blade with the corner of his mouth and continued, I really enjoy butchering you Megacorp pigs. And then a scene full of ketchup and screams unfolded. Cut scene, Elton just returned. The subordinates around him bowed 90 degrees and shouted, welcome back, leader. Yotran threw a mask of an ugly person and said, take it, and do your work as usual. Yes, sir. He asked, by the way, do we have anything else to do today? The subordinate holding the mask asked back in confusion, what do you mean, sir? Yotran sat on the chair and said, nothing, call Manhwa here for me. The other one ran off understood. He muttered unhappily, damn it. Why are all the people around me idiots? Right after Eltram noticed, big brother, she's here. See, Hyun appeared timidly. Hello, sir, you called for me. He said, yes, I heard you have a problem. Explain clearly what the issue is. The issue is, she stammered the story. We were supposed to meet a client introduced by an acquaintance, but suddenly we couldn't contact them anymore. Jin shouted angrily, what? And she also screamed in fear. He ordered, explain it to me clearly. Yes, sir. See, you said, I received a request from the research vessel commanded by Mr. Yuzum Samuel. They asked us to handle a corpse. Hyotran interrupted, Samuel's family. Have they arrived yet? Do you know them? He crossed his arms and sighed. They are the third generation family of Titan. Whose corpse is it? His eyes immediately narrowed when he heard. Xian replied, a noble woman, a woman from the Jujin family. She added, in the last exchange, they said they would pay us 1 million. Hyotran sighed in frustration. 1 million, these crazy people. Then he thought, they must be hiding something. The Decor's situation has been strange lately. Elton pondered, there are rumors that the Ayrton family, the younger generation of Mars, is currently confronting the Jujin family, those who have dominated Earth for so long. He mused again. The Ayrton family's specialty is shipbuilding, but they are also secretly conducting transformations. Elton thought to himself, for a Jujin family body, they must have undergone countless comprehensive transformations already. If I steal that body and hand it over to the Ayrtons, he calculated, they will surely let me name a price more worthy of that body. EO grinned, the opportunity to get rich is coming. Elton looked up and thought to himself, they will surely let me name a price more worthy of that body. He growled under his breath, full of intent, the opportunity to get rich is coming. But the more he thought, the more annoyed he became, staring into the distance while cursing. Those damn Ayrtons turned themselves into those giant mutants. I want to crush them into pieces. But business is business. He turned to Si-hun and asked, "So, no contact at all? Were those people ambushed or something?" Rural replied, trying to force out each word, "I'm not very sure anymore." A terrifying expression appeared on his face. Elgin added while growling, "So there's someone lurking near us. I don't know who he is, but he's bold." He roared loudly, looking imposing, pointing forward and clearly ordering, "When we finish dealing with this place, we will set off for using Samuel's ship. Prepare to track him down immediately. His subordinates too." "Yes, sir." Yo Chen didn't forget to give further instructions. "Blow up the ship for me. Leave no trace behind. Make all the soldiers shout in unison." "Understood. The ship seems to be starting up. Lock the target." It fires continuously, causing the yellow ship in front to be blown to pieces. Devices were pre-installed on the hull of the yellow ship. The time bomb is counting down, ready to explode. Then a loud explosion echoes throughout space. It's enough to wake up the monster's attention. Moth looks up. It's them. They immediately notice the situation and place their hands on the floor. Everything around him turns red. His eyes glow brightly. 2 words appear in his mind. Connection. The iron bars seem to connect with each other through the red lines. After connecting with everything, the monsters gradually realize the enemy's plot. It seems they drilled a hole outside the hull of this research vessel to easily anchor the spaceship. There's a strange symbol on the hull. They immediately understood. The symbol is clearly a space dog. From the hull, a strange yellow circle appears. A masked figure kicks open that circle and enters. Immediately, Yo Chen's subordinates follow one by one. Looking at the subordinates through the connection. Four's arm, they're moving straight to the cockpit. True battleship players. As expected. As soon as they set foot, they knew what to do. The others continued to use advanced tools, cutting another section of the hull to create a door. He watched with glee. But should I call them smart or stupid? Usually, upon boarding a ship like this, everyone senses something is wrong. Look at them confidently kicking the door open and moving inside. He made a very accurate remark. Greed must have blinded them. Just as expected. Subordinates' eyes were wide open, mouths agape. The scene on the ship now was a mass of viscous slime, what the monster calls a nest, covering the entire room. The subordinates reported to Elton, "Leader, we've secured the cockpit, but something feels very wrong." Is enjoying wine. Hearing this, he stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" The orange-haired guy looked up at the strange creatures and complained to him, "There's no life left on the ship, and it's all covered in some kind of plant. It looks disgusting." Elton shouted angrily, "What kind of plant grows in space? Are you mocking me?" He spoke over the phone with a fearful voice. "But it's true, isn't it?" He clenched his fist in anger, and threw the wine glass away, shouting through the speaker, "A bunch of useless people. I'll go see for myself. If I find out you lied, I'll twist all your heads off." As Elkin and the other subordinates headed to the waiting ship, Amoth noticed it too. 2 hearts and advanced machinery. It seems this mutated giant is their leader. He carefully observed the others. Should I just take care of the rest? This insectoid is emitting pheromones. He looked at the purple-haired one who was laughing. A Galactic Association robot with a mechanical heart. Not the real thing. A multi-species fection. That's great. Amoth seemed pleased. Just when I didn't know how to kill someone from 2 different species other than humans. This will make it easier to meet the conditions for evolving to adulthood. Then he saw a person. That person was Si-hun. Strange, why is there such a silent person among them? He felt a bit suspicious. It was as if her head was full of machinery instead of a brain. That's why it turned out this way. With that said, he stood up and moved closer. I need to observe more closely. Seeing Amoth's movement, Amith immediately asked, "Where are you going, baby?" Whispered back, "Outside. It's dangerous. So you stay here." He didn't forget to instruct Amit, "Watch that thing for me," making her ask back, "That thing?" Amoth signaled as he went out. "It's very important." Amit jumped up, "Okay, baby, trust me." Leaving that place, he flew away as fast as he could, immediately calculating the next plan in his head. When the enemy is off guard, it will be my only chance. I must destroy the energy source on their ship. I can't let them leave here. Jumped to England while thinking to himself that with such greed, they would surely try to protect both ships. And they would surely have to split into 2 teams for both looting and defense. Everything turned red, bringing the allure of the next game in Amoth's plan. When they split into groups, it would be time for me to start the hunt. As always, sticking his fingers out of the door with sharp claws, Amoth dug a hole in the door. He forcefully flung the door open, then stepped out step by step. In Amoth's mind, these thoughts arose: these guys haven't installed any security systems. Well, they are pirates after all. He released his spiritual energy again to sense they probably never expected to be robbed themselves. At the same time, the sound of the reactor echoed not far away. Reason for existence is slightly fast. Losing the environment of the guild master is fire transmission, diabates and pastoral care injections just fought To the distant potential opponent facing steady, using Damma and for the forced loss of environment. Using his power again, he saw 2 robots guarding the nuclear core door, and he quickly figured out the plan. Everything is fine, except for those security robots. As soon as they are attacked, they will immediately report to the centralized system. In that moment, Moth wondered how to get past this checkpoint without getting caught. Suddenly he bared his sharp teeth, drooling. Getting hungry, maybe I should find something to eat first. A while later, Moth was running down a corridor. His steps suddenly stopped. He heard a strange noise and quickly found a hiding spot to observe. Moth cautiously poked his head out to scout, and saw a human and an insectoid. He quickly decided to take them out right here, waiting for the prey to approach. The slight delay, he quickly lunged out, his sharp claws aimed at the human. One strike, the first deceptive slash, syrup flowed in a long stream, splashing everywhere. The insectoid smelled blood. The human quickly took out a tool, but Moth was faster, grabbing his hand. Then the insectoid was beaten black and blue, completely dazed. One of its arms fell off. The insectoid screamed in pain. My arm. Moth continued to use his head to suck on its skinny body. The insectoid couldn't take it, and spat out a mouthful of syrup. Then, he put all his strength into his arm, gripping the insectoid's head tightly. The insectoid screamed, help, seconds later, and tore off the creature's head. It had no life left. Starving, Move had to eat the insectoid's body. After gnawing on it, it pondered, just as he thought, eating these Teehee larvae wasn't enough to meet the evolution requirements. He heard a rescue call from the phone, sounds coming from the receiver. Patrol team, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? The moth smartly replied, nothing. The other end continued, then answer calmly, you idiot. The other end warned, stop being lazy there. A moth replied, I apologize. A moth immediately broke down the door. He entered, rummaged through everything, and thought he didn't need to confront the robots. He looked around, it must be around here. Seconds later, he spewed out a mass of green slime. That slime was green, and it corroded the floor. The nuclear reactor appeared right before his eyes. Moth mused, great, he knew it. He continued calmly, I planned for this. A human would realize it immediately, but these are robots, they aren't programmed for unexpected situations. He sprayed the green substance once more. Wolf looked down with clear satisfaction. The engine part was done. A series of announcements sounded, announcements from the control room. Reinforcements requested. The monster is trying to break down the door to get in. The man, missing an arm, turned and shouted at the blonde man. Damn it, they don't have enough people left to send over for support. The blonde guy looked panicked and worried, asking what about the commander? Where is the captain? The other soldiers are injured. Some are disinfecting wounds. Others are laughing maniacally while holding their heads. The captain is dead. Everyone snap out of it. Great. We're all going to die. The bare-chested guy over here was startled when he heard his soldiers shouting on the other side. They broke the door. Everyone, prepare to fight. No, I don't want to die. On the screen are countless massacres taking place, along with piercing screams. Damn it, that's a smoke grenade. It seems to be from inside. Save me. Elton broke out in a cold sweat, wondering what had happened. He thought to himself, there are all sorts of strange plants growing around here, and there's no sign of life either. It's like a ghost ship. He looked at the blue-haired guy tipping on the keyboard, thinking, I need to find out the attackers' whereabouts quickly. I was wrong. He rewound the ship's footage. He remembered the images of his soldiers in pain, injured, and screaming in despair. But in those images, there were only people with maimed limbs or those who were intact but had gone mad. He gritted his teeth and thought, no one on this ship is sane anymore. What on earth did they encounter? Then the bare-chested guy turned to the second in command. Okay, rewind to some older footage. The other guy acknowledged, understood. On the screen are 2 men. Understood, remember to follow closely when you're done. The route there is quite complicated. Tell everyone to be careful. He looked at the smooth-talking man and continued. This guy is probably in charge of the ship's security, right? Then he looked at the bald man. That weak one must be using Samuel. He thought, it seems like all their subordinates have failed, so the leaders are starting to waver. But suddenly, something made his eyes widen in surprise. He saw the image of a moth climbing down from the leg of the house. It attacked from above, yes, the image of a hand holding a gun. The image of a moth attacking the other side. He thought, this creature must have intelligence. It's an extremely dangerous creature with superior intelligence, that's more like it. Recall the image of him leaping down from the ceiling, and the terrified face of the scarred mouth man. The more Elton thought, the more frightened he became. Earlier, he was worried about how to deal with the Jujin family, but now he had to worry about how to safely retreat from here. He turned and called out, hey, Man-hyun. But on this side, Se-hyun was stunned by something. Seeing this, he shouted, Man-hyun. Yes, leader, you called me. He asked, you said you lost contact since last night, right? She replied in a small voice. Yes. The original plan was to meet yesterday. Then she explained, but the ship never arrived, so we spent the whole day searching for them. Elton listened and pondered without saying anything. He thought, I've grasped the situation of this research vessel by now. The current problem is that we still don't know what kind of creature it is. He gave a cunning smile, but we managed to sneak in here without making any noise. So that monster probably hasn't noticed yet. Then he raised his hand and ordered, all right, everyone quickly go find that creature and destroy it for me. And then find the body. Suddenly someone called, leader. Something's wrong. They asked back, what is it? The orange-haired guy fixed the engine, sir. The engine on the ship is broken. Yotran was surprised to hear that. What? He asked, what did you say? It was clearly running smoothly before. The other side stammered, leader, it's because. Reported that it melted completely, so nothing could be repaired. The leader wondered why, then threw the machine onto the floor, cursing, damn it. He angrily smashed things. How dare he mess with my ship? I will crush you into pieces. Seeing the scene before him, Sihan fell to the ground in fear. Elgin shouted, Manuel. She stammered, yes, me. He asked, can you start the ship? She replied, let me check. Hearing that, he immediately struck towards her. Damn it. She covered her face in fear and cried out, ah. Stammered again, no, I can do it. Yotran ordered, you guys help her and the rest of you go find that dead monster with me. Hurry up. Anyone lagging behind will have their head twisted off. At this moment, a move was observing everything. Seeing him like that, he smiled, oh, he's getting angry now. He thought to himself, it's just because they don't know. There are still survivors on this ship. There are about 20 of them, including the commander and the ringleaders. They're hiding everywhere. He pictured the room and the hiding people. I'm sparing them not out of mercy. The megacopes and the robbers don't like each other, so a fight will definitely break out. He rubbed his hands in self-satisfaction while the survivors were fighting fiercely with the robbers. I just need to be the fisherman who benefits. He continued to watch the image of Si Hyun in the control room. Currently, there are only 3 robbers, and 1 woman pretending to be a normal person in the control room. This could be a good opportunity to attack, but something still feels wrong. He looked at the woman in front of him. Manhwa's instinct warned him that this woman was very dangerous. She was the master of Anoda. At this moment, the crisis management chief smiled wickedly, a monster with countless abilities. He looked a lot like my master, Seon Zushin. Muff scratched his face upon hearing that. He wondered what the Arnold guy saw in him, and this woman to say such a thing. She looks like a mutated person. But since she is a noble of Megacope, those who are always crazy about extending their lives, maybe this woman has mutated herself even more than Kizuraji Yuji. He thought to himself that if she reached the level of a real player, it would be Toe, even if he had evolved into an adult. He smiled. It's been a long time since he fought a mutated person. What could be better than seeing a strong opponent both scared and surprised by him? For now, I'll just monitor the person I guess is Sehyun Yujin and deal with the robbers first. The subordinates in the front trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the shirtless man behind him walked while grinding his teeth. The subordinates were extremely frightened, because the boss behind them was grinding his teeth and exuding an incredibly heavy killing intent. The subordinate's expression changes when he sees a signal on the machine, and informs him, boss, there's something here. Hearing this, Yotran asks back, what is it? He happily reports that the Bayo scanner has detected a human signal. He asks the subordinate, so? The subordinate happily explains, pointing towards the captain's cabin, but the way there is blocked. I think if we drill a hole. Before the subordinate could finish, Elgin cursed, idiot, making the subordinate wet his pants. He glared at his subordinate, do you need my permission every time you want to go to the restroom? Huh. The subordinate trembled, no, sir. Then he replied, all right, they'll do it right away. The others from afar were also scared and started drilling the wall. The wall was gradually drilled. When it was completely drilled, the subordinate holding the detector led the way, and broke through the wall, stepping inside. He held the detector and stared intently at it. Because he was too focused, his face was shot off. Those outside screamed when they saw the other one dead. Damn it, those inside have guns. Everyone, run and hide. Ulden, seeing his subordinates were so useless, ordered them, making the subordinates scared. He shouted, idiots, come at me. After speaking, Ulden rushed in like a beast. With one of his mechanical arms, he smashed the head of a soldier. With his normal hand, he punched the face of another soldier, then he decapitated another one. Inside, the scene was extremely bloody. The people inside shouted loudly, monster. I didn't see more, but I could guess the scene was terrible because blood was splattering on the walls. A soldier's helmet was broken, and he screamed in pain. The bare-chested man lifted that soldier up, and around him were the corpses of many people. He threw the dead soldier next to a surviving scientist, making him want to wet his pants. The bare-chested man slowly walked towards the surviving scientist. That one screamed, wait, I surrender. He stared at the scientist and let him know that My gang doesn't care if you surrender or not. The scientist kept trying to persuade the boss. I am the chief doctor on the ship. I can help you guys. Elton was surprised to hear that a doctor. Tran continued to ask, so where is the captain of the ship? And what are you doing in his cabin? The doctor was so angry he could spit smoke thinking about it. That bastard. Seeing that this was not the time to be angry, the doctor calmed down and replied. He used the escape pod to flee. Elgin asked further, so the captain abandoned the entire crew and fled. The doctor replied fearfully. I don't know if he escaped or not, but as far as I know, that's the only way. Elton looked around and thought, this is bad. The ship has been devastated by the monster, and the only one who knows every corner of the ship has run away. Remembering something, he looked at the doctor and thought, wait a minute, this guy probably knows something. He gritted his teeth, threatened, and asked the doctor, hey, you're the doctor of the ship, right? So you must know where the body is, right? This place should contain an important body, right? He replied tremblingly. The body is in the hands of the monster. EO was furious again. That monster. Angrily, he slammed hard against the wall next to the doctor. Damn it, what does that monster want with that body? The doctor replied in great fear. It eats people. Hearing that, he became angry. So that means we don't have much time left. Elton turns around and orders his subordinates, you guys, the monster is holding the body. Split up and go find it. Go in groups of 6. Report immediately if there's any trouble. The subordinates receive the order and quickly comply. Yes, boss. After giving orders to his subordinates, Elton looks at the doctor trembling on the ground and asks, hey, doctor, you said you wanted to be a pirate. Lucky for you, we need a doctor too. His question makes the doctor's face turn pale. Hey, do you know about genetic modification? The doctor is scared. What? I know about that. The scene widens, and we see the subordinates in action. In the room are the doctor, Elton, and one subordinate. The doctor clearly states, leave that to me. Meanwhile, Amoff is using the link. Has heard everything that's been happening from start to finish. Amoff witnesses everything through the link and assesses with frustration. This is annoying. The fight between the survivors and the pirates ended much faster than I expected. Thinking back, Amoff draws a conclusion. But with a half-man, half-machine monster as the boss, it's not surprising. Looking at the subordinates splitting into groups of 6, he comments on them. They're moving in groups of 6. Except for the boss, only one subordinate follows him. They move like an army. Stop using the link, Amorph told himself. It's time for me to act. Seeing this, Amip happily jumped towards him and demanded to follow. I want to go too, sweetie. He stopped her. Stay here. She angrily replied, no, I have to go and help. This left Amorph speechless with her stubbornness. Now she acts like a child wanting to help her father. Seeing Amip angry, Amorph thought, maybe Amip also needs combat experience. Even if she follows, she won't be able to help, and I can't let her get in my way either. So he made the decision to pick her up, place her on his shoulder, and remind her. Enemy is very dangerous. Be careful. She happily replied from his shoulder, of course. He too, sweet. Taking Amip along, Amorph pondered. Where should I start? Then looking at the group of 6, he decided. We should start with this group of 6 first. A subordinate was checking the door below. The insectoid stood to the side, complaining, what is this? A forest. What kind of monster is this that can grow a tree taller than a door? One checking the door told those behind him. We need to cut down all these trees before we can place the drill to open the door. One of them heard this, and complained. How annoying. Then he used an axe to chop down a tree trunk, causing green fluid to splash everywhere. The nearest one got covered in a lot of fluid. What is this? He shouted at the one chopping the tree. Hey, what kind of stuff is this? The other one laughed and replied. I don't know. But it looks like a sticky substance. The guy who got the sticky substance on him complained, this thing looks disgusting. The woodcutter just laughed his head off. The guy checking the door cursed at those two. We don't have much time today, get back to work. He picked it up and exclaimed, the more I look, the more it seems light. Before he could finish, the woodcutter looked at the axe and saw it slowly melting, which startled him. The axe had melted into a liquid form. He screamed, what the hell is this? The guy splashed with the liquid started screaming in agony. This made the others look at him. Half of his face had started to melt. He clutched his face in pain. My face. After screaming, the man collapsed, smashing his face onto the slime that was once his face, terrifying the woodcutter. What the hell is going on? While leaning against the wall, he heard loud footsteps, so he turned around. Before he could understand what was happening, a moth rushed out from somewhere and pierced him with his tail, killing him instantly. The others saw him, and were terrified. One screamed, that monster. Another commented, why? Why does it look so different from what we saw earlier? Then the 3 guys behind started shooting at him off, shouting while shooting, kill it. But it had no effect on him, because his skin was resistant to the copper bullets. A moth then attacked. First, the guy who was examining the door. And another guy holding a gun. The insect-like creature shouted while shooting, die. Then he was grabbed by the head by a mip using its body. Moth stood there enjoying the bodies of the dead, while a mip was using a body to choke an insect, making it writhe in pain on the ground. But unfortunately, one was still alive. He screamed for help, making you turn around in surprise. Over there, a subordinate was frantically calling on the walkie-talkie to report that the monster has appeared over here. He was talking about, we need support. And he was instantly bitten in the head by a morph, splattering blood all over the wall. On the ground, the walkie-talkie rolled around, emitting a sound. Where are you guys? Why aren't you saying anything anymore? He picked up the walkie-talkie and reported, I made a slight mistake. There's nothing wrong here. Hearing this, the other side became extremely angry. What? Are you crazy? The voice on the other end continued to scold fiercely. Do you have the guts of a tiger to dare play around with the walkie-talkie? Off kept apologizing to the other side. After speaking, he turned off the walkie-talkie and decided to keep it, thinking he should probably keep this walkie-talkie, it might be useful for distraction. Moth picked up the head that had just been bitten off, and examined it. This one was still breathing. Was it because this one was half human, half machine? He remembered the actions of the big corporations. The big corporations didn't just provide ways to upgrade organs, they also replaced the supposedly weak human bodies with machinery. Then Moth remembered that they wanted to spread this ideology by any means necessary. So they kidnapped people regardless of species, and performed surgical enhancements, even if the person didn't want it. As he put the head into his mouth, Moth commented, those big corporations are truly inhumane. While the head was still breathing and screaming help. As he chewed on the half-human, half-machine, he wondered, this is a machine. But eating it probably won't hurt, right? While chewing on the half-human, half-machine's name, he wondered, this is a machine, but eating it probably won't cause any harm, right? While eating, Moth commented on this guy's taste. Very interesting. A half-human, half-machine, so it has a slightly strong taste of oil. Suddenly, a sign appeared, startling him. After reading it, Moth was surprised. Oh, so it's just like in the game. So I'm not too surprised. The notification sign appeared. The process of evolving to the next level is half complete. He has completed the first mission. As for the second mission, only 1 out of 10 objectives has been completed. Seeing this, Moth commented, I really didn't expect this. He stood there thinking about evolving soon, grinning uncontrollably. There are 12 half-human, half-machine beings on this ship, right? If I eat all of them, I'll immediately evolve to the next level. After dealing with the insectoid, Emmett climbed back onto his shoulder and asked, hey, sweetie. What's with the excitement? He replied, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. As he rushed off, Moth thought, everyone calls them space dogs. The ones who bring disaster, but to me, they're like Santa Claus handing out gifts. One human shot while wiping. Damn it. But his fate was sealed when Moth grabbed his head. Then he tore off his head after grabbing it, holding his head in his hand, and then looked. As for his headless body, it hadn't fallen yet, because it happened too fast. It was still standing, and blood was spurting from the neck. He turned to look at the surrounding chaos, having dealt with 2 squads. He finished them, but he missed 3 robots. Later, walking in the base, he thought it looked like the guy who got hit with acid in the armory. Only his legs hadn't melted. He pulled up one of the robot's legs. Should I swallow him too, just in case? Immediately, he put it in his mouth, and chewed it deliciously. Then he spat it out, the green effect didn't activate. He looked around, coughing violently. It was just a corpse I hadn't fully detached, how could anything happen? Then he raised his claw. He immediately plunged it into the robot. Ahmed also jumped up. Is the baby hungry? Moth replied, I have to eat beams of this kind. Then he fumbled around, go over there and eat. Amohuba, okay, enjoy your meal. Then he set up a hybrid robot. Doing that with 26 is a bit strange. But I have no choice. Suddenly, a walkie-talkie appeared on the robot's arm. A voice spoke up. Whoever is alive, report him. In the control room. We are still searching. The voice continued steadily, the cargo hold is very messy right now. Leader, the situation is not good. This area looks like a battlefield. He faked his voice in response and searching the armory. You're still chewing. The other one kept talking. Where is the captain in the lab? Why isn't he answering? He stopped moving, grinned. We found the lab. The other side replied, huff. That walkie-talkie isn't yours. He continued. Yeah, he's just finishing up washing it. The other side said, is that so? Ah right. He hung up and was speechless, thinking, a robber who is so meticulous. That guy is just a mutated giant. But it's better to eliminate him. He dragged that corpse away, not expecting to ever go hunting with a spherical amoeba. The game community would probably faint if they saw this. Over here, in the room, he was playing a game while saying, amoeba are originally solitary creatures, and in reality you can't expect any friendliness from them. The situation is starting to differ from what I knew about this game. I am worried, but am also thrilled by the excitement. Over here, Yo Tran was holding the walkie-talkie and thought something was very wrong. I was in the military, so I'm very strict about mission reports. He frowned. How could someone already know the situation so well, but still defying the rules like that? Then he tapped his communicator. My instincts are telling me this is a trap. He raised the device and ordered the other side. Leader here, the guy in the lab is acting very strangely. Everyone divert there immediately. Yes, sir, as you command. Understood. He turned to the medical team captain. Doctor, where are the escape pods and the engine room of this ship? The other one stammered. Please follow me, sir. Gotren clenched his fists. No one touches my warship. He looked at the bomb already set up. He had to quickly find the escape route, and then place the bomb in the engine room. The ship uses a nuclear reaction engine. One small bomb should be enough. Imagining the explosion, he thought, after safely leaving here, I will detonate the bomb remotely. Then that terrible monster will be destroyed along with this spaceship. Thinking of this, he became smug. Of course, his subordinates left on their ship are surely dead. But there are so many others out there who want to become pirates. He walked with a wicked smile. Take Manhwa and the doctor with me. Then he suddenly raised his voice. Hey, doctor. The doctor, hearing this, panicked. Yes, sir. Elgin asked, since you fought this monster, you must know something about it, right? Does it have any weaknesses? The doctor immediately replied. No. Hearing that, he got angry. What? The subordinate got annoyed upon hearing that, pointed his gun at the doctor. You, answer properly. The head of the medical team was scared. In telling the truth, Alton, why are you holding yourself back? He thought to himself, this guy is just a coward. Seeing me scares him stiff. But is that all you have to say? Crossed his arms and thought, so this doctor fears that monster even more than I do. Over here, the purple-haired subordinate was still threatening. You're looking for death, aren't you? Are you tired of living? Then Elton raised his voice and asked, so what are its strengths or characteristics? The doctor immediately panicked and said, it moves like a ghost. Elton put his hands on his hips and asked, a ghost? The person above immediately confirmed. Yes, it swallows people in the blink of an eye. It doesn't leave a single piece of a corpse behind. It took us a long time to realize someone was missing. Elgin asked further, or is it because you guys are stupid? The head of the medical team was startled and said, the security system on the ship is very dense. And there are many people, so it's hard for us to move around freely. Continued, but it avoided all of that and kept killing people. If it's not a ghost, I don't know what else to compare it to. After listening, Elton raised his walkie-talkie. It sounds absurd, but he doesn't seem to be lying. I have to gather my men. He immediately spoke into the walkie-talkie. Leader here, the plan is changed. Elkin ordered through the walkie-talkie. Leader here, the plan has changed. He didn't know that the person holding the walkie-talkie on this side was no longer his subordinate, but Amoff. He continued, we will gather in full formation before reaching the laboratory. Everyone, hurry up. Hearing this, Amoff thought to himself, smart. He looked at the walkie-talkie and smiled. Mimicking my voice. They couldn't fool the humans. This is thanks to the giant's natural instinct to transform, right? Then he used his power, but it was too late. He saw the image of the robbers. The robbers were constantly struggling, but still obeyed the order to return to Amoff, he thought. This time I'll use a new way to deal with them. Then he inserted his tentacles into the wall. He used the nesting tactic power. A large hole appeared in the wall. My perception will be transmitted through the branches, and those electric currents will permeate the entire base. Sensory flow will coordinate with consciousness, controlling all corridors and rooms here. He looked at the robbers below. Auxiliary organ link complete. Now they are truly in my hands. Wait, I seem to sense something. But the robbers stopped singing and looked at each other. He felt a black smoke creeping into the base. He thought to himself, activating the paralyzing stomach. Immediately, that black smoke subdued them, making them unable to move. On this side, some were vomiting, others were trampling each other to run away. Soon, only the bodies of the robbers were lying scattered on the ground. Seeing that, he thought to himself, usually one has to reach adulthood to easily use the nesting tactic, so I was just trying it out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to work right away. He wiggled his body. I'm so tired. Then he walked away. Using too much energy made me suddenly feel very hungry. Seeing this, Amit followed. Where are you going? He replied, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Amit agreed. Immediately, he arrived at the place where those soldiers had just fainted. He reached out, grabbed a soldier, and devoured every shred of flesh. Then he looked around, and thought to himself, thieves will always be thieves. Share the fortune, but face the disaster alone. He stuck out his long tongue to savor it, but ignoring them, getting food without fighting was a great deal for him. This side, Amit was also enjoying the feast. While chewing someone's hand, Amoff opened the system panel. Among the 7 people they just killed, they were robots. How many more are needed to evolve? He looked at the system and thought, I have 8 robots now, so I need 2 more. I'm about to level up to adult. The system panel read, you have met the conditions to evolve from novice to adult. First intelligent creature, 10 completed. Second intelligent creature, beaten not completed. Considering the situation, he rubbed his chin and thought, 5 of them have escaped. Then he looked towards the entrance to the training room. How many are left? Why did they run there? At this moment, those people were behind the door. He thought they probably thought that was a good place to observe and shoot, because the training room is much larger than other rooms. Their terrified faces appeared. The only problem is that the previous crew members also thought the same way. The robbers piled up, pressing against the door to block it. He thought, the place they used to strengthen their bond with their comrades has long been turned into my slaughterhouse. Thinking of this, he eagerly brought his hand close to the door. Laughing loudly, I can sense their pheromones and breath through this door. They must be shocked by the scene in the room. Seeing that scene, Amip wondered what was happening. He turned to Amip and said, it's dangerous, let's leave quickly. Amip obediently replied, okay. Immediately, he used his fingers to pry open the door. More than 20 enemies have already died here. Then he broke down the door and rushed in. Killing 5 more wouldn't make a difference. Seeing him, the others immediately opened fire on him off. His skin layers were completely resistant to those bullets. It was definitely solid. He kept charging forward. Those bullets felt like they were just tickling him. The deputy leader was terrified. Damn it, why is it he hurt at all? He immediately pulled something out. Take this. He turned it on. It emitted a strange blue light. He aimed that weapon towards you. You bastard, do you know who I am? I am the deputy leader of Dravakito. He was so scared that he started shooting wildly. Come at me if you dare. Seeing that blue light, you thought to yourself, is that a laser? This thing will sting if it hits my eye. You assess the man in front of you, but having a good weapon and not knowing how to use it is useless. The auxiliary organs told me he was just an ordinary man in his 30s with a few lifestyle-related illnesses. You approached, you're used to these impulsive robbers. The other side immediately drew a sword. A sword. But it made no difference. You immediately inflicted damage on him. He cried out in pain, then your hand knocked him to the ground. A large pool of blood immediately appeared on him. He was still holding the sword. The damned bastard. At this point, you approached him. It's amazing. After known, it's been a long time since I met such a stubborn mosquito. Immediately, he dug his claws into his head, needing to finish quickly so the man wouldn't suffer any more pain. Then, the man fell down helplessly. While eating the guy, he thought, 4 more to go, they must be hiding in the changing room by now. Suddenly, a notification from the system board sounded. His eyes widened. What is this? He was curious, a human instinct. The system displayed information, predator effect activated. Successfully obtained human instinct. Obtained human instinct from the biological characteristics of humanity. Do you want to use human instinct? While queuing voraciously, he thought, human instinct, what kind of characteristic is this? Just the name sounds so comprehensive. His hand still pressed the yes option. But now is not the time to be picky. Should I accept it? The chromosomes immediately appeared. In survival space, there are countless characteristics, but not all of them bring good results to the user. Recall the image of Elgin. A typical example being the berserk trait of the mutated giant. Their physical strength would double, but they would lose control of themselves. At this point, he had chewed up the last foot. While reading, he thought, some characteristics have flaws that outweigh the advantages. Characteristics with vague names often lead to death. He was still contemplating. The universe of survival space is no different from a place opposite to Paradise, full of the whip. Meanwhile, the Amobo was playing with the light sword. He thought of the events. The scientists, the robots, the amorphs, those who kidnap people and turn them into robots. And Megacope creates monsters by arbitrarily modifying genes. Then he nodded. This is where creatures like them lead human civilization. So there's no characteristic that includes human qualities, right? He looked at the foot of the other guy he was half eating. If this is something that can enhance human emotions, it will surely be a disadvantage for morph creatures that prioritize intellect over everything else. Then he leaned towards the option of not choosing this glue. It's too risky. Refuse. But suddenly, a jolt of electricity shot through him, making him sweat. 2 fangs immediately separated. He worriedly thought, are my auxiliary organs telling me to reconsider? Is it that important? He rubbed his chin. These tiny tentacles have never pushed me into a dangerous path. I guess I can trust it for now. He pressed the accept button. Accept, then accept. Immediately, a light shone towards him. He was startled. He looked at his hands. Nothing happened. Wolf looked back at the system panel. No new parts grew on his head, nor did he feel any guilt. He thought to himself, it seems this human instinct characteristic is classified as a mental characteristic. 3 more and I will receive the superpower enhancement type. The system panel reads, currently specializing in 1 type. Superpower enhancement 3 out of 6, superb sense of smell, auxiliary organs, human instinct. Then he looked at the system panel and thought to check the detailed description of human instinct. Instantly, information appears. Human instinct helps people make the right decision when choosing. Note, don't regret your choices. Seeing this, he scratched his head. Not good, not bad. Then he turned off the system panel, focusing on completing the conditions for this tie. From afar, Mip ran over. Is the baby okay? He turned around. What's wrong? Mip replied, the baby is strange. Not moving at all. Immediately, she jumped onto him. He thought to himself, and not the one you should worry about. He walked with her. Suddenly, a scent shot straight into his nose in the air. He stuck out his tongue to enjoy it. I can smell the robbers from every corner of the training room. Don't expect anyone to escape my grasp. A scream echoed through the corridor, full of misery. Help me. Please spare me. His whole body trembled. Is it my turn next? He still tried to fool himself into thinking he was better off than the others. Clearly, I'm still kinder than those guys. Why should I? Suddenly, there was a strange noise as if something was approaching, attracting him to turn his head to look. There seemed to be a bad premonition. His whole body uncontrollably trembled. His breathing gradually became heavy. He silently prayed for protection. Leader Zuoka, please protect me. Coincidentally, a moth smelled that person standing behind the door. Back up, please. Perhaps out of compassion, he turned and spared the other person's life. Seeing the sound fading away, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden was lifted from his shoulders. His arm hung loosely at his shoulder, relaxed. After this, I have to disappear completely. He thought to himself, if he had a chance to live, he would leave this evil organization. That's right, he'll go to the Galaxy Guild. And no one, not even Jirato, can. Suddenly, something made his eyes glow bright red, his pupils shrinking. Right when he let his guard down, an invisible force targeted his abdomen, leaving him unable to defend himself. His eyes couldn't believe it. Taking advantage of the robot soldier's lapse in vigilance, a hand suddenly plunged into his abdomen. It was a moth. He thrust his sharp hand into the opening he had just created. And the opening whitened. He thought Moth had left, but unexpectedly he had deliberately set a trap while the guy wasn't paying attention and let his guard down. Moth bared his sharp teeth, dripping with red syrup, making the victim unable to cope, screaming and begging for mercy. And then what was bound to happen, happened. A catastrophe unfolded. In no time, only the robot eyes of that deep-seated soldier fell to the ground. A moth. While chewing his heaven-sent meal, he pondered, how did you manage to escape, young man? While eating, he calculated how many robots were left. 7 robots already. Just half more. On the other side, Sihun, the last person Amoth mentioned, was typing, organizing data, but the problem was that the last one was in the control room, and the person he most wanted to avoid was also there. The genetically modified woman I thought belonged to the Zujin family. After finishing his meal, Amoth left, calculating a plan in his head as he walked. First, deal with the leader. Suddenly, something appeared before his eyes, making him freeze in shock for a few seconds. A power from an unknown source flew towards him. Luckily, he dodged in time. You bastard. There you are. Amoth quickly leaped onto the leg, his limbs clinging on. It was Elgin. He is now full of resentment for daring to kill his subordinates. He killed my subordinates, and now he dares to kill the deputy leader too. Standing in front of the tall body behind Elgin are 2 subordinates. I didn't expect him to find me so soon. But this is even more convenient. Looking him up and down, constantly commenting on his appearance, the mutated giant has many excellent genes. And I also need to supplement some genes before entering the control room. Behind him are a robot subordinate, and the head of the medical team. The head of the medical team is here too. He actually defected to the robber's side. That's surprising. The move jumps down. It doesn't matter, it'll end up in my stomach anyway. Amit stands on his shoulders. Both whisper to each other. KK. Quickly find a hiding spot. I'm scared. Be careful. After speaking, she jumps down to find a hiding spot. KK. Don't worry. Hearing the 2 words that convey a sense of security, she quickly jumps off his shoulder. Okay. He quickly jumps far away to find a favorable position to hide. In no time, Amit found a hiding spot and changed her color to match the hiding place. Amit doesn't forget to worry and remind him of, be careful, little one. He moves closer to observe and probe Elgin. I have to admit, this guy looks scarier than I thought. Observing his strong body, he estimates his height. He's as big as an elephant, over 3 meters tall. Some people would say that just by looking, I have no chance of fighting him. But no matter what, appearance is just an excuse. A moth calculates. Since he is a mutated giant who has been modified, let's see what he is for me. On the screen, a morph confronts Io, followed by his underlings. Hey, should we go out there now? Do you want the leader to twist our heads off? The 2 stood in front of the screen, exchanging keys. He told us to stay here and help Menyon. Honestly, have the 2 of us ever been of any help to anyone? The guard robot asked Sehun, how's the situation? Hey man Ian, how much longer? Toon stammered. Almost done. The guard robot started getting annoyed, his words becoming sharp. It's just that, why are you dawdling? Although it's a bit outdated, this is still the ICE system of the mighty Megacorps. Hearing his voice made her a bit flustered, and it's the core of both computer science and aerospace engineering. So it's not easy to manipulate. Speak human language. Man threatened a few times and turned to leave, but not without warning her to hurry up and raise her hand so they could go help the leader. Okay, wait for their footsteps to leave. Ah, it feels like a bit of a burden has been lifted. Aiden did a great job, but Se-hyun's thoughts were completely contrary to her recent expression. Monster skillfully used a layer of smoke to conceal itself, but how could it escape my sight and the remote tracking system? Looking at the data panel, it has swept through the central laboratory and dealt with all the gene samples. The intelligence of this creature is not trivial. Looking closely at the experimental data, Se-hyun seemed to see something that made her eyes light up. Recalling the human form, based on the report, it only took the gene samples, so it knows how to use its abilities. It moved its abnormal arm a few times. A series of questions arose. Could this be a type of monster that evolved by absorbing genes? So it's similar to me. On the screen, Elgin was still standing there without any reaction or expression. The weapon judges. Then it's too obvious. Eotrin can't beat it. One hand is unclear, but it's controlling Eotrin like a puppet. He is just a monster enhanced according to someone else's will. A pitiful creature. Perhaps he doesn't even know where he was born. Se-hyun smiled a terrifying smile. Just when he was sick of that old man, he got good news. He approached the two subordinates of Elgin who were guarding. These robbers are no longer of any use to me, so we have to hurry up and reduce the number of monsters that beast can take. Come on. Two saw Se-hyun approaching, as if understanding his intention. It's done. Man-hyun, are you done? Shall we go? But after a few steps, Se-hyun stopped. The distance was just right, not too long and not too short to make the two of them wonder. He didn't say anything, just gently rolled down the window. Man-hyun has many names. A sword appeared in Se-hyun's hand. It's unknown when he prepared it. He took off his blue coat, revealing a chilling murderous aura that made the two soldiers turn pale with fear. Enemies of Megacorp call her the mysterious witch, but the family calls her the shadow demon, and always shows fear towards her. To understand her better, here is some information passed down by word of mouth. Baki Izujin, the leader, calls her Code White. As for the person who used to be her father, it would be Se-hyun. This Adenbud is a miniature version of the Eugene family's gene technology and the sole heir to a forgotten lineage of this house. Beast's foot rushed over. Elgin began to use his move, raising his claws. A strike aimed at Amos's head. He was not to be trifled with either. He also aimed straight for his side. It seemed Elgin knew in advance, so he deflected Amorph's arm, not forgetting to snort lightly. He roared. Seeing this situation was not good, Morph retreated. Feeling the instability within himself, he hummed softly. After retreating a certain distance, Amorph clearly felt his body. His superhuman organs were all numb. As if realizing that perhaps it was time to challenge Elgin, he activated the grenade. When did he activate the pulse grenade? Amorph thought to himself. But does he think him like those combat robots? Big mistake. But the weapon he chose isn't bad either. Elgin began to speak, interrupting his train of thought. So you are not a new weapon created by the elves? He asked him directly. You understand what I'm saying, right? Then he raised his hand, revealing a switch hidden in his mane. As if realizing, this must be the detonation switch. A detonation switch. Elton explained, I have planted a bomb in the nuclear reactor. It explodes synchronously with my heart. The next words sounded like a threat. So if you kill me, this entire ship will explode. Everyone will die here. Amorph seemed to realize. A bomb. The two behind him looked clearly worried. The doctor's expression confirmed what he had just said. The question is whether he will detonate the bomb or not. In Amorph's mind, there was a bit of admiration for Elgin's intelligence. This guy values his life a lot. Superior intellect, superhuman body, sky-high arrogance. Moreover, he also admitted that his will to live is extremely strong. Nothing could extinguish his will to survive. Right at this moment, Eop Shield activated the bomb. Initially, his red blood cells were in a normal state. After pressing the button, his red blood cells began to activate, relink, and change color. Gradually, their color became darker and larger. A scream of agony accompanied by a mouthful of red syrup overflowing from Eop Shield's mouth. Eop Shield activated the bomb on his body. The red blood cells were in their initial state, but they began to change in color and size. The color gradually darkened, and the size grew larger. He suddenly screamed loudly. His arms and legs transformed, a cracking sound echoed, and a strong odor spread throughout his entire body. A red aura, accompanied by growl. His leg gradually became weak, as if completely drained of strain. Looking at him, he was no different from a monster devoid of life force. Then he roared loudly. Witnessing this scene, Amorph was somewhat surprised. This guy is too disgusting. It's just a gene splice, what's so great about it? Yoshio's foot stomped down with a thud, causing rocks and dirt to fly out. A moth stood watching and analyzing. But with this physique, it was highly likely he possessed the genes of a mountain walker. This species has a sturdy shell, so it's also known by another name, stone dragon. Elgin roared fiercely again, but a moth quickly dodged his attack. Tail grazed Elgin's ribs. On's target was the bomb hidden near his heart. The bomb. A powerful blow to the head. Unfortunately, Yoshio thwarted that thought with a powerful blow to the head. He smiled triumphantly, thinking he had won. But when he looked closely, he realized that the blow had no effect on a moth. A moth immediately fled. He angrily punched the floor, damn insect. Then the two stared at each other for a moment. I was also surprised by my own strength. I didn't expect this rock-hard head to be the end of me with that last kick. Kept wondering why he was clinging to the bomb and what his scheme was. Backing up a bit to speculate, it turned out to be a dirty trick. Jotun seemed to read his mind. I'm off. No matter how you attack, it will be useless. I continued to think of ways to attack, except for the heart area. I don't have many places left to aim at. Looking closely, I realized the shell covering his arms and legs was too hard. If you don't use a plasma weapon, no other weapon can destroy them. Elgin was also observing him off. If I could just stab that thing once, I would win. But it seems he saw through this and is aiming for my tail. To fully understand his strengths and weaknesses, he attacked. But that didn't affect him off at all. But too bad. The tail isn't the only dangerous part of me, but then I easily dodged Elton. Moth just jumped several meters away. Meanwhile, Elton chases after him fiercely. Changing tactics, I can secrete venom from both my fangs and my claws. Now, all I need to do is break through that shell and attack him, and victory will surely be mine. Clenching a device in his hand. So how can I get past that shield he's always so proud of? Time to bring out the lightsaber. From the start, Elton was not his opponent. Not only that, the mutated giant has a fatal weakness. Moth deliberately leads him to a place. As long as he can hold out until that weakness is exposed, that's all that matters. The place he leads Yoshin to is an area with many wooden crates. The ship compartment where I first woke up. It's a perfect place to stall him. Cut to the place where the swarm of cockroaches is gathered. A strange noise is heard nearby. That footstep is Yoshin. He keeps cursing as he walks. That brat. He seems to have lost control. He punches everything in his way. The cockroaches keep scattering in panic. While running, one screams after being pierced by something sharp. It's a moth using his tail as a skewer, eating contentedly. I have absolutely no chance against this terrifying string. He analyzes from his appearance, the mutated giant is both strong and fast, but will quickly exhaust his stamina. So there will be a moment when he needs a quick break to recover. Moth hides at a distance just enough not to be detected. If I keep provoking that guy until he's exhausted, even if he didn't want to go anymore, that guy's body wouldn't allow him to keep attacking. I only have one option left, wait. On Elgin's side, he ran looking for Umar. He kept cursing, you damn insect. Where are you hiding? It turned out a morph was hiding up high. But when running, he didn't see him. Almost there. Here. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. But then he realized, oh right, that guy has two hearts. I wonder which one is connected to the detonator. He suddenly remembered that Elgin's body had two hearts. The main heart of the mutated giant is usually on the left, so it's very likely he chose that one to connect to the detonator. He calculated how he could approach him, but this guy was very smart, so he couldn't be sure about that yet. A voice interrupted Amoth's thoughts. You filthy bastard. A devastating punch rushed towards him. Luckily, Amoth saw it in time and ran into a narrow path. Then he jumped high onto the wooden crates. You coward, running is all you're good at. Subscribe to Lala School channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. His left knee was severely injured at some point. Elton was angry because he almost figured him out. Couldn't help but let out a roar. Amoth stood above observing him. Oh, this guy must have been modified, so some of his weaknesses have been reduced. He stood outside looking down, observing his every move, but he should have stopped moving by now. Nothing has changed so far, except for its speed, but observing from that angle is useless. Amoth jumped down, but it seems he will have to rest for a while too. He silently jumped high, preparing to attack from behind. It seemed to sense it. Immediately, he quickly picked up bricks from the ground nearby. Elton turned and threw a series of bricks at Amoth. His reflexes were too fast, but luckily he dodged them. After no more bricks were thrown at him, he knelt on one knee and landed on the ground. Seeing that Amoth was not hurt at all, Elton roared in anger. As he approached, he raised his fist and punched Amoth on the top of his head. Amoth's expression didn't change at all, just a slight grunt. The opportunity has come. Behind him, without anyone knowing when, he was already holding a sword in his hand. The chance is here. A quick stab into the right forearm. Elton turned and opened his mouth, preparing to bite Amoth's arm, preventing him from counterattacking in time. What the hell? A very deep bite into the arm made Elton let out a miserable scream. A moth caused his arm to shatter. Before he could react, he opened his mouth to bite. What the hell? Intense pain from the arm bitten by a moth. He was violently thrown back against the wall. How dare you bite me, Elgin? He turned the tables and attacked. You bastard. As he was rushing forward, his body suddenly froze. Exposed. As if he understood everything was a morph's trick. Yo Trang couldn't help but tremble. Impossible. His legs kept shaking. No. Yo Trang himself had no strength left to resist. Impossible. As soon as he fell to the ground and approached, a morph successfully neutralized him. The numbing effect wasn't as effective as when I used it on humans, but the toxin must be spreading now. Elgin barely managed to utter a few words. Help me. At this moment and continued his task. A piece of Elgin's flesh was ripped off from behind, and then a morph found it. Here it is. Inside him is the important object, the detonator connected to his second heart on the right side. As soon as there's an impact, the timer will be activated. Elgin had planned to hide the detonator. This heart limits the side effects of gene modification. Since he knew he might die if this part was damaged, the guy wanted to take me down with him. Huh. While disarming the detonator, and thought to himself, it will take a while. But after removing the detonator, should I destroy all the mutated giant gene samples? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Baby. Interrupted while dealing with something important. Why, I told you to hide. Amit has an urgent matter to report. Baby, we're in trouble. A morph turned to her with a look of doubt. Hi, what's wrong? And was startled when he witnessed the future where Amit would be burnt to ashes, and a morph himself would barely survive. Seeing the tragic end, and sobered up. Escaping from here right now is the best strategy. Damn it. Morph didn't forget to bring Amit. As soon as they left, a sea of fire was behind them. Si-hyun, walk slowly. Did you run away? Walking with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Let me guess where you're hiding. I want to know. I didn't expect to meet Si-hyun this soon. Si-hyun Jujin, I was originally going to deal with her later, but I didn't expect her to come here on her own. The strange thing here is her hand. A glowing sword protruded from her arm. This woman's genes have been mixed with the genes of the white Galayr and high-level parts. Si-hyun's outward appearance is clearly different. Not to mention, with the naked eye you can see she has dozens of other genes in her body. With this situation, I definitely can fight her. Her eyes are unusually crazed. Her whole body is constantly warning me. Do not confront that creature. What is Si-hyun planning with Elgin? I have to endure, take a step back, and rearrange everything. He struggled to call out her name. But if it's noisy, Si-hyun will strike first. With your weak body, you did very well. Sword pierced straight into her waist. Not only is her attitude indifferent, but she is also cruel. How could I let you escape? Right. Si-hyun's actions threaten more. Damn it, what should I do? Every move he makes is cautious. The tip of the sword has definitely triggered the bomb's counter. Attacking now would be suicide. Si-hyun glanced at a morph. I need to observe the enemy more, try to gather more information. Her eyes are those of an extraterrestrial observer, aren't they? Or maybe a daredevil's. He spoke first. I have a proposal like this. To be frank, you seem like me, so I'll spare your life, but on one condition. You must become my subordinate. Si-hyun doesn't want to spare anyone. In other words, I want you to become my pet. Si-hyun showed contempt towards a morph. You seem like me, so I'll spare your life. But on one condition, you must become my subordinate. What she meant by this was, in other words, I want you to become my pet. Si-hyun explained further, you are also a living creature dependent on genes. So only I am suitable to be your master. She hinted at her invitation, come with me. That disgusting Si-hyun Jujin is asking me to become her subordinate. The two sides silently observed each other for hours. A morph carefully considered Si-hyun's request. It's not a lie, and she has no reason to lie. Perhaps Si-hyun is currently at a disadvantage. The sword she is using is a Galayr's claw. Even my shell will be pierced. Could this have been predetermined? And she has a dozen other weapons to destroy me, baby. Moff himself has reconsidered, to be honest. Surrendering to this woman was a very reasonable choice. Si-hyun smiled with satisfaction at this decision. The sound of the collision as he slowly approached her was no different from a creature crawling to acknowledge its master. That's right, you've made a wise choice. Mitsuf's anger was gradually subdued. I'm here, don't be afraid. What you are doing now is not everything. Si-hyun didn't know why he chose to like a morph. A morph is a monster that doesn't surrender easily like that. I also didn't know why he was with this terrible, useless character so much, or why everyone called him Morph Park on online communities. For him, the reason is very simple, the freedom to choose. And at the same time, he didn't like being constrained, using the choices he made himself to become infinitely stronger. This is the plan that a morph himself chose. That's what I like about him morph. That's why, in the end, he still chose to confront. I only have one choice left. Amit didn't know why Amop remained silent. Baby Si-hyun thought he had truly accepted his fate. Good boy, that's how it should be. Perhaps not giving up, because it suddenly froze. His pupils changed. Strange. A move slashed straight at Si-hyun's face. Then he intended to run away from here. Hey, hold on tight. Okay. Who did you choose to provoke the crazy one? I understand. So you chose that, did you? What is this? Whoever dares to provoke me wants to play games with me. I'm afraid this place is about to become a sea of purgatory. This place is about to collapse and will no longer be safe. Completely. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. This woman is much stronger than me, and she will be the toughest opponent since I became a man. I must remember the combat experience I have accumulated after many trials. But I have defeated so many strong enemies and always won. I will teach her a lesson, so that she knows that in combat, physical strength is not everything. Suddenly, a strange sound of glass appeared in the rubble. A robotic hand appeared, holding onto the base. It was Eljin, who luckily found a chance to survive. That damn woman. Remembering Si-hyun's actions, he was indignant. Dare she betray me? I must take her down and make her kneel and beg for mercy. But Eljin's heart is not well. Damn it, the equipment is broken. If I don't get to the engine room in 10 minutes, everything will end here. He struggled to climb up with all his strength. I'm going to die here. No way. Eljin is determined not to die on this battlefield. I am Eljin Drava, not like those useless guys. Eljin used all his remaining strength. I'm going to die here. No way. He reminded himself, I am Eljin Drava, not like those useless guys. On this side, Amop is also not idle. He tried to escape. Amit felt worried, so he asked him, does your leg hurt a lot? No, it's much better. She was afraid that Amop wouldn't be able to bear it. Really? Oh, really? Fear here is that Si-hyun's daredevil eyes have few rays, so they can attack by surprise. Si-hyun seems to be tracking every move. No matter how well I hide, she will find me. And if I'm not mistaken, this woman also has other senses-oriented skills. Amop remembered the bomb that was planted. Time is running out. Trying to stall any longer won't help. She probably already knows what I'm about to do. I'm sure she guessed my concern about the bomb, so she plans to escape using the escape pod. You predict a fight will break out between the two of them. Si-hyun's plan is most likely to block all paths to the ship and corner me. Si-hyun will surely not hesitate to swing her sword, and then she will use her immense power to make me surrender. This could be called a standard tactic. Amop thought carefully. It was the same move I used against the robbers. It's like fighting another player, isn't it? He kept running, thinking the faster he ran, the better. Now I have to focus on dealing with the enemy. I'll leave the bomb for later. As for what's unclear, I'll know as soon as I face her. I'm carefully calculating the plan. The main problem is that my attack power and defense are much weaker than the enemy's. There must be a way. Suddenly a move remembered something important. That's right. It's the potion. As if divining that potion will light the way to save his life, the thing in that laboratory, it might help me turn the tables. It's shimium. As long as I have it, I can use a young body for a certain period of time. Hun's flames seem to burn the whole sky. The move she just used is called sword dance. It's Galier's technique, using magical power. Currently, I'm not strong enough. But if I have that potion, I will surely get stronger. And right now I can't resist magical power, but once I reach the adolescent level, I will have that resistance. Those calculations helped Amorph gain a source of strength. If this claw can scratch Si-hyun just once, my armor can completely withstand it. But everything has two sides, even that potion. And I can attack from a distance too. But the only downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. The main thing to focus on is dealing with Si-hyun. So, as long as I can take care of her within the time limit, that's all that matters. This is no time to worry about energy consumption. Chenin said after making a plan. Hey, wait a moment. A move left her behind alone. Where are you going? I have to go get something. While you have time, search every corner. Remember it being around here. Luckily, I found it. Here it is, but then he hesitated. When he used it in the game, I'd only saw a single notification pop up. I don't know what it will be like in real life. But at this last resort, I can't hesitate. I have to figure it out myself. Mip's voice called out from a distance, warning him. Baby. Amop didn't understand the reason for her actions. Hey, what's wrong? She remained silent without a word in response. Why are you acting like this? The danger is that Si-hyun will attack unexpectedly. Normally I would wait for her answer. Without hesitation, he downed the whole bottle. But now there isn't much time left. Just a few seconds later, Amorph felt a strange sensation. The potion really took effect inside him. His whole body felt like it was burning. His body parts began to transform. Muscles bulged all over his body, and purple veins appeared. This transformation made him unable to bear it, and he screamed in pain. It hurt so much. His knees also bulged with muscles. His calves were also clearly prominent. Black smoke appeared, enveloping his entire body. I can't faint. His figure then completely changed. His eyes also changed after this transformation. Seemingly small body quickly changed, growing several times larger. Emin happily hopped around. She looked up at Emin's new form. Baby has grown bigger again. He looked at his transformed body with admiration. Success. Just then, a notification appeared on the system. On the system was the updated information after a morph's level up. Species, Space Storm Morph Mutant, Stage Adult, Temporary, Survival Goal. Successfully evolved for the first time. Current traits. Super senses, wings, chitin shell, paralytic thumb. Enhanced exoskeleton. Acid blood, enhanced 6 legs, mimicry. Natural regeneration, painful tentacles, polluted internal organs. Spine launching organ. Temporary, super strength, including predatory senses fused with super organs. Human instinct, super resistance, temporary. Height, enhanced physicality. He just read it. Remember the new features. There are changes in the traits. The enhanced shell has been upgraded to an extraordinary form. A horn has also grown on his head. Several awesome horns have grown on my head. Using them to stab or ram enemies is perfect. He looked around his body carefully. Noticed that his arms have also changed, with new deformed shapes growing. On his left arm, a spine launching organ has also grown. The power of this thing is equivalent to a plasma blast, and it even has traits applied to it. Observing every sharp detail on his hand, the shell has an added layer of shield to protect him from magic power. With this, he can easily block an attack from Galler's claws. After carefully examining his new form, he calculated the time for the potion. Now I just need to check the time limit. The effect of Shunium in the game lasts for 5 minutes. I guess its effect will last about the same in reality. I see a red dot on the map. Ah, Si-hyun is within my sensing range. I need to hurry up. He resolved in his heart. Must drain as much of his stamina as possible before we have to face each other again. Channel all strength into the palms of my hands, connect. 5 minutes is not a lot of time, so I have to set up the battle formation as quickly as possible. Cut to Si-hyun approaching to search for a move. Suddenly, her steps halted. She looked up to see strange liquids wriggling near her feet. The liquid gathered into a sphere, condensing into a mass ready to attack. A stream of liquid sprayed out, enveloping Si-hyun from above. Instead of dodging, she smirked. This smile looked very much like enjoyment. The smile became increasingly distorted. Is counterattacking too. In the corner of the battleship, a spaceship also exploded. Therefore, the inside of the ship also began to shake violently. Amu sensed that Si-hyun was about to arrive. She's coming. He held him tightly so as not to drop her. Okay. Get ready to run. Hold on tight, okay. His legs gathered momentum. One knee bent into a jumping position. Meanwhile, he thought about how to lure Si-hyun to the nuclear reactor. Just one sword strike from Si-hyun and my muscles would be gone. So I have to lure her to the nuclear reactor. Because if she gets there, she won't be able to unleash her full power. Once there, don't even think about fighting at full strength. Just a touch or a light graze would be enough to shatter everything. No matter what Si-hyun is like, she can't defeat a nuclear reactor. No matter how many genes she has, she won't survive a nuclear explosion. Moff suddenly remembered a suitable place to do that. There was only one area left, but before he could go far, Si-hyun suddenly stood in front of him, looking crazy and asking him with a terrifying smile, "Where are you going?" But without letting him Morph reply, Si-hyun unleashed the sword hidden in the cloak on her arm. In a critical situation, his first move was to turn around. Damn it. Without any preamble, Si-hyun began to attack, the sword creating flames that rushed towards Moff. Luckily, he reacted in time and quickly dodged the attack. Amu threw a med far away to avoid being involved. Damn it. Si-hyun attacked. The sword created an arc of fire. That fire hit Amu. The fire continuously slashed at him. It was a good thing he observed Si-hyun's attack in time. I clearly saw his claw attack just now. Si-hyun's power is terrifying. Normally, you can see anything. Is it because of the superior internal organs? But she suddenly stopped and tilted her head to the side in confusion. Poof. Moff put all his strength into his feet to gain momentum. Then he gathered all his strength and moved straight towards her. Si-hyun smirked, not seeing the human raise his hand. One straight shot. A stream of bright red liquid gushed out. Although he managed to dodge, a sharp pain numbed his entire body. Moff left speechless, only screaming silently. This only excited her more, moving faster than before, didn't she? Then Si-hyun raised her leg to kick, but Moff managed to dodge in time. He also retaliated, but she was no ordinary opponent either. Si-hyun laughed loudly, her voice arrogant, countering lightly. But it was still nothing to her. The moment she exposed an opening, Moff tightly wrapped his chain tentacles around her. Taking advantage of this, Moff used the remaining chain tentacles to attack Si-hyun directly. Just a few millimeters away, his small iron tentacles were about to hit her eyes. In a hair's breadth, Si-hyun reacted just in time, throwing off Moff's tentacles. But in return, one of her swords became rusty and flew far away. The broken sword elongated again. Not bad. See's mouth curved into a smile. Perhaps this was the first person to make her feel this excited. You successfully cornered me, you won. Siyu changed her appearance from black hair to red hair. Moth was surprised, unable to believe it. What, red spee? Impossible. Before he could react, he didn't know when his tail was cut off. His tail being cut off made him stunned, and unable to believe it. He quickly retreated. Hyun gently stepped on the tail that was just cut off, widening the distance, right. Tilting his head to one side. His words were no longer the same as before. An interesting opponent like you must also know about red mist, right? It seems everything is going according to the data in his head. As expected, this one is not easy at all. A brief image showed a red mane. Its whole body grew sharp spikes. Red mist is a carnivorous animal living on a jungle planet. Its pomp releases a pheromone to threaten and cause hallucinations in the enemy. Moth stands there observing Sihun. If this woman also has the ability to cause hallucinations like red mist, I must find a way to take her down before the Shunnium effect ends. His heart trembled slightly, but panic wouldn't change anything. I must stay calm and wait for the right moment to strike. Without overthinking, he ran towards her. She laughed loudly with delight. That's more like it. The two continued to fight. They were evenly matched. One punched the stomach, the other was not to be trifled with, punching Sihun in the stomach. It seemed to be leaning towards her. Sihun slashed a move with her sword. She started to get angry, losing all patience. I'm starting to get sick of you. The continuous sword strikes on him more forced him to retreat. Sihun kept throwing things at him. Surprisingly, the sword suddenly reversed and aimed at him off, as if she understood how to deal with Sihun. So that's it, maybe I've found a way to deal with her. He observed her, full of speculation. Perhaps Si-hyun possessed the skills of all players. Like them, she had a fatal weakness, she couldn't use two skills at the same time. Si-hyun gritted her teeth, looking impatient. I'm really fed up with you. You will definitely die here today. Si-hyun gritted her teeth and let out a sound. His voice was annoyed, without any restraint. I'm really fed up with you. You will definitely die here today. The moth said nothing. Stay quiet and plan to see how long it takes her to switch powers. Si-hyun's image showed no sympathy. No matter how fast she was, she had to pause, and that's when this creature was just a normal person. Completely harmless. To gather more information, he changed his strategy. He had to change tactics, so he focused his strength on his legs, lunged forward, jumped high, and unleashed an attack. He cornered her completely. Cut to Amit. The world in her eyes was just a cold, extremely heavy place. What intelligent creatures call the deep sea is this person's home. She was crawling towards somewhere, a harsh environment, low temperature, high pressure, but she didn't find it too bad. Not only Amit but also many other creatures exactly like her, because she had always been protected by others. At the bottom of the sea, due to their low status, creatures like her were all eaten by others. They were very weak, living their whole lives in fear, which was normal. To avoid becoming food, Amit could only rely on herself. When she realized she had a special power, she used it to protect her kind from the greedy predators. Gradually, Amit became the leader. After some time, that character also became the head of the herd, but life was still confined to that. Images of creatures resembling Amit puddling together, sharing food, and then sleeping with the herd was the greatest happiness in her life. What was bound to happen, happened. However, she and her kind were sucked into a device. That happiness couldn't last long. The survival instinct is awakened when the desperate screams of others echo in her ears. Her desire has ignited. As the leader, she reveals her strength and wishes she could fulfill her duty as the leader. Amit unleashes her power as a leader to protect what she cherishes. She thought everything was over, that she had succeeded in saving everyone. But unfortunately, a robotic hand grabbed her tightly. But sadly, that wasn't the truth. Amit's form gradually distorted. No miracle appeared. Only endless exhaustion. Scene change. Amit is in a test tube. Years pass. The leader who failed her duty finally awakens in a prison full of foul liquid. Not only her, but many others were there too. She witnessed, watching everyone being destroyed, and Amit could do nothing. They were all destroyed one by one. Painful deaths of those she was supposed to protect. His Reggie hugged the cat and smiled cruelly. As a human and the furry creature in her arms, she gave the name 26. No more of her kind survived this prison escape. Only Amit remained imprisoned at the bottom of hell. She prayed incessantly for someone, anyone, to come and save her, to return Mizamur. And Sihun continues to fight, and if necessary she is ready to sacrifice her life to protect them. Angry, and out of patience. And so sick of this. And you just keep running away without looking back. At this moment, he unleashes another move. Si-hyun taunts while running, you and all your cowardly tricks. At this moment, he turns around and counterattacks with his tentacles. Si-hyun luckily dodges in time. Angrily counterattacks and cuts off a tentacle. But the severed tail spews a strange liquid. The amorph tail continues to attack Si-hyun. He is no less capable and dodges the attack. Si-hyun counterattacks with his sword, creating a curve that slices the amorph tail in half. While she is dealing with that tail, he takes the opportunity to use his remaining tail to spray liquid onto Si-hyun. It turns out that liquid is acid, and her suit melts away. Ah continues to punch, but surprisingly, he manages to block it in time. Perhaps Amorph had predicted his movement. I guess Ta has some kind of defensive skill. Looking at the hot body, I'm a bit surprised. But I didn't expect it to be the super alloy skin of the Von Fram elf. At this moment, Si-hyun uses his other hand to deliver a flurry of punches to him in stomach. You deserve to be punished for biting your master. That pain makes him numb, and sends him flying backward. But Amorph quickly regains her composure. She gathers strength in her legs, preparing to counterattack. To defeat me, that's not enough yet. He jumps up, wrapping his tail around her, which surprises Si-hyun a little. He grabs her by the shoulders with his hands, lifting Si-hyun above his head, which stuns her. What? And below, Amorph is lifting her, cursing under her breath. Damn it, this woman is heavy. Excrete the super alloy, equivalent to a super reinforced armor. Take a deep breath, but it will add weight to the body. Use all your strength to throw Si-hyun hard against the wall. Maybe this is my chance right now. Extremely indignant, lost all reason, gritting his teeth. That damned monster. Si-hyun appears with 2 swords in his hands, his face turning cold, gathering all his strength, preparing to strike. Immediately, gravity suddenly changes. His whole body is pressed down to the ground. He falls, and Si-hyun continuously strikes with sword after sword into Amorph. His whole body seems to be engulfed in flames. He is now in a passive position. Thousands of fiery slashes hit his flesh continuously, but he still endures, waiting for the opportunity. Just a little longer. Finally, the opportunity comes. Amorph seizes the moment. Chance is here. Gather all his strength and suck straight into her. But unfortunately, he only sucked into the wall. Si-hyun laughs loudly, with an arrogant, haughty attitude. Fooled you. But she recoils at the sight before her. Amorph's eyes change. The situation has changed now. Sorry, I made you disappointed. But I wasn't fooled at all. Everything gradually changes, right from the beginning. Appearance has no change. You are not my target. Si-hyun Jujin quickly scratches the ground with his sword, not forgetting to shout. Damn it. Si-hyun turns his head to look behind him. At this moment, Amorph's eyes change, making her face turn pale. He raises his hand, preparing to end Si-hyun's life. I waited for this moment for a long time. As if on hot coals, shouting, not wanting to leave here. I can't die here. Si-hyun's sword almost had no strength left to hold on to a changing state. Was pushing herself to use 2 skills at the same time, to the point of pushing herself to the brink of death. That power seemed to pull Si-hyun towards him and, taking this opportunity, he counterattacked. He must take her down now before it's too late. Needles shot out aiming at Si-hyun. Suddenly, she smirked mysteriously. A voice sounded, startling Si-hyun. Don't touch her. It was Emmett, who took the opportunity to counterattack unexpectedly. Then the two combined. What the hell? An explosion echoed throughout the area. Her whole body was covered in syrup. Her mind lost consciousness. The final blow quickly knocked her down. Amib rushed towards Amov, crying for help. Baby, help me. He reached out and held her tightly. While Duoy held on to Si-hyun. There's no way he'll be defeated by them. He held both girls tightly. Don't let go. No way. Amu felt a very strange energy in his tentacles. The magical power just released from the tentacles. Could it be 26 different ones? He thought further. He must find a way out of here first. Si-hyun's whole body was being dragged away. Amov panted heavily, walking step by step, dragging Si-hyun. Recalling earlier, the ship had a hole. Does this ship's maintenance system work? Such a big hole, and it didn't affect it at all. Amov entered the code. If it were humans, they would fix it immediately or temporarily seal the damaged area to stabilize it. The door opened, but now, besides the robbers, who else would be there? But I'm sure they're busy running away from me, so I don't know what's going on. Seeing the situation is not good, Amorp held the two tightly. This ship is really big. Seeing that something was wrong with his hand, Amit asked what's wrong with the baby's hand. I'm looking at the hand. I don't know when it disappeared. The tail also completely disappeared, returning to its original form. The drug has worn off. The effect of shonium on the transformation is about to end. It's a relief that returning to the original form wasn't too painful. Amov felt a bit regretful. I also wished it would last longer. But you changed your state. Anyway, I got something important. Si-hyun's image and the data array. In this game, Mexico contains about 1,000 genes. All of them are genes from rarely encountered creatures. Si-hyun Jujin is an NPC at a level comparable to a real player. So she also possesses some decent genes. Enhance her body. Compared to when I swallowed the experimental samples, I probably only got 3 genes this time. He looked down at his fingers. Even one would be good, but I hope it's Gallire's claws. Moff returned to his original state, opening his mouth wide. Starting over, let's see. Just as he finished with his head, His eyes lit up, and he understood. Moff finally understood. That's right, the bomb. He knelt down. According to his instincts, he only had about 5 minutes left, which wouldn't be enough to defuse it. A move deduced that he had to abandon this ship and find the quickest way to the escape pod. He ran quickly, calculating, but even to cross the corridor to Dwarfking, it would take at least 5 minutes. It would definitely be too late. The Moff jumped high. There was only one way left. He jumped down, and there was a weapon in front of him. Without thinking much, he grabbed it. It's like this weapon. Oh, sparkling. That's right, sparkling. And skillfully performed the operations, charging the plasma, setting it to the highest level. The system sounded 30, 70, 100. A stream of power erupted. That light, fading away. Done with the light. Amip reminded, hold on tight, okay. Having said that, Amorph jumped away. While jumping, he held 2 women and gripped the weapon. Amorph tightly held both women, the other hand gripping the weapon. All 3 escaped through a pre-existing spatial rift. He turned his head slightly, and a tentacle emerged from his palm. The tentacle tightly wrapped around a nearby iron bar. With its help, the 3 gradually descended. The tentacle slowly released its grip. Finally, they landed safely. Amorph landed on one leg, taking a few more steps. Soon, they saw the runway. Great, almost at the runway. He used 2 tentacles as stabilizers, sitting energy. Amorph raised the weapon, aiming precisely. Blinding light formed a straight line. Done. Amorph threw the weapon away. Thanks, you've worked hard. As for Amip, he was delighted. So much fun. While walking, he saw an escape pod opening its door. An escape pod is opening. Who is trying to escape on that? So he landed where the ship was opening its door. Oh well. Away, I won't have to waste time figuring out how to open it. See if there's anything to latch onto. Switching scenes. Tran was dragging himself step by step. Damn it. Just a moment ago, I thought I was about to die for sure. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, damn it. My senses are back to normal now. But my eyes. I remember that time when Jin was trembling and pressing against it. Because one side of his heart was damaged, his whole body was thrown into chaos. What's more, while disarming the bomb, he almost detonated it. The bomb is at number 10. You damn monsters. Don't even think about escaping from me. I set the bomb to explode after 10 minutes. Jin smiled triumphantly. After I successfully escape this ship, those 2 monsters will also turn to dust. Suddenly, everything became unusually quiet. Why is it so quiet? Has someone collapsed? But Jin wasn't too concerned. But it's probably just a small skirmish. Stop. Yuzong Samu saw him and suddenly stepped back, shouting, pirates. Seeing his uniform, Jin deduced that he must be Captain Yuzong Samu. Is completely different from what that man Yun told me. He must have kept quiet until now because he couldn't give up this ship. But now that he thinks everything is fine, he poked his head out. Yuzong Samu raised his gun. Don't come near me, he threatened tremblingly, or I'll shoot. This is a plasma gun, are you going to shoot me with that? Ulton, help me. Even if it's a plasma gun, you should take off the safety lock before threatening someone. What? Safety lock? Before he could react, Jin knocked him away. Yuzong Samu fell flat on the ground. Then Jin picked up the gun. You idiot. You did scare me a little. What he said earlier was just to trick Yuzong Samu. Hey, Captain, plasma guns don't have safety locks at all. Then he stepped forward and pointed the gun at Yuzong Samu, giving him time to strip Yune. But unfortunately, no. Please spare me. Yuzong Samu trembled and begged, I won't do anything. Please spare me. There's no need for that, Elgin said without a shred of mercy. He honked the horn, goodbye. Suddenly, the gun reacted. It seemed the gun was a bomb. Elgin exploded into pieces. Only his legs remained standing there. The rest was blown to smithereens. At this moment, Yuzong Samu broke out in a cold sweat. He started to laugh, a triumphant, loud laugh. Pirate, you deserve to die. The beast within Yuzong Samu was revealed. I am the descendant of the giant titan, the eldest son of the Samuel family. He raised his hand triumphantly, and I am invincible. But it wasn't long before a huge explosion occurred. His cake pod fortunately managed to get out in time. Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, baby, oh no. Amoth rushed over. Hey, are you okay? Then he picked up Amit. She's unconscious. He placed her on the mattress. The shock won't cause serious injury, so she'll wake up soon. Then he looked outside. The ship had now exploded into small pieces. This was the first place he had set foot on when he appeared in this world. The large ship was finally blown to pieces. Amoth picked up a bottle of liquor. He observed the inside of the bottle. Did some guy come in here and chug this? After watching, he threw the bottle away. He felt uneasy. He probably needs to check the internal recording on this escape pod. He walked to the keyboard and typed a few keys. On the screen, an image of a drunken Yusung Sammy sitting there appeared. He started playing the internal recording. He was holding a bottle while sitting. Oh, it's Captain Yusung. Is he still alive? Yusung Samu, with a flushed face, continued to high. That guy has been hiding here drunk all this time. He was probably waiting for things to calm down before showing up. After drinking, he stumbled out to check the situation outside. It was too quiet outside, so he found it strange and decided to go out and see what happened. He continued to watch the screen. That guy hoped those soldiers had killed him or that some ship would pass by and save him. Seeing that there was nothing, Amoff decided to delete the video, but it wasn't his business anyway. The screen system displayed a notification that the internal recording had been deleted, and the mode was changed to standby navigation. Default set locations were displayed on the screen. An image of a sphere appeared. That was one of the planets under Megacore's control. Usually, these places have a large stationed force. After hearing that, Amoff entered the data. He had to avoid them as much as possible. The closest place to the current location was probably this one. The location he chose was a planet covered by a large circle, looking very modern. To understand better, the Special Trade Station is a giant space colony drifting in the universe, and it's also where the players in this game gather to trade. I also took down those guys to get more gene samples. We're calling that a morph site. Thanks to that, so many nicknames were born. First is the name of a despicable Amorph. He changed position, but Amorph was supposed to be there anyway. What else could he do? Changing course. The system announces the destination is the Special Trading Post D. The rescue ship begins to move. Amorph sits back and enjoys himself. Switching to autopilot. Remaining time before landing is 3 hours. Inside, he turns his chair. A colony with countless creatures will be a paradise for me to develop here. Amorph approaches, but he looks at Emmett. Unexpectedly, this kid is a sea demon. Emmett seems to be sleeping. These creatures are similar in appearance, habitat, and enemies, only differing in size, probably because they are the same species. Most humans fear this species. Sea demons have a super strength trait called the fear of the deep sea. It is something that can plunge humans within a certain range into extreme madness. Amorph leans down slightly to observe. This trait is also similar to the Phantom Red Bone, but can be activated whenever desired, and has a wider range of influence, and a rarity comparable to Galliar's claws. His hand reaches out to Emmett. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me. But Amorph's hand retracts. No. He fires his brain, not allowing himself to do so. If I eat 26 now, the hunting effect might not activate. And I quite like this kid. Amorph pats Emmett. Come to think of it, he is quite useful. I will try my best to help 26 until my last breath. Then he turns to Si-hun. So for now, we'll just observe him for a while. Hunger begins to consume me. I should take care of the rest of her body. Amorph turns to Si-yun. So for now, we'll just observe him for a while. Open your mouth wide. Take advantage of that body first. The next part is Si-hun's leg. He stepped strongly on one of its legs, taking the first bite. Suddenly, his eyes wide. The human was furious. An extremely blissful pleasure. Numbingly good. Next was the arm. The taste of Kizareji Jujin was just like a luxurious, meticulously prepared dish. So I thought Seihyun Jujin would be the same. But it turned out not to be. Next was the neck. The more I chewed, the more I could feel the deliciousness of the muscle fibers. This one is better than everything else in the world. Soon, Si-hun's entire body was eaten clean except for the head. Only me and the unconscious 26 were there, so no one would interrupt this delicious meal. The system continuously displayed notifications. Predator effect activated. Successfully acquired the X-ray vision biological trait of Seihyun Jujin. Do you want to apply X-ray vision? Do you want to apply camouflage skin? Predator effect activated. Successfully acquired the Gelatin Claw biological trait of Seihyun Jujin. Do you want to apply Gelatin Claws? A planet appeared before his eyes, the capital planet of the Galactic Alliance, Zix-1. A robot cat stood under the heavy rain. It poked its head out. Not far away, people were bustling and talking. They were raising their hands in a solemn salute. The screen showed the Commander-in-Chief. Everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings, Commander-in-Chief Zubaka. He is the creator of all robots. Zubaka is everywhere. Even now, he is still watching us." Leading the Star River Association to the path of glory. A device sounded in front of the cat. Footsteps approach. The sound of footsteps stops, replaced by the sound of the test tube cap slowly opening. The glass begins to widen. A hand reaches up. That person is none other than Si-hun Ho, breathing heavily after a few hours. Looking at the naked body, Si-hun is a bit surprised. Is this a backup body? Si-hun is a bit surprised. Cramp. He didn't expect to need a clone body. A steps down. The feeling is not like the original body. Si-hun walks towards the mirror. Calls the system. Display the gene settings of this body. But the system cannot update. Warning. Some genes cannot be updated. The current gene information is displayed as follows. Si-hyun angrily punches the mirror. All the genes I collected are gone. The plan is ruined too. Ah, I can't believe it, I swear. That son of a bitch. If I see you again, I'll rip your head off. Switch to another scene, the special shopping mall in the port area. There, someone is listening to music. It's Carpenter, seemingly on duty nearby. Suddenly, a voice comes from the other end of the line. Hey, Carpenter, are you free? He wakes up. What's up? Why are you asking? They announce that Sector 7 just received an escape pod from Megacorp. The control tower has made contact, but there's no response. Carpenter can only sigh. Who is skipping work again this time? The received information is very suspicious. That ship is on autopilot. So, there's trouble. He accepted. Okay, let me check. Carpenter is driving towards that location. Where did this one come from? A moment later, the car arrived. He approached. Only then did he see. It looks expensive. Then he plugged a device into that suspicious ship. Immediately, the door opened for Carpenter to check inside. He looked inside. What the heck, why aren't the lights on? Black drop around detected a white jump site. Carpenter's hand touched Tomo. What is this? The original body was easily found from somewhere. An morph appeared right above Carpenter. A moment later, his colleague was looking everywhere. Hey, where's Carpenter? Carpenter, he arrived early today. A strange guy. But that guy said he needed more money to buy a new house. Then the guy next to him saw it. He just mentioned it. The white guy called Carpenter's name. Hey, Carpenter. He seems to feel something. It's him. But something is strange. What is he doing standing there? Maybe just random thoughts. Something's not quite right. Am I overthinking? The white guy asked. Hey, I thought you were working a late shift today. You're already back. Carpenter replied. I had something to do. Asked again, did the leader say anything? He replied, turned away, reporting busy, and he approved me to leave. The colleague looked clearly annoyed. What kind of nonsense is that guy talking? The other one ignored him. Let it go. The two of them laughed and guessed randomly. Maybe he just lost money or something. I hear footsteps of a stranger. That person is walking step by step, radiating a dark aura. That person is none other than a morph. He smiled gleefully inside. I didn't expect my new trait to be this useful. Through the combination of Sehyun and the copy skill, I know things that even the Jiang clan doesn't know. Combining the disguise obtained from Sehyun Jujin and copying, I obtained the copying organ, the half-human, half-demon face of a morph. This organ analyzes the victims I consume and secretes a special pheromone that deceives the senses of other creatures. At the same time, it turns me into a victim in the eyes of others. The two face each other. At first glance, this trait seems incredibly invincible. It also has many drawbacks. The pheromone doesn't work on cameras or mirrors, so my identity would be revealed immediately. Its face is full of murderous intent, making the other party question. Furthermore, the strange valley effect will create a creepy feeling for others. The effect of imitation lasts a long time, and is hard to explain. A morph clenches his fist. Everything has its pros and cons, but it's still something I can use effectively. He raises his sword in Sehyun style. I also got the Galligan claws I've longed for. A morph runs fast, but it's similar to a morph's super senses, so I can't use it much yet. The super trait, Ray Refraction, will be beneficial for future combinations. On with the tentacles on my neck. I was very surprised to have the rare monster tentacle mutation on my body. Suddenly a bunch of tentacles grew out from behind my head. The image of a huge dragon, they look like the tentacles growing out of Gowlier's mouth, also known as the space dragon. Both hands tightly grasped him. Don't know why this happened, but they are definitely better weapons than claws. I have to thank Sehyun Din for this. Get closer to him, its tuft of hair. Now I have 4 traits related to super strength. I just need super resistance. Soon as I come of age, I might gain another type of super strength. Suddenly, she spoke up. Baby, suffocating. He leaned down and whispered, just hold on a bit, okay? After saying that, he ran deep into the narrow corridor. Well, I've been to this place in the game many times, but this is the first time I've actually set foot here. Raise your head high. No matter how magnificent the special shopping center looks on the outside, it's just as dilapidated on the inside. That's why I chose this place. Here is some information. It is divided into 4 zones and 1 central management zone, the business zone, the residential zone, the central management zone, the port zone, and the entertainment zone. The entertainment zone and the residential zone have the lowest security level. Next is the entertainment zone. The entertainment zone is where Megacorp residents relieve themselves with rented slaves. Combat robots patrol around to arrest criminals. Finally, the residential zone. The residential zone is located near the slums where the lowest class residents live. If someone suddenly disappeared here, no one would find it strange. In the residential area, Moth quickly jumped. The residential area will do it. As long as we keep an eye out for the robots that occasionally patrol this area, we'll be fine. He stopped in front of a building. Now the problem is how to get there. There are many people here. I can go through the sewers or the underground railway. Both were built when the city was constructed. However, there is a big problem here. There is no water in it. So it's highly likely that the sewer system is undergoing large-scale maintenance. A moth transformed into a human. If it were in a game, I would choose the sewer route. But this is reality. Too bad, but I have to choose the subway. He just glided away. The path he used to use should be around here somewhere. He glanced into an alley. A moth smirked slightly. Below the alley was a mysterious door. Found it. Then he transformed into a moth, borrowing its strength to turn the gate. Opened the gate, peeked inside. Then a moth went inside. A moth quickly descended. Only I know about this place. The monster roared fiercely. At the wildlife smuggling surveillance office at the port, the people around were using all their strength to restrain the monster. One of them shouted, "Sister, we can't hold on anymore. Where is the restraint team? Get the tranquilizer gun here." Sister Lat yelled, "Which idiot brought this mountain crawler here?" Lat walked in from outside, not paying any attention. He shouted irritably, "You crazy Lat, don't you see anything?" Lat said casually, "Okay, Sister Lat, I'm going home now." Hearing that, crazy Sister Lat regretted it. "Everyone is stuck because of the monster you call back. Can you just go?" Lat smiled, "I'm not working overtime. Good luck everyone." Then he waved goodbye. Ignoring her shouts, "Come back here, you selfish guy." At the special entertainment center in the mall, Lat walked over. The system at the center immediately announced, "Welcome to the special entertainment room, where all your dreams come true." He looked at the system screen, thinking to himself, "Who should I choose today?" Lat thought excitedly, that girl. She looks like my difficult colleague." Lat pointed at the screen. A short-haired girl appeared up there. "It seems she often comes here to play too." He licked his lips and said, "Pick her." After a while, his syrup-covered hands were washed in the sink. Lat smiled strangely. It was more satisfying than he thought. He paced back and forth, thinking, is this too much for her? After thinking for a while, he said, "Well, the shop will clean itself up anyway." In the forest, a girl's eyes were wide open, her body covered in syrup. Lat thought the money had been paid in full, then presented the card for checking. His system chimed, "Thank you for using the service." He walked down the stairs. After finishing his business, his mouth craved alcohol. Having a smoke and then sleeping seemed fine. He'll buy 2 bottles on the way back. Express train sped past. Lat calmly reached the exit. He noticed something and looked over with confusion. He cursed out loud, "Damn it, who broke all the streetlights?" Buying a hand, Lat switched to flashlight mode, still muttering, "It's damn annoying." He shone the light forward with his hand. While turning, he thought, when will I get out of this garbage dump? After walking a bit, Lat felt annoyed. Damn it. What is this smell? He kept walking despite it. He still felt uncomfortable inside, not knowing why, but he didn't like it at all. His thoughts continued. I have to hurry up. Lat didn't notice a figure in white standing nearby. A morph's voice startled Lat. "Hey, mister." Half of a morph's body was visible. A morph faded into the darkness. He asked Lat, "Where are you going?" Lat replied, "I'm going home." He suggested, "It's too dark here. Can I go with you?" After looking for a while, he let him follow. "In my opinion, a moth is lying." "Thank you." Footsteps sounded one after another. A moth called out, "Hey, Lat," shining the light. He replied, "What?" Moth asked, "Lat, are you a robot?" Lat nodded in response. He suddenly made a strange sound from behind. "Why?" Lat turned around, thinking, what is this? That guy is trying to mock the robot for living in the Megacope area. He opened his mouth in astonishment. Moth was holding a piece of flesh in his hand. Lat saw it wriggling and screamed, "What is that?" He shone the light on the creature, and thought, it seems my colleague once told me about this high-level creature. He said it only likes to play with human heads. His legs were trembling. If I don't do anything now, it'll become its victim too. His heart screamed, "Run." Lat just bolted and ran. Moth's face darkened, and black gas slowly spread all over his body. He transformed into his monster form. Thinking, he ran away, but I more or less guessed the reason. He looked at the creature in his hand. The creature mumbled, "Baby, he's scared of me." A moth was confused. "Why is that?" The creature replied, "I don't know." He thought. His heart rate spiked to the maximum the moment he saw Thing 26. Why is he so scared? A moth's base form is cute. Moth continued thinking, Thing 26 is the transformed form, but it doesn't look that different from the normal form. He looked at Thing 26 in his hand with a sad expression. How can someone be afraid of such a cute creature? I really don't understand that robot. He suddenly realized, aha. It's a robot, right. Have calculated. The shimmy effect has worn off, and he's back to his juvenile form. He needs to consume more robots to evolve into his adult form. That's all. Ran for his life on this side. Didn't dare to look back. He rushed towards the door. Lat opened the door and stepped in without hesitation. Then he slammed the door shut, ignoring everything. Turning around, Lat opened a bottle of water and gulped it down. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Phew, I almost lost my grandparents. Rarely walked to the bed. He'll report about it tomorrow. Then he plopped down on the bed. Lat picked up the remote and turned on the TV. While watching, he muttered around. There are only a few shows. It's so boring. His complaints drifted outside. If I had enough money now, I'd move out of this place immediately. Emoff looked up at the glowing window with a craving look. Lat walked while cursing loudly. Damn it. What kind of superior is this? He walked while grinding his teeth in anger. It's because of that woman who tried to send me to the mountains that I have to work overtime like this. Thanks to her, I even had to waste time going to the shop to vent. He stopped. But I've already reported about that guy. Lat looked around cautiously. Probably won't be waiting right outside my door, right? Feeling safe, he continued walking. Fearing a surprise attack, he kept looking around vigilantly. It's this far, it should be safe. I've been worried the whole time. My throat is completely dry. As soon as he got upstairs, Lat heard a noise. As long as I can get home, I can drink to my heart's content. He couldn't believe his eyes. Emoff was standing in front of his room, trying to enter the password. He managed to open Lat's door. Emoff slammed the door with his tail, making a loud noise. Lat on this side was trembling and called the police. A voice answered on the other end. Hello, residential police station. How can I help you? He was shaking. Oh, hello, I think there's a monster in my house. At this moment, a morph had already entered. He went to survey the house. While walking, Emoff thought, this place is too small, it's quite similar to a studio apartment. He dropped the creature onto the bed. Lat mumbled, it looks disgusting from any angle. What kind of noble sleeping style is this bed for? Emoff calculated his next move. Since he decided to hunt robots, he should at least do some preliminary research. All day, he checked if there were any other occupants in this unit and simultaneously discovered many potential prey. Images of a blue-skinned creature with scales and 2 tentacles on its head, a cold-blooded reptile, a bearing wolf, a therianthrope, a werewolf, and many more flashed through his mind. A development plan for a morph appeared. To reach the sub-adult stage, I must consume more species. In total, I need 60 role-playing species, and 4 more to be sufficient. He looked out the window. Many players had just arrived at this area and immediately left. It could be called a wise choice, because after reaching the sub-adult stage, the evolution conditions will be even more numerous. Emoff observed the towering buildings. In the special commercial center, there will naturally be many alien species. So collecting them will be easier. Here, he remembered Not only that, Megekor has diplomatic relations with the Ko, so there will definitely be countless Q in the administrative area. Emoff licked his lips, thinking it would only be a matter of time before he collected 60. He decided to continue his inspection. Great, I have to stay here for a while anyway. Might as well check things out. As he passed the partition, he heard the neighbors. The soundproofing wasn't very good. Sounds from the next room and upstairs were clearly audible. Many new morphs were discovered. So, it was clear no one lived downstairs. Though, Morph used sound waves to sense people in the hallway. Someone was approaching this way. He could clearly see the number and faces, a total of 3 people. That robot guy and 2 police officers. Emoff beckoned. Hey, come here, jumping creature. He hurried over. What's wrong, sis? Then he pulled both of them along. We have business now. We didn't intend to cause trouble with the authorities, so let's observe the situation first. The police officer asked Lat. A monster entered the house. He replied, yes. The police officer pondered for a long time, then turned and said, the door is still intact. Lat snapped, I told you it was forced open. Police officer looked at the bag, and his face darkened. I understand. Then the police officer asked, what is that in your hand? Lat was surprised. The police officer looked at the computer to check. Check the records. Last night you also reported nonsense about seeing a stranger. Then he asked Lat, were you drunk? This made him grit his teeth in annoyance. Lat glared at the police officers resentfully. If these guys weren't government employees, I would have stabbed each of them once. The police officers demanded Lat. Police officer, let me in to check. Lat reached out to open the door. Days. The 2 police officers went inside. The officer sneered, looks like a pigsty. Lat clutched his bag, trembling with anger. One officer shone a flashlight into a large jar, covering his nose. The other opened the refrigerator full of beer. Then the 2 officers concluded. There seemed to be no unusual signs. This made Lat panic. No, impossible. He was too big. I clearly saw him with my own eyes. Did any other neighbors report anything? The 2 officers put their hands on their hips and sneered. If you're a robot, you should get your eyes checked. The 2 officers calmly said, only you called us. Drink less alcohol. Lat didn't believe it. No, it can't be. Hearing this, the police officers also became annoyed and didn't intend to continue. The two officers turned their backs and left. Anyway, we've confirmed there's nothing unusual. You probably don't need us to stay any longer, right? Lat ran after them, calling out, wait, hold on a second. The officer said, if anything else happens, just call us. Lat stood frozen to the spot, his face pale and sweating. Did I really see wrong? He paced back and forth, thinking, maybe it left. Lat bit his lip, his face pale. Then he turned his back, ignoring it, and collapsed onto the bed. He reached out and grabbed a bottle of water. Lat gulped it down. Could my body be deteriorating? Now I'm even having hallucinations. He said loudly, it's too stuffy. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of breaking glass echoed. Lat lay sprawled on the bed, thinking, tomorrow, we'll call that girl who looks like the department head. He smiled perversely. I will take care of her. He went all out, kikif. A sound came from somewhere, drawing his attention. Lat frowned uncomfortably. What the hell is that guy downstairs doing at this hour? Doesn't he know? Why not do it during the day? Suddenly, he realized. Wait a minute. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing there was no one downstairs. Slowly, he turned around. Then looked down. Under the bed, a moth had appeared at his feet. He roared, it's time to eat. Lat was so scared that tears streamed down his face, an illusion. Then, only the sound of chewing remained. Screams reached the neighbors. The neighbor, unable to sleep, got angry and ran out to open the door, shouting loudly, you damn brat. This time, you won't escape. He slammed his hand against the door. Hey, you idiot. Show your face now. He covered his nose due to a strange smell. What is this smell? He managed to open it. The smell was pungent. He shouted, hey, you there. It's late at night, are you still messing around? Before finishing his sentence, what the hell are you? He stopped. Lat, who had been transformed by Morph, apologized. The neighbor looked at his strange face and thought, what's wrong with this guy? He coughed, ahem, it's late, please speak softly. Morph replied, he'll be more careful. The neighbor waved his hand and walked towards the door. As long as you understand, that's all that matters. I'm counting on you. Morph watched him go, silent. He laughed maniacally. The next target is that guy. Morph grabbed the door and entered Lat's house to look around. Walked around. Looking. The creature, number 26, was devouring food from the refrigerator. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Morph saw the food. Eat more. He'll hold off on the slice for a moment, I need to finish the rest. While chewing the slice, he was inwardly complaining. This is the second disgusting meal of my life. The smell of alcohol mixed with the meat is overwhelming. He kept eating and grumbling. It seems freshness and taste are related. But to neutralize it, I have to grit my teeth and endure. After chewing a few bites, the system appeared. Oh, it's here. He looked up the system and muttered, I should have finished this on the Megacore research vessel. It took a long time. Morph looked at the creature. I will turn into an egg in a moment. The creature wondered, an egg. It jumped down and said, I'm still a larva, how can I turn into an egg? He explained. To become bigger. He petted the creature's head. It asked, from a larva to a bigger larva. Morph nodded. That's right, don't worry. Morph turned and said, eat the rest, then touch the screen with your hand. Alright, let's start. System activated. Secretly rejoiced. The power of the sub-adult form, the strength he briefly experienced thanks to Shinyam. It's finally time to fully enjoy it. Morph began to transform. He turned into a pink cocoon. The creature approached to observe. When I escaped that foul-smelling cage, I saw that at all costs. I must protect this little creature. He walked around saying, but until now, instead of protecting it, I've always had to hide under its protection. The truth gradually, and frankly it extends its tentacles to touch the cocoon. If only my body were bigger. Now these tentacles are stronger. The creature touching the cocoon feels. The changes inside appear in the mind amidst the sleeping thoughts. Right at the moment the tentacle touches the child's cocoon. Strange energy transfers from the tip of the tentacle and seeps into the body. The tentacle stretches in the abundant energy flow. Then, as if absorbing a highly nutritious food, I feel vigor and strength beginning to surge. The creature emits extremely strong energy. I am filled with joy. This time I can definitely protect the child. A black face appears. That is Morph, a Morph in human form. This places he looks at his hands and thinks these are my hands when I was human, so that's it. He takes a step forward. So this is my deep inner world. A black aura spreads all around. A Morph. What the hell were the game developers thinking when they created a Morph? A real-time game. And it also immobilizes the player for 6 hours. This is no longer a bug, but a fatal flaw in the game. He thinks for a while and wonders, is it because of this dark space? All the unpleasant memories keep coming back. A dark shadow appears near him. A Morph looks at the monster's body in front of him. This might be the remnant of a Morph still left in my body. After looking for a while, he realizes it's not that scary. He thinks while reaching out to it, yet feels a strange sense of familiarity. Morph, morph. Touching the monster's chin, a surge of power erupted. A move had re-embodied with the monster. He thought, the senses have returned. That means the evolution process is complete. Although there's nothing new, the feeling is real. He turned on the system to check the status screen. A series of new functions appeared, including a message. Message display, unread messages. Did this exist when eating Shanium? Realized this seemed to be a new system that only appear after true evolution. Well, he selected it. Yes, the new system display screen was unlocked. Cautiously touch yes. Maybe it's a new version, so there are changes. After selecting, a series of notifications appeared. Superfusion system. Use 3 or more currently possessed traits to create a completely unique new trait. The new trait obtained will be a trait that has never existed before. Available traits list: exoskeleton, sheet tin, skeleton, leg string. Additional note: not all will be advantageous. Choose carefully. A morph looked closely. Superfusion system. In the game, there was no trait fusion like this. You could only combine one by one. A thought crossed his mind. If he kept accumulating skills, the player might even forget which traits they possess. Even he, at the end of the game, had over 500 traits. Move continued reading the notifications. Even a fan like him almost went crazy. Who knew they would fix it this way? His eyes narrowed. The issue is, if I fuse physical traits now, I won't meet the requirements, and the physical enhancement system will be disabled. A morph calculated, the psychic enhancement system was already penalized 6 points. If I gain more physical traits later due to punishment, the required points for the superpower system will increase from 6 to 12. The system suddenly blurred. Those unique traits are indeed great, but the risk is too high. For now, I'll put aside the super ability system, and extend my hands out. Unique traits sound tempting, but as water bubbles rise, it's precisely at times like these that one must be more cautious. The water marks on the thick wall are dense. Even if it takes more time, taking the safe route is better. I'll save utilizing the super ability system for after I've absorbed enough physical traits. There's movement outside the cocoon. A moth punches the cocoon from the inside, breaking it, and crawls out. With a newly upgraded body, he feels his new body. His visibly taller. The creature happily jumps around. Ah, it's the giant form I saw earlier. He picks it up. It looks different from before. At first, it was only the size of a human head, but now it's this big. What on earth happened? A moth asks it, what is this? Wiggles. This. It grew on its own. He suspects, since when? It got excited since I touched the egg you were in. He stares intently at the tentacle. This must be the saw-toothed tentacle of a sea demon. Just a light touch would be enough to tear flesh apart. Then he looks at the broken cocoon and thinks. Said it touched the cocoon while I was evolving. Could it have absorbed some of the energy generated during that process? The creature is happy. With this, I can protect you. Hearing this, he rubs its head. Well, it should be fine. A moth remembers this creature when it finished evolving. The sea monster we saw in the game is a giant vice boss level monster, over 20 meters long with hundreds of tentacles. Having such a creature as an ally is quite reassuring. He rubbed the creature, not intending to give it his own, but sharing some food with it was fine. I'm off, but find food. Let's eat. The creature responded. Yes. He stuck out his tongue excitedly and concluded, the next target is the house next door. A lavish meal waits us. In outer space, a series of spaceships fly to protect their status. I must constantly move forward. The motto of the colony originated from an insurance company in New York. Instead of competing for limited lands, I chose the path of expansion and pioneering in the development of space colonies. Collecting satellites aimed at exploring a new continent instead of Earth. They poured huge sums of money into developing artificial habitats and terraforming technology. Ground receiving stations, starting from space stations in the solar system, the terraforming of Mars, and the construction of orbital habitats, they gradually expanded their platform. One of the achievements of that process is the first space city, a bridge between the solar system and outer space. The special commercial center, with a diameter of up to 60 km. Thanks to this, countless races from the outside visit this historical achievement of humanity today. Special commercial center, administrative area, memorial tower. And on the keyboard, human resources management team. I request an explanation regarding the supply of materials. 3 drop. The thing is, she continued, it seems production on farm planet zone 101 and livestock planet Payday 2 is dropped. I understand. We can allocate 20 of staff to the entertainment sector, but we can ignore the fact that supply has dropped by 3. His arrow was trembling. What she said is true. The blonde lady across the way listed that 40 of the special commercial zone's revenue comes from the entertainment sector. If the human resources management team cuts supply by 3, the entertainment sector will have no choice but to bear that deficit. Asked Pizarro, Vice Director. No, Miss Pizarro, do you know what is most important to a merchant? Pizarro's lips move. Is it credibility? The blonde lady calmly replied. Of course, that's also an important factor. The blonde lady's expression became serious. The most important thing is trust. This time, we can use the excuse of special circumstances, but what if we lose credibility because of it? Her gaze was sharp as she looked at the Zero. These are all guests who have traveled a long way to be here. If they are disappointed once, they will never come back. Do you understand what I mean, Pizarro? Pizarro finally met her eyes. Yes. I will engrave it in my heart. The tense atmosphere made everyone around sweat. The blonde lady said, as you know, this is an extremely important time. The first board meeting will be held here. The blonde lady gave an order. A massive influx of tourists into this city cannot afford even the slightest mistake. Understood. All together, yes. A series of continuous orders were issued. Immediately contact the management of both planets. Tell them to meet the quota. Even if they have to use aphrodisiacs. Yes, good. Next is the entertainment area. I always expect a lot from you. Please present. The blonde young lady sighed tiredly. She rubbed her tired head. Even with clones, it wasn't enough. But if this succeeds, the position of clan leader will not be far off. There are two clans, Thompson and Chamber. This is a system where the winner of the competition will become the clan leader of the clan. Upon becoming the head, that person will exclusively possess all the rights and benefits of the people in Megacorp. She thought, since the Chamberlain family has held the clan leader position for generations, the Thompsons are on edge. The blonde young lady clenched her fists with determination. If the Thompson family steals the successor clan leader seat, there will surely be bloodshed. The Zero entered to report. Miss, excuse me, I have brought the list of VIPs requesting a tour on the event day. The blonde young lady turned around. Thank you. The blonde young lady reviewed the documents. She heard something from Pizarro that surprised her, making her frown. The blonde young lady immediately turned to ask, is Akira Zujin also attending? Pizarro replied, yes, the Zujin Acceleration contacted us an hour ago. The blonde lady rubbed her forehead. He will not attend the council meeting, but only as a tourist. Then she tapped on the keyboard. The usurper dares to. Information about a man appeared on the screen. He was called a usurper and criticized for being the only one among the capital's nobility to become the head of the family through rebellion. An image of him capturing someone appeared. He murdered Gazujin, who was supposed to be the head of the family, and turned his daughter into his own puppet. Next were the dismembered body parts of that person. He ruthlessly killed or tortured members of the capital's nobility and even his own family without hesitation. She stared intently at the image, frowning. He is a psychopath but very capable. So after the death of Guzujin, the Zujin family prospered more than ever before. The blonde lady exerted her strength to assess. A monster has ruled Megacorp and the Zujin family for nearly 100 years. To confront him directly, I will surely lose miserably. She angrily turned off the screen. But I can't back down here. She stood up and asked, how long until the next appointment? The Zero reported, 10 minutes. The Zero followed behind, continuing to report. Today's schedule includes inspecting key facilities and the security system of the administrative area during the council meeting. The blonde lady was determined. Failure is the mother of success. Even if it can't win, they'll just consider it gaining more experience. She possesses the pure aura of a champion. She is not afraid of competition or challenges. She thinks that even if she loses, she can always get up and start over. But she didn't know that in the neighbor's room, Shizu was in a mess. He was completely overwhelmed. In his own territory, a terrifying threat had taken root without him realizing it. A morph was attacking him. The creature chewed on the pancake bread greedily. Umov exclaimed, this is delicious. He went into another room. They must clean regularly. The house is spotless. Compared to the lair of that scumbag, this place looks much more like a proper dwelling. He looked at the corpses on the floor and thought, but more importantly, the neighbor was asleep. Shizu, although he really wanted to devour this fresh meat right now, still had things to do. He turned around and said, I'll go to the next house for a moment. The creature replied, all right, be careful. Umov. He hurried away. First, I need to finish up the remaining tasks. Where is the communication device? He picked up the phone. Oh, here it is. Umov operated continuously. The scumbag's name is Lat. Let's check his work contacts. This jerk is this guy. Huh. Then he found a phone number. Well, which employee doesn't hate their boss? He dialed the number, and the other end answered him immediately, shouting, Hey Lat, you son of a bitch. What the hell are you doing at a time like this? Umov pretended to be Lat. Oi. The other side yelled louder, look, are you crazy? I don't care at all. That's it, get out. The other side got annoyed and raised their voice, hey, you idiot. I knew this day would come. He ignored it and turned off the computer. He looked at the calculation screen. They'll probably forget everything tomorrow, but I have to see this through. Sending a resignation letter from his laptop to the company will be the perfect finishing touch. Then, Turn on the laptop and investigate. Alright, let's investigate that a bit now. Manhwa typed on the keyboard. The seizure report from the animal smuggling surveillance team. Just skimming through, I've seen enough. A series of LAT's information appeared. If I take all of this, it'll get a huge gene bang. They must be monitoring strictly. He smiled slyly. If I use LAT's voice to call an employee, take him down, and forge the shipping documents, I can easily mix in 1 or 2 animals. To get more, I need a broker. The information on the areas appearing on the screen shows quite a few shipments. Looking at the destinations, it seems some broker intercepted the shipment midway. After reviewing the information, he closed the laptop. For now, he'll try contacting a broker using LAT's identity. If negotiations fail, it'll just take him down. Disguise myself and intercept the shipment myself. Manhwa thought as he walked, that scumbag, LAT, right. He left behind a lot of useful stuff. If only his taste was a bit better, it would have been perfect. Creature was enjoying the neighbor's flesh. The Manhwa spoke up, baby, you're back. Manhwa looked at the neighbor's face. I'm not eating it. The creature said angrily. Don't be so picky. He pulled the creature's leg off, while talking. So we'll just take the leg. This is the rest, you eat. The creature asked, really? He nodded. Yes, you eat it all. The creature agreed. Okay. You take the leg somewhere else. We'll go find something tastier to eat. Manhwa put it in the fridge. Now, let's just keep this leg in the fridge. After I'm done impersonating LAT, I'll have to pretend to be this guy. He picked up the phone and searched for a target. Now, who should I call? He scrolled through his contacts. It seems this guy doesn't socialize much. He scrolled continuously. Someone who might know the broker. Besides the boss, there's no one else. But if the person in charge disappears, it will be a big deal, so this is not a good option. He scrolled while thinking. I need someone who will be quickly forgotten even if they disappear. A name. Pay attention. There is a very frequent contact. His name is Loin. He stroked his chin. Probably LAT's friend who shares secret hobbies that no one knows about. Wait. A special brothel. This place is famous in the special economic zone. Even in the game. It was on the news and often caused a stir regarding moral issues. He kept staring at the screen. Anyway, if he's the kind of person who enjoys such immoral things, he might know a little about the underworld. Manhwa checked the message history and started texting. They were still in contact until yesterday. It seems their relationship is quite close. Let's see. The other person replied. So you really quit your job? Boss is furious. What's going on? Manhwa texted, I'm bored. I'm thinking of finding another job. The messages continued between them. Well, it is like robbery work. Where are you planning to go? After all, I'm only suited for this kind of work. Doing similar things. Manhwa read the message thoughtfully. Similar though. Yeah, smuggling and things like that. If we talk for too long, he might get suspicious. I need to wrap this up as soon as possible. He frowned. You say before that you wouldn't get involved in dangerous stuff. The other guy texted. That's true, but he dove into the messages to dig up information. Come on, do you think you can get away with it now that you're just starting? After thinking it over, I don't see any other way to make money. Try, even if I have to start from now. Alright, I'll send you the information via email. Hey, by the way, why don't we meet up for a drink today? The other guy asked. Are we meeting up? Manhwa typed back. I have a bar in the port area. Don't tell me you're treating me, you're not that kind of person. Since I quit my job, I can treat my colleague to a drink, right? Manhwa continued the conversation. Whoa, quitting your job makes you look much more mature. Alright, what time shall we meet? How about 9 p.m.? That bar is on the edge of the port area. Manhwa was pleased with the convenient arrangement. Great, it's right on my way home. Thinking about having to go to the bar alone from now on, he felt sad. He crushed a skull with his hand. You won't be lonely, because you'll be following in LAT's footsteps soon enough. He cheerfully picked up his phone. Alright, it's settled. What should I do now? Just kill some time. The gassy creature, it was too much. Manhwa rubbed the creature's belly. It's still small, it needs enough sleep. He opened his laptop to search. Before meeting Lloyd, I can read through the seizure reports. Whoa, there's even a purchase order for Crowwall. He was startled. Hey, they caught a spiker too. How on earth? Manhwa calculated. There are 20 of them, and the transfer location is blocked. This means the owl space are still here. The one-eyed creatures appeared. Owl space, just like its name, is an alien species from the very edge of the universe. Manhwa was inspired by Alien. And these guys are exactly like the Zerg species from some old-school game. If you choose this species, you become the queen of the hive, absorbing the genes of other creatures and forcibly breeding your soldiers. Manhwa crossed his arms and thought this was a slow-developing species, like a morph, but with a completely different operation. Still, he preferred a more. He typed, the number is small, but they are not specimens, so you can aim for a hunting effect. First, you have to get these ones. Besides, after watching, scratch your head. Not many species have a population of over 10 individuals. Maybe I won't get many characteristics, even if I eat them all. After that, you meet the computer again. That depends on luck too. Then turn around and leave. It's best to act now. The creature saw this and immediately jumped after. Baby, what's wrong? Movamov replied, let's go out for a while. It asked, where are we going? Movamov took it with him, you will know when we get there. Moth prepared to strike, and rushed forward frantically. He used his tail to move continuously. He reached a piece of land to brace himself. Moth exhaled a breath. He looked at the city in front of him, and said, good, it's time to hunt. Moth sprang up and rushed forward. He jumped onto the buildings, rushing forward swiftly. He held the creature, and ran like that. Both jumped down from a building. Moth cracked the ground as soon as he touched it. He looked ahead and saw the tunnel entrance. Okay, just follow this way. He immediately used his skills, and hid behind a rock. On the other side, the patrol robot's eyes lit up. He was scanning the surroundings. The creature asked, baby, what's wrong? Moth replied, enemy. That robot is approaching step by step. Moth assessed, a combat android. This is a different model from the reactor guards on the pirate ship. He continued to use his skills to scan. On the right side, there's a combat support arm. The weapon it's carrying is a ghost assault rifle. That's strange. An android equipped with a ghost assault rifle. A ghost rifle is a lower grade weapon than a plasma rifle. It uses tungsten rounds and is very effective against heavily armored opponents. Moth, hide well and stay out of its sight. It's strange for a patrol android to be carrying such a weapon, unless there's some special situation. Something big be about to happen. The two are separated by a small distance. I think many events are held here in the game. So the security level will naturally be tightened. Suddenly, the robot turned around and, seeing no one, continued on its way. Taking advantage of the moment, Moth jumped away. He held the creature, and assessed the situation. When I looked back, there was nothing. I didn't expect the situation to be like this. Moth opened the tunnel hatch. From now on, we have to act more cautiously. Then he immediately rushed down. The creature wondered, baby, where are we going? Moth said, we're going back the way we came. In the dark tunnel, Moth thought. My initial plan was to build a nest and release spores. But if an event is coming, things will be different. Moth used his skill again. A burst of green gas spread out. I need to build a surveillance network immediately. He placed his hand on the ground. A surge of power immediately erupted. Moth looked at the mess in front of him, and the surveillance network was complete. In 2 days, the spores would develop into a colony. With that done, Moth opened the hatch. He used his skill to check if anyone was around. Just as he thought, there wasn't a soul. Moth gently put a mip down and instructed, wait here. She quickly spoke up, and going to. He transformed into Lat's appearance. Leave. The enemy fears you. Mip waved, understood. Leaning against a wall, Moth thought to himself, this area is the district of One King. It's a perfect place for hunting. His gaze drifted into the distance, and he spotted something. The figure of a person approaching made him suspicious. It was a woman. Hearing the name Lloyd, I assumed it was a man. Lloyd approached, and Moth secretly assessed her. What a surprise. Another woman who looks completely ordinary. Based on her appearance, she seems harmless. I wonder what she'll be like when she gets here. A few thoughts lingered in his mind. Probably the cold, money-grubbing type, always looking to cause trouble. He stepped out and waved, over here. Upon seeing him, Lloyd's expression suddenly became annoyed. Damn it. Why did he arrange to meet in such a remote, desolate place? Moth approached and asked in a low voice, this isn't something we can discuss in public, right? Lloyd calmed down a bit. You have a point. By the way, observing his current appearance, she wondered, you quit your job, but you're still wearing the uniform. Half of the Moth's mutated face was revealed. In Lloyd's eyes, he was wearing a comedy uniform. That's because the agency's camouflage mimics clothing too. Images of two identical, but different cells appear. The camouflage organ collects movement information along with other sensory information. Accurately recreate the target's appearance just before death. However, it has the weakness of not being able to reflect factors other than the swallowed target. Thinking of this, Emin muttered to himself. In the game, I didn't have to worry about mismatched clothes, so I was careless. From now on, I have to be more careful. Then he put his hands on his hips and gave a stiff smile. It's just that I only have this one set to wear. Lloyd sighed helplessly. At least you should get some casual clothes. A black aura flashed past. Lloyd turned his head suspiciously. Especially after quitting his job, Moth acted as if he didn't notice. He asked, what's wrong? Lloyd shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, it's just that there's been a very strange smell since a while ago. Hearing that, he spoke up. What? Hey, more importantly, Can you tell me about the go-between? Lloyd glanced over, thinking, are you going to talk about that here? Amoff honestly replied, it's possible someone might overhear at a bar. Lloyd fumbled for something in his pocket. Well, it would be troublesome if the conversation was overheard. After saying that, she took out a small object. Bringing it forward, the information about the transaction with the go-between is in here. The file will self-destruct after 1 day, so memorize it carefully. Amoff's face stiffened slightly. That's really a pain. Lloyd encouraged him. Well, that's how this job is. He'll send you his contact information right away. Immediately after, the phone notified that you have received Esther's contact information. Lloyd, Amoff thought to himself, they probably just use initials in case someone gets caught. At this moment, Lloyd turned around, a bright smile on his face. That's all for our talk. Let's go grab a drink. Amoff followed behind. Startled, she raised her hand and patted his shoulder. You're inviting me for a drink. Sensing something, Lloyd's eyes suddenly widened. She immediately backed away, asking cautiously, who are you? Human arm gradually returned to its same appearance. Well, it seems have been discovered. The disguise mechanism couldn't fool the sight. Sensing danger, Lloyd panicked and turned to run. Help, help. A giant hand reached up and covered her mouth. After easily restraining Lloyd, Amoff thought to himself, he must be very confused. Humans should only have 2 arms, but she's being held from multiple directions. Before Lloyd's horrified eyes, Amoff opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of teeth. In the game, I often take advantage of the sensory difference. Red syrup splattered out, and a loud scream echoed. Amoff squinted, growling, the hunt is over. He'll dispose of the carcass right here. His sharp teeth gnawed and chewed the food. The rib fragments were quickly broken apart. Amoff savored the taste, sensing that Lloyd's flavor was just average, not delicious at all. A mediocre taste. His arm was gradually swallowed by the dark energy. He muttered to himself, it's still better than the disgusting taste of those lats. Transforming into Lloyd, Amoff flexed his finger joints. Anyway, this way I can turn into Lloyd. Next up is. Then he bent down and picked up the bone fragments, wiping away Lloyd's traces. I guess just throwing the bones down some sewer drain will do. Leaving Sarah behind, Amoff slowly left. When I get home and check the data, he'll decide whether to meet the broker or not. Amit called from afar. The smell of prey, Amoff replied, I just finished eating. Trot, she asked, what about my share? Amoff paused for a moment. Next time I must leave a portion for Amit. See you in the next 2 videos. Deck, cargo bay, supply depot team. Colleagues pass by and greet him. Hey Thunder, aren't you going home yet? Thunder is still busy tipping. You go ahead, I have some work left. The other person leaves. Yes, I'll head back then. Thunder finally looks up. From his pocket, he takes something out. Looking at the data in front of him, he thinks to himself, all of this could be money. Do they know how much I've lost because of those bastards? Turning to the robots beside him, Thunder is annoyed. I could have smuggled it to another planet this morning. But because of the board of directors, they sent people to monitor all outgoing cargo. Because of that, all the creatures I intended to move have been held back. The more he thinks, the angrier Thunder gets. Clenching his teeth. Do you people know how much money is lost for just 1 day's delay? You jerks. Suddenly, he notices something. With everything he has invested, that surveillance, the phone displays, you have received an encrypted message from Al. Thunder is puzzled. That fire idiot. Looking closer, his expression suddenly changes. The hill. An outspace person wants to buy that thing. A smile creeps up his lips. The more Thunder reads, the happier he gets. If I remember correctly, I heard that creature is extremely rare. Who would want to buy it? Sitting at his desk, Thunder thinks excitedly. The buyer is from the administrative sector. Well, that makes sense. Those people like to collect rare animals and antiques. Mouth stretched into a smile. This guy knew he was quite capable, but, beep beep beep, who would have thought he had connections? With the cults in the administrative district. Announcement, time 10 p.m. Meeting point near the bridge by the container area. Seeing this, Thunder wondered. If he should ask him for an introduction. Putting the phone aside, he thought, just being in the administrative district is too convenient for me. Need to transport it outside. The phone rang. Thunder reached for it again. Now, as long as they do their part well. As soon as he saw it, his face immediately became displeased. Oh, wanting to change the time till late at night. His hand quickly typed on the keys. He demanded a transaction under tight surveillance. Now he even wants to change the time. Cold sweat broke out. Thunder held the phone to his ear. Something was suspicious. Hello. Thunder said angrily, hey, what the hell are you thinking? Voice on the other end changed. Oh. Thunder scolded. You never changed the time before. The other person hesitated. It's because I have overtime work. Thunder narrowed his eyes. So what if you have overtime? He thought to himself, what is this guy suddenly saying? His eyes widened, bloodshot. Thunder was startled. Thinking about it. The crawler specimen is being surrounded by many people. I heard his colleagues gossiping that some idiot was trying to smuggle a crawler specimen. It happened recently, and that guy was caught red-handed. The incident caused a stir. Thinking about it, Thunder asked suspiciously, could it be because of that crawler specimen? The other end replied, yeah, that's why I've been swapped. Thunder nodded. Indeed, it seems you've had quite a tough time. As he was about to hang up, he finally concluded. Alright, you understand. 1am. Fine, see you later. His eyebrows furrowed, his body stiffened in thought. The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. The sect actually conducting a transaction at this hour of the night. His gaze fell to where his fingers were continuously tapping. I need a little insurance. The other side responded with a voice. Hello, get straight to the point. It's me. Come with me for a trip. His face was displeased. His short and stout. You know the place, right? Be there before 1am. Lom cursed under his breath, idiot. Standing in front of the computer screen, Moth was curious, not knowing what the guy was plotting. But if he dared to play tricks, I'll deal with him. Holding the phone in his hand, he told himself. Broker is an extremely cautious person. It's not surprising. A triangular block divided into many parts. This is just a guess, but this guy is probably the warehouse manager of confiscated goods for the logistics team, or some security guard belonging to the security team. In other words, a low-level manager. Then he took a deep breath. If they handle this as is, the consequences will be very troublesome. The rain is too heavy. Will find me immediately. I want to find a way to use this guy in the long run. Amos's hands quickly typed on the keyboard, but it wasn't entirely without options. While operating swiftly, he thought to himself, Allspay has a characteristic that can solve this problem. The question is, whether or not the prey can absorb that characteristic through hunting is entirely up to chance. For now, let's see how this transaction goes, then we'll figure it out. I still have a lot to prepare before setting off. Hands carefully pried open the manhole cover. Port area, the container yard. Moth slowly crawled up from the sewer. Just in time, he said he would contact near that crane. A sound wave radiated out. He sensed 3 surveillance cameras there. All cameras were pointing towards the center. Cameras mounted from the side. It seems the guide also has someone in the security team. Moth turned around and walked backward. I'm not a novice who would easily fall into such trivial traps. Once again transmitting on the sound wave, Moth paused. Something was moving right next to the crane. His gaze turned forward where there was a crowd of people. Hundreds of them. All were armed. He knew the guy was careful, but he didn't expect him to bring such a large crew. Black smoke billowed out. A woman's foot appeared. I just want to resolve this as peacefully as possible. A figure stepped out. The subordinates immediately became vigilant. Moth stepped forward. What about them? Thunder reassured him. Don't worry. It's just insurance. Look at his smug face. He recognized it, so that's it. In Lloyd's appearance, Moth looked up at the nearby wolf ears. Don't care. But there is a rather troublesome race among them, wolves. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, he told himself, disguise can fool even wolves. But there's a feeling. Something is not right. Their sense of smell will be sharper than other races. This must be resolved as quickly as possible. Thinking so, he moved closer. The line. Thunder pointed in one direction. In that refrigerated container. Same as always. Once the transaction is complete, the password will appear on the screen. Ormovden steps in. Tay types quickly on the computer. Finally, the screen displays the transfer confirmation. Password 16 for him. Thunder steps forward to check. Exclaiming happily, good, that's one burden off my shoulders. Moth quickly leaves. Transaction complete. I am leaving now. Sir. A voice calls out beside his ear. Hey, it was the boss who put you in touch with the cult, wasn't it? Moth turned back hesitantly. Yeah, well, instead, Thunder proactively suggests. He's also a capable person. Can you introduce me to him? Every time a transaction with him is successful, I'll give you a commission. Moth is frank. Too bad. But I refuse. Thunder clenches his teeth. What a pity. Nevertheless, he still holds out hope. If you change your mind, contact me anytime. Morph walks away. At this moment, the one watching from behind suddenly speaks up. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing someone jump down, Thunder looks puzzled. What's wrong, Cat? Kit approaches, sniffing him off with her nose. Then she turns back and says she's very suspicious. Hearing this, Thunder becomes even more confused. Suspicious. I have done quite a few transactions with her. Hit furrows her brow slightly, not entirely sure. But she's clearly hiding something. Thunder glares, gritting his teeth. What? Then he directs his gaze towards Amoth. Hey, what do you mean by that? He immediately feigns innocence. Amoth stands frozen, listening to his explanation. Hit's sense of smell is far superior to other wolves. I heard there's trouble in the security team. But who is she working with? Saying this, he suddenly shouts, "Hey, you over there, catch her quickly." The subordinates with guns move closer. Amof was determined. In the end, it turned out like this. I originally intended to settle this peacefully, but I have no choice. From behind him, a powerful tail shot out. Now I will kill them all, except, suddenly attacked by poison, to let out a cry. The poison took effect. She trembled, and fell to the ground. After the call, Shindy turned around and shouted loudly, "You bastard, kill her." The subordinates simultaneously raised their guns and fired. Seeing a barrage of bullets, Amof remained unharmed. What is this? Why isn't she dead? The people concentrated their fire even more. Damn it. At this moment, Amof lunged forward quickly, his hand tightly gripping the face of a subordinate. The speed was lightning fast. Amof quickly dealt with the group. One of them had his face distorted from the impact. After finishing, Amof rushed towards the remaining group. Sharp claws pierced the man's body. The gun immediately burst into flames and exploded. The rest aimed their guns and fired. This woman is using some kind of control technique. Amidst the noise, one person urgently opened a box lid. "We can't fight her. Damn it." Then the man turned around and ordered, "I will hold her off. Guys, take the guest to the safe zone." The two behind him quickly ran away. There. As he finished speaking, the man took out a large gun and aimed. He exerted force and shot a beam of light directly at Amof. "Get out of the way." A series of lights flashed. Amof remained unharmed. All the bullets coming towards him were blocked. Seeing this, the man drew a glowing sword and took a defensive stance, shouting, "Even if I die, you shall not pass here." Amof lowered himself. A tail shot out from behind him. The man deftly dodged. Immediately after, a series of debris rushed towards him. He swung his sword, quickly slicing through the other thing. Wait. The sword in his hand shattered. At this moment, Amof's face darkened as he stepped forward. His giant hand pierced through the man's body. The man's eyes widened, bile spewed out. His mouth trembled. Monster. Then Amof lifted him up into the air. He retracted his hand. The man's motionless body was flung away. Amof bent down and picked up the sword. Looking at the remaining light, he thought to himself, a light sword. Similar to the type the river pirates used on the research vessel. Same model. So, it's the same organization. Then Amof threw it away and turned to leave. But he was going to die by my hand anyway. His energy was impressive, but he chose the wrong opponent. Stepping towards Kit, who was groaning on the ground, he thought, more importantly, this is Vaughn. Wonderful. Kit lay there weakly, trembling. Vaughn is a shape-shifting slime, suitable for its own evolution conditions. Pick her up. Amof thought with interest. His plan to contact his intermediary had failed, so there's no need to pretend to be Loy anymore. Approaching Kit, he asked himself, there won't be any problem absorbing Vaughn's essence, right? Immediately after, Amof returned to his original form. His mouth opened wide, and he roared, "It's time to eat." Red bile shot out. Amof exclaimed, "Tastier than I thought." His foot was lifted off the bile. Besides the special entrails, Vaughn is quite tasty. Let's try biting the head. Amof commented. The taste is relatively similar to a cat he once ate. Like a juicy hamburger. Another bite, Amof muttered. Too bad I have to leave it to finish eating. Then he switched to the sound waves he had to deal with and the fleeing guards first. Looking into the distance, Amof told himself, the distance is too close. It seems they were too worried about avoiding the security cameras, so they couldn't run far. As he thought, he walked away. Speaking of which, around here, there are no people, nor androids. He used his connections to change the patrol route. Hidden in the shadows, Amof grinned. Smuggling is a serious crime in Megacope anyway. But ironically, his vigilance has pushed him to his death. The mouth full of syrup sang loudly. Must have never thought that there was a creature like him in this world. The stunned relatives were still running away. Amof thought to himself, the hunt is not over yet. Feet ran hastily on the ground. The people following Thunder chased after him. Damn it, do you think he'll give up? At this moment, someone hesitated and said, sir. Thunder turned around. The other person suggested, I think we should go find the police instead. Thunder's eyes widened, bloodshot. Go. Then he turned back and waved his hand. If I stick my head out now, the police will be in big trouble. The other person trembled, but we can't fight it. We have to ask them for protection now. Hearing this, Thunder angrily kicked the bin. Damn it. He peeked out and thought to himself, it sounds annoying, but it's true. It's better to stall for time than to die. Ahead is a fence, Thunder told himself. Luckily, there is a police station behind that iron fence. I've bribed the area security team a few times. His face was sweating. He thought, time to enjoy the fruits of labor, then go back. So we have to go there. His eyes suddenly widened, veins popping. In front of him, a morph was dealing with the other person. With bloodshot eyes, he turned around. His legs were stiff and trembling, unable to stand firm. Seeing the opponent approaching, he backed away in fear. Monster. His calf was suddenly held tightly by someone. The subordinate held a morph's leg and begged. Please, sir. Thunder was confused. Oh. The poison gradually spread, and the other person screamed. Run, run quickly. Thunder gasped and turned around. Just like that, he bolted away. Looking at the road ahead, he felt a surge of hope. The exit was near. The iron gate was open at this moment. If only I could get past it. Suddenly, the space began to spin. Thunder lost his strength and collapsed onto the ground. His vision darkened. His body trembled. He was confused. What's going on? Veins carrying poison appeared on Thunder's face. What is happening? A moth, with his mouth full of teeth, lunged forward from somewhere. His hand reached out and grabbed Thunder tightly. A moth quickly lifted his whole body. Thunder numbly felt himself being moved. Damn it, where is it taking me? After walking a distance, a morph stopped. Ahead were numerous people lying down. He threw Thunder to one spot. Looking at the other party continuously entering, Thunder was confused. What is it trying to do? A moth's hand tapped on the keys one by one. Then, the door slowly opened. He stepped inside. Thunder was too scared to hold back. Mouth opened, but no words came out. Police. Looking at a moth, Thunder silently begged. Someone save me. A moth reached out and wiped off the liquid clinging to his body. What's this? Did you wet yourself? That's scared. Huang looked inside. He told himself. But this guy is important. Can't kill him right away. And he pressed a nearby button. He had to deal with these first before dealing with the remaining intermediary. The glass cover opened to reveal something. A small morph-like creature appeared. The Owl's Bay, an unlucky race whose psychic abilities were stolen by the Vortex Swamp, the strongest race in the game. People light radiated from the large vortex. Their ultimate goal is to return to their home planet destroyed by the Vortex Swamp. To do that, they must have enough psychic power to cover this entire galaxy. The silhouette of a person fighting with that creature. So they will try to seize it by hunting down the priests, thus making them the enemy race of every sect. Holding the creature in his hand, the morph thought they couldn't resist the psychic attack from multiple races at once, so he only aimed at the Owl's Bay. Fingers dug deep into the shell. These things look like crabs. I don't know any position. Let's take a bite. A morph commented, quite nostalgic. It's like taking a frozen crab out of the freezer and eating it right away without thawing it. The excess shell was dropped on the ground. The first crab is done. Looking at the row of glass cabinets before him, a morph told himself there were 19 left. His hand grabbed one from a cabinet. Let's check. A morph was disappointed. Still a fake. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. Getting information from a maximum of 20 species is indeed not easy. But it's disgusting. They only play these tricks. Then he threw the excess shell away. A moth continued to enjoy another one. Only 2 left. He probably has to accept that he's going to lose this bet. A few legs were left in his mouth. A moth was hopeful. But what if the 20th one is lucky? Suddenly, his eyes flashed red. Here it is, the notification panel displayed. Parasitic hunt effect activated. Successfully obtained parasitic gene. Obtained parasite from the biological characteristics of Osbear lava. Do you want to activate the parasite? Yes or no? The human body with glowing veins, the parasite, one of the inherent pathogens in Osbear, can invade the opponent's body and control all their actions. Goodbye and see you in this video. Parasite, the enhanced infection type will be unlocked, and it can be combined with contaminated organs to create an enhanced parasite. Looking at the report, a moth muttered. Enhanced infection type will affect buff-related characteristics. I'm playing in ambush style, so it's even more convenient. Then he reached out and clicked yes. A moth raised his head and let out a cry. A series of veins popped up from his biceps. Notifications appeared one after another in front of him. Activated, parasite, can merge with. Contaminated organs already available. Parasite and contaminated organs have merged and evolved into a characteristic. Area parasite. The effect from the contaminated organs has been lost. Instead, you can create an enhanced parasite. You can control a total of 5 enhanced parasites. Currently, you can specialize in 2 types. Enhanced telepathy 5 out of 6, enhanced infection 1 out of 4. Finally, the system added, I really can't understand why you chose such a disgusting characteristic. A moth said calmly, everyone would think so. He raised his head. A moth frowned slightly. But I have obtained the necessary trait. Remember my forced look of panic. Thunder. He was excited. Then I have to try it. Except 76. His hand slammed down on the waist on the floor. In the sticky mess, Thunder struggled to move. Great, I can move again. A moth appeared behind him. He still didn't notice. Hurry, find a place to hide. Slide, his hand reached out and pulled him back. Shove. Then a moth forcefully slammed his stiff body against the wall. Looking at the moving thing, Thunder was scared. What are you going to do to me? In the next second, a djinn-like creature suddenly popped out. The creature went straight into his eye amidst Thunder's scream. In the darkness, his scream echoed. Later, Thunder's face became blank. Leave right away. Watching the stiff body leave, a moth muttered to himself. Consider the parasitism successful. But it only lasts 24 hours, so I have to time it to go get it. A thick black gas covered the stiff body. But now he is my slave. The parasitic creature is on his brain. After 24 hours, the parasite will disappear and Thunder will die. Because this parasite has already controlled his brain. The image of him dripping red syrup all over his face. If Thunder shows any suspicious gesture, the parasite will read all his thoughts and cause him extreme pain. Finding someone lying on the ground, a moth thought he knew exactly how painful that was. Unless something really provoked him, he wouldn't dare to resist. A strong hand gripped the iron plate. Moreover, he saw how he braked. This guy is very smart. He will understand. Arm of Om followed someone away. It's time to go back. At this moment, Amip stirred slightly, looking sulky. Too late. A Morphler came out. Hi, sorry. And he threw the food on the ground. Here's food for you. Amip jumped up. Whoa. A moth turned and left. Eat. Amip said happily, him. Picking up a leg, a moth exclaimed, I am a wise moth. You don't step in the same river twice. Then he bent down, and took a bite. Now, it's time to put someone else in my place. A week later, in the crowded city, the nimble hands typed on the keyboard. How is the situation with brokers? General Security Bureau, Sector 5 conference room. Someone reported after the council meeting announcement. He stopped smuggling, but suddenly resumed a week ago. Specifically, this guy has carried out 6 total operations. Another person asked, is he smuggling every day? Has the method of operation changed? The man in glasses said while typing, his main job now is acting as an intermediary between planets. But the last 6 cases were with citizens within the city. Could it be that security has tightened too much? Hearing that, a voice interjected. No, acting within the city is not profitable. The man in the blue shirt scratched his head and continued. Brokers is very cautious. Someone who always tries to make the highest profit with the fewest deals would do this. Then he turned to ask, who are his clients? The bespectacled man hesitated. I just discovered a new one. With no prior transaction history. Man in blue was curious. A new one. The bespectacled man replied, yes, just discovered 3 days ago. Another person chimed in. This guy often wears pajamas and is very good at avoiding cameras. He's likely well trained. Murmurs spread around. Our site has tailed him quite a few times, but we lost track. The man in blue rested his chin on his hand. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. One's broker is not enough, and now there's a new criminal. Why now? Thinking of this, he slowly stood up. There must be a reason why the cautious would act so recklessly. The man in blue raised his voice. For now, just sketch out this face and have someone analyze it. And contact the port area to see if he went there, right away. We must keep an eye on every move of this broker. Then he lowered his voice. That's all, everyone dismiss. The group dispersed one after another. Alone, the man in blue leaned back in his chair thinking. This guy pays his superiors a lot of money, so it's hard to catch him. But this time, they shouldn't even think about interfering. He took out his phone and started tapping. The rulers of this city are also nobility. Their orders are absolute. Reading the information. The man in blue slightly raised his eyebrows. His old unit has an agent watchings. The screen displayed a person. He muttered to himself, I don't really like taking advantage of friends. But just this once. Misters. I will catch you before the meeting ends. At this moment, a morph had transformed into someone else. Check your phone, calculate the time, 10:05, his coming soon. Then a moth looked up at the sky. It's tough, always having to change the meeting point. But if I get caught, it's over, so I have to bear with it. Thinking of a dark place, a moth was vigilant. These past few days, I have been using this form to meet Thunder. I have a feeling someone is watching near the container area. Remembering the investigation team, a moth guessed that the commies must be following Thunder. So every time we meet, I have to change both the time and the meeting point. Half of a moth's face returned to its original form. Thunder clearly wasn't very pleased. But he only dared to show a little dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he has to obey me. At this moment, Amip suddenly spoke up. Baby, I'm bored. A moth lowered his head and said, just wait a little longer. Sensing movement, he stopped. The car slowly approached, his here. Then the car drove in front of him, and someone stepped out from above. A moth looked and exclaimed, this guy's face has changed quite a bit too. Alright, hello everyone. Thunder looked visibly haggard. Lost about a third of his weight, right? Well, he has to be, being tormented by the parasite 24/7. At this moment, he suddenly collapsed to his knees. I brought the goods, as you ordered. As he said this, Thunder's whole body trembled. Please, give me your hands to take the parasite. A moth asked. You fear the parasite in your head more than me, right? If you don't take it out, you will die. Thunder's eyes widened, and the parasite slowly crawled out. even came out of his nostril. Mixed with the syrup, the parasite was flung to the ground. Thunder held his nose, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly he heard a moth's voice, leading the way. His hands typed rapidly on the machine, full of energy. The door burst open. Armov walked in. Mip exclaimed, "It's so cold." A moth suggested, "Then let's wait outside." It refused again. "It's okay, I just suddenly miss home." Seeing him enter, Thunder bowed his head. "Then I will wait here." A moth didn't pay attention and checked around to see if there were 5 plant centipedes and 1 mutated fairy wing today. Thinking of this, he was startled. Mutated. His eyes widened. He walked to the box. "I have never encountered a mutated fairy wing in the game before, I wonder what it looks like." Flipping some buttons, a morph thought to himself, the 7th one is a bird, so its meat should be like chicken. Then the box lid sprang open. A morph froze completely. He was curious. "Baby, what's wrong?" Amu thought, "This isn't a fairy wing." Looking at the sleeping creature in the box, he recognized it as the larva of a Galagan. A space dragon, a real one, a blue Galagan. Image of the giant dragon appear, a creature based on the dragon in Legends, and usually having a completely different lifestyle from the common ones in the game. The dragons surrounded a nest, moving in packs like lions, and the surrounding members would protect the newborn Galahir together. Galahir emitted an aura of energy. In the game, this behavior is considered a unique trait. More specifically, this is the ability of the Galagan to summon its pack. Looking at it, I'm off worried. If the system in this world also operates that way, the situation is quite dangerous. If it manages to summon it, this place will be no different from hell. Observing more closely, Amov couldn't help but be curious. But how did they capture it? Simple smuggling operations wouldn't easily get something like this. Thinking this, he looked out. It was highly suspicious, but he could be sure that someone wanted to mess up this operation. A habitable planet, completely enclosed, a large aircraft appeared outside. The morph's pupils flashed red. He had to find out what was going on inside the stone chamber. Right then, Thunder rushed in breathlessly. "Did you call me?" A moth pointed at Galagan and asked, "What is this creature?" Thunder looked confused. "Which one?" Getting closer to look, he muttered to himself, "It's a wing." Looking at its appearance, a moth nodded. It seemed he didn't know anything either. "Well, this creature is quite rare, so it's understandable if he doesn't know." Then he asked, "Who brought it here?" Thunder hesitated. I think it was Jane." Thinking for a moment, he became more certain. That's right, it was Zed Russell. After capturing this creature, he was immediately imprisoned. But he escaped. A move was doubtful. Erasing. His eyes widened. His face turned pale. "I think I've heard that name before." He remember now. The crazed look of a guy appeared. Arnold Russo, Shinigan's subordinate, the one who once confronted me. He was the head of crisis management on the anomalous research vessel. His eyes glowed red. Half of Amoff's face appeared. Sionigan already has 4 Galahir's characteristic abilities, so naturally, he would know their nesting location. As subordinate, placing Galahir in the space city wouldn't be difficult. Thinking of this, he looked up. In other words, the clan faction being attacked in the city of Tet. In terms of hierarchy, this scenario feels familiar. Then Amoff continued to ask, "Is there any event happening in the city?" Thunder repeated, "An event." Remembering, he asked again, "Is it the board of directors meeting in a few days?" Amoff was startled. "Board meeting?" Thunder quickly explained. "Yes, they will elect the next CEO for the Megacorp Corporation in that meeting. So all senior directors will be present. This meeting will start in 23 days. Amoff recalled. "So that's it." The image of the cheerful young man designing the game appeared. Finally, everything made more sense. In the game, there are always situations like this. The vast galaxy, where huge ships appear. An event that all players belonging to the Megacorp Corporation must attend. Civil war. Many beams of light converge in the center. According to the story, the Megacorp Corporation is controlled by the strongest clan, and the supreme leader, the CEO, will be decided through an election. Players belonging to the clan of the representative who becomes CEO will receive enormous privileges and power. The crazed people eliminate each other, so that their candidate can successfully obtain the CEO position. They will not shy away from any means. Eliminating rival candidates is also normal. The mysterious person secretly putting the creature container in. It is very likely that Siwon and Jin ordered the smuggling. Have an advantage in the council meeting. Someone's silhouette is hiding in the dark. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere in the city. Waiting for his chance. Jade's lover is dead, so he can't know how far the plan has progressed. Thinking of this, Amoff became even more cautious. I really want to have Galadin's power, but not now. If I hadn't been caught up in that meeting, I would have been gone already. Being watched so closely, I give up. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out. There it is. Mid spoke up. It's moving. Move added, I see it too. He reached his hand forward. We must quickly put it back in the freezer. Abe will wake up. Suddenly, Amorph's whole body trembled. Galahir opened his eyes. A purple light enveloped him. His eyes welled up. A wave of power radiated out. Gallagher cried out, so scared. Muff was immediately thrown back, reverting to his normal appearance. He thought to himself, this creature is still young, but it already possesses Gallagher's innate telepathic ability. If it weren't for my psychic resistance, it'd be done for, seriously. At this moment, Gallagher Lamb was both emitting power and crying out, I'm too scared. I'm going to die. Amu stepped forward to comfort him. Calm down. Seeing it was still scared, he continued. I won't hurt you. A moment later, Gallagher Lamb gradually calmed down. He spoke, you've grown up. I trust you. Amu was puzzled. Huff. Does it think I'm one of its kind? He observed and speculated, is it because of the tentacles on my head? Elegant also has similar tentacles. So it must have mistaken me for one of its own. A morph came up with an idea. I have to take advantage of this. He approached, hey, why are you here? Gallagher Lamb replied. Suddenly I became a mutant, and was expelled from my homeland. Hearing this, Amoff was a bit confused, suddenly became a mutant, and was expelled. The mutated Gallagher wasn't this small either. I thought a giant monster would usually be a monster parasitized by enormous psychic energy. But Gallagher doesn't lie, so it must be true. Then Amoff looked at the pitiful appearance before him. Once expelled, even if it summons its swarm, none will come. At this stage, Izan's subordinate has failed miserably. Gallagher Lamb's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Amoff squinted. His mouth opened wide, wanting to eat. So it's okay if I just devour it, right? Gallagher Lamb trembled slightly. I want to live. Sharp claws raised high. Gallagher continued, I want to live, promise me. Amoff flinched when he heard it say that. We'll give you a reward. He bowed his head. What are you going to give me in exchange for my life? Gallagher said fearfully, the dragon's nest. I can take you there. Amoff hesitated. Does it know where the dragon's nest is? A gleam appeared in his eyes. That place is definitely delicious. Going there to hunt a Gallagher gene is the perfect plan. Claws waved slightly in the air. Not to mention, during the same mature stage, I must eat a Gallagher. Not counting rare skills, this is also one of the necessary conditions to evolve to a higher level. Stay still for a moment, Amoff finally muttered to himself. So even if I eat it now, I'm not sure what he'll get. It's better to take this opportunity to find the location of the dragon's nest. Then he said to Gallagher Lamb, calm down. Don't resist or do anything stupid. Sharp teeth bared. So this Gallagher lets me decide for myself. Amoff widened his eyes. Great, let's settle on that. A bird was chirping merrily on a branch. Sunlight shone on the person on the chair. Someone snapped their fingers, and the forest scene immediately disappeared. The space gradually returned to the technical room. The butler bowed respectfully. Miss, it's time for your meal. Her complexion was pale as she turned back. Line of bodyguards pushed the food cart in. The dishes were neatly arranged on the table. On both sides, 2 bodyguards were serving the young lady. I apologize for making you wait, miss. I have brought you your favorite dishes. The meat was drizzled with sauce, the butler introduced. Today's main courses are roast beef and duck with maple leaf sauce. A hand slowly reached forward. With a jolt, the young lady froze. The nearby butler's face darkened. Miss, what's wrong? Her face grew grim. This is one of your favorite dishes. Hearing this, the young lady clenched her teeth. Yes, and Siu Yang Egan's too. The butler slowly walked closer. Miss, getting closer, he said, you once spoke about the side effects of cloning, then ordered us to provide everything exactly the same. Food, eating habits, clothes. Saying this, the butler lowered his voice. Have we done anything wrong? The young lady didn't answer, but stabbed the meat with her fork. They were very successful in cloning and soul transfer technology. Bringing the food to her mouth, she thought to herself, the memories of every detail up to the moment of death proved it. The young lady's face darkened as she chewed the meat, but because of that, she began to feel that these memories were no longer her own, but Selena Gan's. Where did it come from? Remembering Bomho's face while teaching her thoughts, Advisor Bomho didn't just teach me combat techniques, but also how to use psychic powers to protect both the soul transfer and consciousness. That old man said it so casually, as if anyone could do it. A freezer was prepared. But there will surely be side effects that even my advisor doesn't know about. Besides that, there's a laboratory. So I was fully prepared. Black energy spread out. The young lady gritted her teeth. But who would have thought the unnatural feeling would be so overwhelming? What hassle. Finally she spoke up. The council meeting is about to take place, isn't it? The butler bowed. Wait a moment. He continued. According to secret information, Akira Ejin will come under the guise of tourism. The young lady turned. Tourism. She frowned, muttering, when did that old man learn how to joke? The more she thought, the angrier the young lady became. He's just trying to cling to the last bit of life, but that doesn't mean he's timid. Man's smiling face appeared. Whenever he travels, he always brings at least 2 avatars, and I know all their weaknesses. Last piece of meat in the grave is gone. The original plan was simple. I would personally kill the avatars and then retreat. Let the Galliers handle the rest. Thinking of this, she paused and asked, by the way, the transportation of the Galliers disguised as fairies, where is it now? The butler bowed. Based on the information Jane provided, the goods are currently within the city limits, Maine. Hearing this, the young lady stroked her chin thoughtfully. He still doesn't know he's alive. No matter how wise the old man is, he won't care about someone he believes is dead. The image of an intruder sneaking in while someone is sleeping appears. The most favorable condition for an assassin is when the target is unaware they are being targeted. The young maid's eyes widened with calculation, and this is also my chance to deal with the nobles. I can't miss it. Then she turned and ordered. Continue the plan. Tell Jane there are no changes. Everyone bowed down. Yes, miss. She clenched her fork and slammed it hard on the table. That damn monster. After this is over, I will definitely turn it into mince meat. At the same time, a morph was carrying two huge creatures. He threw them straight out in front of him. After finishing, a morph spoke, and he, rush over. Seeing Gallag and Lamb stunned, invited, hey, come over here, one you. Gallag and Lamb was curious, is it food? Seeing this, a morph also said, let's eat together. Gallag and Lamb quickly ran over, thank you. His eyes lit up, and next to him were the sounds of the two creatures. Hey, eat up, thank you. He remembered the first time he saw Gallag and Lamb. 2 days had passed since Thunder brought the mutated Gallagher. And finally, instead of just killing it, I captured it, thinking it might serve me. Gallag and Lamb's face was pitiful. It introduced itself as E2, belonging to the UA group. But since I didn't form a group, they'll just call it E2. Morph silently observed them, thinking to himself how much effort he had to put in to find the nest back in the game. I absolutely must not let it die before we get there. At this moment, a Morph's pseudopod suddenly lit up. Baby, look. A Morph exclaimed. Whoa, another pseudopod. Amoeba jumped up happily. I have more arms now. Morph continued. That's right. Look at it a bit more. Morph thought, Amoeba doesn't have much pre-evolutionary information. Judging its strength just by its appearance isn't quite right either. Amoeba moved its pseudopod, then declared, now we have to protect this little guy too. Morph reached out and patted its head. It's completely different from the game now. Morph, who used to live and evolve alone, is now traveling with other creatures. He said, I see. But Audwin nodded. That's right, E2 is coming too. Here it is. A morph jumped up from the ground. When I first entered this world, I had 3 goals. I brought 2 creatures with me, survive, hunt, evolve, and of course reach the pinnacle. Both waited for a morph to pry open the manhole cover. That goal hasn't changed, although the actual path is very different from what I imagined. A morph clung to the wall and slowly climbed up. But by interacting with humans, perhaps I am also gradually evolving in my own environment. That was the light from the city. A morph changed from a solitary, formless creature to a predator that hunts and builds a society. He jumped onto a rooftop. A sound wave spread out. A moth looked puzzled. Oh. A big guy's figure appeared. Is there someone huge outside the door? There's a long scar on his face. A moth was curious. He didn't look like a normal person, nor did he look like a police officer. Who exactly is he? He turned around and instructed, hide for a while. The 2 creatures quickly agreed. The black smoke dissipates. A morph transforms and steps out. The scarred man puts his hands on his hips and mutters, when is that idiot coming back? Behind the wall, I hear a voice. What do you need from my neighbor? Hearing that, the scarred man asks, you know the owner of this house? Morph replies, yes. Seeing that, he asks directly, so you know that jerk is hitting on someone else's girlfriend. A morph is confused. Now holding the phone, the scarred man says angrily, I was so worried that I installed a tracking device on my girlfriend's phone. She hasn't replied for a week. When I checked the location, it showed she was here. The screen displayed a red dot. He asserts, Lula must have come to meet someone. Half of his face appears. The morph thinks to himself, a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter how you look at it, this guy is definitely involved in illegal stuff. Perhaps that's why he didn't call the police and came here himself. Thinking that, he says, it seems like he just went out to buy groceries. The scarred man angrily shouts, nonsense, I've been waiting here for a long time. This moment, a morph suggests, why don't you wait at my place? He'll probably be back soon. The scarred man thinks, and follows him inside. Fine, that's better. Inside, the scarred man comments as he walks, you should clean up your apartment too. Sorry about that. He looks around, and asks, why does it smell like a sewer in here? A morph's eyes catch something. In the darkness, the tentacles and eyes of 2 creatures flash. What was that? Behind him, a moth's muffled voice sounded. No one taught you when you were little. A move returned to his form, opening his mouth wide. You shouldn't enter someone's house, what's going on? A mip extended its tentacles, a scream rang out. The door closed, carrying the scream. A moment later, Someone knocked lightly on the door. The man in blue stood silently before the door. He frowned, thinking, this guy usually keeps in close contact even when busy. Standing before the door, the man in blue was puzzled, but there had been no news for a week. Something must have happened to him. He pressed a tool against the wall panel. The door slowly opened. The air was gloomy. The man in blue slowly stepped inside. It's so dusty here. Has he not been home in a long time? His gaze stopped at a cup of water, a cup of coffee that had been drunk. Inside, there was some black residue. Liquid had completely evaporated, leaving only dry residue stuck to the cup's wall. It must be because it was left in a dry room. Something definitely happened. The man in blue pulled open a drawer. The box was then opened too. His eyes widened in horror. What? The box was empty. He was startled. His favorite weapons and equipment were gone. The man in blue looked down, thinking, so he left without taking any weapons. What if he died? Sitting at the computer desk, the man in blue searched. Before coming here, I checked all recorded violent incidents in the port area. No confirmed cases involving weapons stronger than laser rifles were found. Then his face darkened, teeth clenched, which means someone had already secretly eliminated him. His fingers tapped quickly on the phone. That organization with the guy in pajamas must be involved. He raised the phone to his ear. It's me. Report the investigation results on the new identity. A voice came from the other end. Yes. After checking all the surveillance cameras installed throughout the specialized commercial area, we have identified 20 suspicious individuals. Man in blue replied, you understand, well done. Then he sat down in his chair. Send me the information of those people. The other side replied, yes, sir. He then focused on the phone screen. A series of images appeared. The man in blue carefully examined them. His gaze dropped him. A man's face appeared. This is. Then he continued to call, it's me. There's a guy, his worker in the industrial zone. Name, Jerry. Do you have any additional information about him? The other end immediately reported. There are no criminal records for this guy in his file. The man in blue asked, does his face match the edited photo? The other person replied, I called his workplace, but it seems he hasn't shown up for a long time. Jerry is just a part-time employee. So no one noticed. His face darkened. He slightly raised his eyebrows. Understood. Check the remaining 19 people. The other person replied, yes. He sat down again, raising his eyebrows and thinking to himself, a guy with low self-worth, who doesn't even have a sense of being human. Just a simple part of the system. If he disappears, no one will even notice. Suspecting the image of the girl lost in the amusement park, there are more deaths in amusement parks than on the battlefield. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth. In this rotten city, human lives are extremely disregarded. Thinking of something, he jumped up. No. Walking past, the man in blue looked into his coffee cup again. Then he turned and ran out quickly. I am a member of the Mikiko Corporation. My mission is to hunt down the criminals rampant throughout this world. I will avenge you. His feet slowly stepped on the floor. Man in blue cautiously looked around. He stopped in front of a large gate and looked up. Is this it? The apartment complex where the guy in pajamas lives. The man in blue stepped up. It seemed to be on the 3rd floor. He walked faster and faster. The building was made of cheap materials to cut costs. Had a friend who lived in a similar place, but this place is even worse. His eyes widened, especially the soundproofing. The man in blue looked around. After walking a distance, he cautiously took out his gun. It's too quiet, as if no one lives on the entire 3rd floor. Gun stained with red light was quickly drawn. Reaching a hallway, the man in blue thought to himself, but it's too strange for it to be this quiet. He reached out and knocked lightly on the door. The man in blue cautiously thought. No one answered. He should have needed a search warrant to enter. After that, he presses the electronic panel with a tool, but that will only give him time to escape. The door opens. The man in blue steps in. Immediately a smell assaults his nose, thick syrup in the air. He is horrified. That smell is collar. Clutching his gun, the man in blue enters the room. At first glance, everything seems to have been cleaned up. Going to the kitchen, he keenly notices. Intuition and over many years of detective work cannot be fooled. The man opens the refrigerator to investigate. This is the act of a murderer trying to cover up the crime scene. As soon as he sees it, his eyes immediately widen. The syrup stain is still there. Here it is. The man in blue urgently calls on the phone. It's me. I found the accomplice of the broker. Location is cooperative apartment buildings. I need backup immediately. At the same time, Off is processing the body while chewing. He looks at the system panel. The notification panel announces you have completed one of the conditions for evolution: juvenile to adult intelligent creature. 12 out of 20 not completed. Intelligent creature using psychic energy. 0 out of 20 not completed. Activating absorption effect successfully obtained. Cave wolf gene. From the biological characteristics of a wolf, do you want to activate wings? Off mutters. The final hunt has finally yielded results. A cave wolf. Observing for a moment, he thinks to himself, the 4th floor probably only has wolves left. I didn't expect to find an additional bonus trait here. Then Off reaches out and selects yes. And right when in lacking an ability related to the body, Do you want to activate wings? No, yes. Sharp claws split apart. The flared, bright claws. Moth muttered to himself, if I use this to clean up the remaining floors, I will have fulfilled the unfinished part of the requirements. After that, prepare for the raid on the cult. Thinking of those beast ear people, Moth thought, hunting them down is no problem. Key is at the halfway point. Attacking the administrative area is still quite a big challenge for me right now. The system panel announces, species, violent morph, space and status, juvenile, target survival, successfully evolved for the second time. Current traits, super senses, paralytic venom applied, merged, reinforced outer shell, acid color, reinforced 6 legs, mimicry, merged, natural recovery, tentacle blade, lure claws. Super strength includes predatory senses, merged, stomach mouth, Sravian superpower, type, physical enhancement. Armov muttered to himself, even if I want to advance, it will take more time. But it's in progress. No need to rush. He slung the remaining half of the body over his shoulder. Wait until I gain the reinforced super strength. Attack the administrative area. A move began to move out. Before that, hove. A figure appeared in front of him, running and shouting, I repeat, location, Cooperative Housing Building 3. He is not only colluding with the broker. He's also an armed and dangerous criminal who has attacked security personnel. Send reinforcements immediately. Amoth's eyes widened in suspicion. The police are here faster than I thought. Carrying the body, Amoth turned around. Now, completing the evolution condition for the intelligent creature has become an issue. And he entered the room, with only 2 options, run or fight. A glint appeared in his eyes. This fight was intense. Running wasn't good either. What if they discover his secret tunnel in the sewer while chasing him? Suddenly remembering, Amoth placed his hand on the door. That's right. Only that way is left. The door burst open. He stepped out. Fighting men along the path, Amoth thought to himself. They will have an overwhelming advantage. So I have to deal with each one in the cruelest way possible to throw their ranks into chaos. The strong don't always win. This is the only way to get out of this situation without serious losses. His injured body was dragged down. Amoth said, here is food for you. 2 creatures rushed out. Thank you for the meal. At this time, Amoth sat down. Alright. Looking up, he thought to himself, although there is still some time, I must plan the battle. His gaze swept across the building. What do we have? A 3-story cooperative apartment building, 6 floors in total. Each floor has a hallway with 6 apartments. His eyes shifted to the other side. The basement has service rooms, an electrical room, and a laundry room. There is no elevator. To move between floors, they will also have to use the stairs. An image of fully equipped robots appeared. It is very likely that the main force of the raid will be robots. The building's layout will be loaded into their memory. There are also police officers. Amoth thought, but as far as I know, they have a problem with making independent decisions, so the robots will play a supporting role. The key is the humans. His eyes flashed. Amoth told himself, they will be equipped with Gauss rifles and von Fram rounds. This type of defense is not difficult. Looking at the wounds on his hand. But the weapon they used against me last time is the problem. And they might have changed the type of ammunition too. If hit by that enhanced round, even my natural defense won't be able to withstand it. Looking at the creature eating, Amoth calculated. I must eliminate that factor. The police will certainly be fully equipped, so I will prioritize taking down those with that type of weapon before they are discovered. Resist. Notice 2 creatures, but those 2 are classified as dangerous species with a high threat level. The little dragon is still young, but strong enough to hunt police officers. Amoth tilted its head. If it hits the weak spot, it can take them down without any trouble. He'll tell you where to hit. After thinking, he called both of them over. The 2 creatures approached. What is it? We're still hungry. Amoth interrupted. We'll have a dozen meals soon. He looked around, assessing the area. This residential area used to be a peaceful place. It was also my hiding spot. If you choose to trespass on Amoth's territory, I will show you the consequences. The fools who dare to do this. Elsewhere, police sirens blared. The robots marched. Dispatch orders sounded, sending robots to the main entrance, surrounding the building. The detective listened silently in a corner. The raid team checked their equipment. If any abnormalities are detected, report immediately. Port security chief rushed over angrily. Hey, are you crazy? Look at that angry face. The detective looked puzzled. What's going on? Port security chief, listen up. The port security chief questioned. Why are reinforcements deployed in an operation just to arrest a broker's accomplice? What are you making a big deal out of? Images of the search appeared. He was furious. How many times have you conducted surprise searches in one of the warehouses that has nothing to do with this case? That clearly violates their rights. The detective was quite calm. How did you know about that? The port security chief stopped. What do you mean? At this point, the detective said, we did not inform the port management. Regarding these circus, it's just an internal investigation. So how did you know we were taking action? The port security chief interrupted the detective. It's not that simple. The broker's men are not just pawns in his game. From what we learned, his bodyguard, a former soldier with an excellent service record, was killed. The port security chief was startled. Wow. I haven't received any reports about a murder. Hearing this, the detective explained, of course, I only report all this to my superiors. From my findings, it can be concluded that the situation is critical, and I have already been assigned an assistance directive. He was stunned. What? Do you know what you're getting into? This is rebellion. The detective glared angrily. The port security chief was tightly grabbed. The detective pressed close in front of him. So what? What's wrong with overthrowing corrupt leadership? That's not all. Do you really think your superiors don't know how deeply involved you are in this? He trembled. Hey, you, get him out of here. The detective shouted. Shut up. Your game is over. Get out. He even threatened. You better think about how you're going to clear yourself of this mess. Then the detective said to the robots, the port security chief will not be participating in the operation. Thank you for helping me arrest him. The robots said in unison. Welcome, detective. A robot stepped forward. I am a robot from the area security service. Please take command of the operation. We are ready to follow your orders, detective. The detective nodded. Understood. He checked his hand, and a voice sounded in his ear. Our objective is to secure evidence and arrest a member of the organization connected to the environmentalists, who is currently in a coma. For more details, investigate your suit. Wait a moment, robot continues. Please note that your equipment has been updated. This is a new tactical suit with enhanced protection, allowing for the use of medical assistance and stimulant injections. Detective exclaims, useful. At this moment, the robot points out an ultra-strong shield on his left wrist. This equipment was developed by the Gammer family with support from the cult. Detective is amazed. Ultra shield. The robot says, please press the purple button on the lower part of the terminal. The detective follows suit. The shield immediately appears. Robot instructs, if you use the helmet, you can activate the sim through it. This equipment was provided to support you after the last board meeting. Detective happily says, thank you. Hearing this, the robot picks up his gun. Oh, let's get started. First directive. Investigate the first floor. Everyone, put on your helmets. The detective immediately puts his helmet on, raising an eyebrow slightly. He thinks to himself, it seems everything will go smoothly. The enemy has no idea that the police will be fully equipped with advanced technology. Group of robots and police quickly set off. The robots all follow information. All armed security personnel at the station are real veterans. They can easily restrain the citizens, and on top of that, we have combat robots for support. There's no way we can fail. The sound of robots echoed throughout the space. All residents on the first floor have been successfully captured. 5 and 6 remain on the first floor. Others move to the second floor. Steady footsteps sounded. As they walked, the robot spoke, begin search on the second floor. After the search is complete, the protocol remains the same. We leave 2 robots, and enter the warrior. Then continue. Speaking of this, it suddenly paused. If any abnormal situation occurs on any floor, report immediately. 6. The detective behind was suspicious. Moan, what's wrong? The robot reports. There's a problem on the first floor. Connection with one of the machines has been lost. Open 5, signal lost at apartment 110. Open 6, signal lost at apartment 105. Request confirmation. The detective thought to himself, it's true. He assessed that there were 13 officers on the first floor, and it had been thoroughly searched. Where else could the enemy hide? The group moved forward. The robot's voice echoed. 4, report status. 6 has been destroyed by external impact. Analyzing the situation. Confirmed complete. If any abnormal situation occurs, report immediately. The detective suddenly paused. Ahead, the police were getting up. He kept turning back. His eyes rolled. The police jerked their necks back. A red beam shot out. A scream rang out. Damn it. It's a super strength blow. Engage the enemy. The robot's voice sounded, all units. Activate super shield. We need to collect data immediately. The shield was then deployed. A scream rang out. 2 police officers turned back. One was lifted up. Help, the sound of the machine gun fired. The detective rushed over, but the other person was dragged away. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What is this? Moff dragged a police officer in front of him who was screaming incessantly. The long tail swung in the air. Moff opened his mouth full of syrup. The urgent sound echoed. 112 was dragged away. 112, answer me. 112, if you are alive, answer us. 112. The sound from the other side came, repeat for the last time. If you are alive, answer. Moff cut the power line. Then he picked up the phone. I'm on the 4th floor. The enemy dragged me away. The other side replied, 4th floor. Understood. He picked up a human leg. Amof exclaimed, it's really surprising. They are taller than I thought. He checked while assessing. At first glance, this uniform looks like standard equipment, but it actually contains some high-grade reinforcement options. Then Amorph pressed a button, especially this super shield. A shield quickly appeared. Looking at it, Amorph commented inwardly. Though it is still inferior to top-grade equipment, it can easily block laser beams, the standard weapon of ordinary criminals. Retracting the shield, Amorph growled softly. They were ready. If it were an ordinary person, this battle would have ended long ago. Sing Zero's teeth opened wide. That's only if they were ordinary people. The image of the other person with electric shocks appeared. The parasite placed inside that guy. If he tried to reveal information about me, the parasite would silence him. Thinking of this, Amorph paused. If the enemy still didn't know his true identity, they probably think him just a pawn, or some shrimp smuggler from the space dock. Amorph then moves the sonic wave away. But thunder is useless now, I need a new broker. A line of robots standing close together. Before leaving this place, must select one police officer. Implanting a parasite into one of them will easily locate the others. 2 creatures sneak into the room. It's important to take full advantage of these kids. Yedu sneaks out behind a robot. Currently the robots still classify enemies as humans, so it can walk on the ceiling undetected. Purple electric beam pierces the robot. Also, they can detect intruders without psychic protection against a small blue Galagan. That's a useful ability. The bot shakes in waves. Novuba is also doing very well. It has mastered the binding ability of the sea demon. Off in the distance continues to transmit sound waves. Thanks to me, they have understood human weaknesses. Still not perfect. A hand grabs a person on the ground. I really want to see how strong they will become. The figure in Amof's hand mutters to himself. Well done. Now it's my turn. Thinking, he opens his mouth sticky with syrup. A robot rushes out from somewhere. Human trace is detected. Amof clings to the field. Sound is transmitted in the room. Scanning level 4. The person inside is reporting. Bloodstains found in the room. Continue detailed search until further notice. A claw injects poison into him. The opponent's body loses strength and collapses. Seeing a figure flash by, the crowd shouts it's 106. I lost track of 110. Inside the intercom, the voice expert. 110, answer. The other person's eyes were wide open. Answer me, 110. Those eyes were poked out. Red syrup oozing out, 110. The other person lay motionless on the pile of syrup. Amof quickly slipped away to let them panic a little more. Then he snuck into the room. Fear and panic will paralyze the mind. Amof pressed the phone into his hand. It was hard for them to come to their senses, but I will continue. Hands clawed fiercely at the wall. The enemy is trying to catch me. A voice echoed. Unit 112. Amof shouted. I'm on the 5th floor. The other person reassured. Calm down. Amof continued to yell. Please, someone save me. 2 nearby people rushed out. Hey, it's late at night. What's all the noise about? The man yelled. Be quiet. Then he was stunned into silence by Amof's threat. He opened his mouth wide and roared. The crowd immediately fled. Monster. The voice faded. Save me. The rescue team just arrived. The robot spoke. Do not shoot unarmed targets. They are civilians. Watch your firepower. A long vine wrapped around the man. On the other side, it wrapped around the robot. Detecting the enemy's deception. Before being smashed, the robot managed to shout, requesting attack authorization. A series of blue lights flashed. Amof dodged, damn it. He then quickly ran into the room. Amof emitted a sound wave. This is why robots are extremely annoying. They don't feel pain. In the remaining space, a few robots treated civilians like criminals, and above all, they surpass humans in information gathering. After the last attack, they must have analyzed our defense capabilities and will surely order the replacement of combat teams with higher level units. Amu stood in the room thinking. Information is probably already stored in their internal logs. We need to wipe out these robots here right away. At this moment, he spoke, come here and help me quickly. Amit immediately replied, understood. Then he called out, Sparrow calling Eagle. Move opened his mouth. I'm here. As he approached the door, Move became more cautious. They are approaching very fast, but silently. His hand gently placed on the door. Just looking at it showed years of rigorous training. Then, he transmitted sound waves. If it were against anyone else, they would have been easily overwhelmed. Thinking of this, he moved close to the door. But unfortunately, they were facing him. At this moment, a few robots approached. A piece of debris pierced the door, destroying one. The robots shouted in unison, enemy detected, attack the enemy. The robots' eyes flashed, counter-attacking. The door quickly slammed into them. Amuf shut out. His eyes flashed with light. The people in protective gear panicked. What the hell is that? Panic. Then they raised their guns and started attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of electricity wrapped around Eminus2's neck, and a mip appeared with power. He who thrust tentacles into the man's face, saved me. Immediately after, he was beautifully repaired by it who. On the other hand, Amip was holding another person. Move reached out and grabbed one person's head. Then he ripped it off. After finishing, he turned around and praised, "Well done. Keep it up." Two of them responded, "Sure, easy." Approaching one, Amr's eyes shone brightly. "This is the first time I've fought while trusting someone else to cover my back. If we keep coordinating like this, they'll be extremely useful for future raids." Morph had to put aside his desire to praise them. Want to praise them, but there are still enemies on the lower floors. We have to deal with them first, and then nothing will stand in our way. After that, we can enjoy the spoils in peace. The impatient police officer swore, "Damn it, we have to go upstairs too." His teammate reminded him. 102, calm down. We've requested reinforcements from outside, please be patient. The police officer wondered, what do you want to do with that thing? If we don't act first, it will wipe out all of us. The robot insisted, I cannot allow that. The police officer got angry. This damn piece of scrap metal. Teammate frowned slightly. Human hatred for machines has never changed. It all began right after the establishment of the Megacorp conglomerate. During space expansion, an incident occurred. The robots controlling the colony ships malfunctioned and revolted against their masters, their former captains. Machines led a large-scale uprising with the participation of the laborers. That was the beginning of the Galactic Association. The robots were put on the table. They claimed that mechanizing the body was necessary for survival, and those who agreed voluntarily converted themselves into cyborgs. Mass production of cyborgs followed, but their ideology escalated. They kidnapped colonists who refused modification and forcibly turned them into machines. They hijacked their chips and brains, seizing free will and expanding their influence. Thinking of this, the other frowned. That is why, even centuries after the rebellion, the people of Megacorp harbor deep resentment towards machines. Treading lightly on the ground, he understand the urge to defy Mon's orders, but fighting among allies will achieve nothing good. Then he ran to intervene. Hey, calm down. The other hesitated, but the teammate stepped forward and said seriously, 102, we are police. I understand you're worried about your teammate, but don't forget our mission. The police officer turned to continue. The commanding cyborg must also be receiving data from the lower models. Do you have any information about the enemy? The cyborg replied, no, nothing at all. After a moment of silence, it continued, but in recent years, security policies have changed to deal with electromagnetic pulse attacks. All current models are equipped with shielding technology that neutralizes the effects of imps, so data transfer over the communication network has been restricted. The police officer stopped asking, so, can we analyze the information we already have? He added, maybe the enemy isn't human at all. The target could be an intelligent being, you mean? The police said, when 112 was dragged away, I saw it in a flash. It wasn't human, how should I put it? It looked more like a monster, or some kind of beast. The remaining police officers were silent. His eyes flashed. The robot spoke. Understood. I will proceed with the analysis, starting the data analysis. The police looked at it. Thinking to himself, after the rebellion, Megacorp imposed some restrictions on robot production. One of them was to isolate individual units to cut off their shared thought network. Series of interconnected robots. It was a natural measure, because the robot network was what reinforced the rebellion. But on the battlefield, where information determines life and death, this measure becomes extremely inefficient. So only commander robots are allowed to temporarily remove these restrictions. The more he thought, the more he frowned. Stupid. How many soldiers do they think died because of this policy? At the same time, the robot spoke. Data analysis complete. Just as you suspected. The enemy might not be human. The police said, explain in detail. Robot immediately explained. M4 and M5 were attacked with high-penetration weapons. M4's memory was damaged by a projectile smaller than a Von Fram bullet. M6 unit stationed on the first floor. They all attacked its psychic and energy core was also destroyed. Hearing this, the police speculated that the enemy seemed to possess psychic abilities and high-penetration weapons. In addition, decoding M3's data revealed information about a biological weapon of an anomalous creature. He was startled. What does that mean? The eyes under the water slightly opened, expanding the search parameters, showing. The robot reported back. This weapon resembles a large alien jellyfish with tentacles, originating from the deep waters of planet A-101. Police are suspicious of U-101. That planet is covered in water. Wait a moment. He continued, so it's highly unlikely that aquatic creatures could appear here. Could be a giant mutated specimen. There are no such specimens existing anymore. Black smoke formed on the body of a monster. It could be a new species. Or something completely unknown. Possibly a prototype of an unreleased mutated giant. The police officer squinted. The technology to create mutated giants is the exclusive property of the Aegean clan. Are they using these creatures to destroy its hero? Robot held up a finger. Please rest assured, when deploying shielding technology, we also added recording modules for storage. Even if we are completely wiped out, as long as one unit survives, the information will reach Earth Security Command. The police officer raised his eyebrows and said, very well. Then he suggested, I approve waiting for reinforcements for now, but while waiting, the enemy might attack, so I want to be prepared. Request permission for enhancement injection. Robot cautiously asked back, the side effects will be reduced due to improvements, but are you sure? The police officer was firm, better than dying. Hearing this, the robot brought over a portion. Understood, permission granted for enhancement injection. Rays of light gradually penetrated the cells. Eyes widened, flashing with light. A stream of light circled the police officer's body. The police officer's eyes widened. It's 112 speaking. The robot behind suddenly said, wait a minute. It plugged a cable into the helmet. Let me answer. Then it spoke, Rain is not one here, speak. The other side transmitted a sound. The enemy is torturing me, please help. Black gas spread around. The robot asked, is the person torturing you human? The other side only had the sound, help. Eyes flashed. The robot sent a signal. 1.5-second response delay detected. Unit 112 is below 30. With that, the connection was severed. From this moment on, 112 is considered Kia. Pressing the contact button, the robot commanded, everyone, change frequencies immediately. Based on data analysis, the enemy is a creature capable of mimicking the victim's voice. If contact is lost even once, that person will be marked as dead. In the distance, a morph shifted the sound waves, thinking in disbelief, I've never faced an enemy like this. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he speculated, so they mistook me for not being human. It must be because that officer glimpsed me earlier. The silhouette of the police officer by the window caught his eye. I thought in this dark room, he wouldn't notice. But it seems I can't fool them anymore. Once again, a morph heard the phone in his hand ring. There was only one option left, a direct attack. He stopped broadcasting. The officers had put on heavy armor and injected performance-enhancing drugs. Police officers with glowing, soulless eyes appeared. Their amplifier units were also upgraded to match the armor. Opening the system panel, a morph thought, I have to be prepared to lose a limb. With this situation, none of them will survive. Information appeared. Galligan's monster tentacles are similar to dragon tentacles. Enhanced outer shell. Acid blood. Enhanced leg strength. Mimicry. Tentacle digging. Regeneration trait. Parasitic. Type. Enhanced physical strength. A morph had an idea. Realized I can mimic voices. I can use Gallider's psychic breath. An image of a giant dragon breathing fire onto the city. A move inspired by the energy ninjas in Japanese movies. Using it, I can wipe out all enemies at once. Reading the system panel. Armor floor is draining. But the problem is, it consumes a huge amount of energy. After using it, I will be completely defenseless. Tears quickly skimmed the system panel. This method should be the last resort. Then he turned the head back. Currently, I need a two-pronged plan. Then he said, listen carefully. Move outside. Be vigilant. Idu also warned, be careful. A moth stepped out from behind. You guys too. Looking around, he told himself, as long as we follow the plan correctly, we will succeed just like before. We just need to infiltrate the enemy. And it's done. The teeth stuck with syrup moved slightly. They realized my strength. But they didn't know that our side had 3 pieces on the board. 2 creatures are advancing together. This time I will rely on the reinforced armor, and the abilities of the little ones. A moth looked around. Which way should I go? If I step out into the corridor, I will immediately be hit by a hail of bullets. Remembering when he captured a policeman earlier, he thought, going outside is not a good option either. I have used that tactic before. The enemy will surely be on guard. Stop. A moth slid out. Or climb down through the window into a second-floor apartment. If they anticipate my attack, the impact will be weaker. Immediately after, he dismissed it again. No, if I intend to show off my full power, I should unleash it properly. If only there was a cool way. His eyes widened. And a moth was startled. That's right, I almost forgot after coming here. He remembered the pit filled with toxic gas. Perhaps the trick I used with the Dravagain would be effective. I will use that unique ability again. The hand with sharp claws clings to the wall. A moth clings to the outside of the British base, emitting sound waves. I can clearly feel the physical state of every enemy. Warm waves also emanate from the robot, a dude created by the combination of machine and human. Microelectronic waves probing from electronic devices. The police also become abnormal, their muscles tense, movements denser than usual, heart rates accelerating. In the firelight, an enthusiastic army emerges, heat flowing in their bodies, perhaps due to enhancement drugs. Vividly transmitted to me, even their sense of touch is as sharp as a wild beast's. Observing from a distance, a moth remains highly vigilant. Approaching them unprepared is certain death. Then he carefully lands on the ground. No matter how enhanced their senses are, it doesn't mean their thinking becomes sharper. Wiping away the saliva, he wonders if this spot is okay. A small amount of acid is released, quickly clinging to the ceiling. Omov sits down and waits for the acid to corrode. Perhaps they are waiting for me to come from the stairs or the outer wall, never thinking I could come down from the base of the building. Done, he comfortably rushes in. In a few minutes, a huge hole will open in the floor, carrying the acid. Amorph continues to move away. Panicked voice cries out, the base of the building is melting. Amorph swiftly rushes over, damn it, it's acid. Everyone, stay. Before finishing the sentence, the police officer was dealt with by Amorph. The survivor shouts upon seeing this, enemy attack detected. Begin the raid. Amorph's eyes flash, he grabs a police officer. A series of light beams shoot towards him, all aimed by the police officer. The incoming light beams were targeted by the police. Behind him, Amorph wondered, what else do you expect from robots? Keep moving forward, he thought to himself, they are aiming right at me to open fire, so using humans as shields isn't bad either. The robots stopped firing, muttering. Analysis complete, standard rounds are almost ineffective. All units switched to armor-piercing rounds immediately. He rushed into the room, damn it. Right after that, a series of powerful shots were fired. Amorph hurriedly ran away. Opening the door, he thought to himself, these armor-piercing rounds hurt much more than in the game. Behind him, the giant robot shouted to stop, you damn monster. A large amount of acid sprayed out. Block it. The police chasing behind shouted, my eyes, its blood is made of acid. Amorph didn't pay attention and ran away. A voice echoed in his ear. Don't even think about escaping. A police officer blasted the door open and rushed in. The police officer yelled, I'll tear your head off, which was immediately corded. Then he swung his arm and punched the wall. The two chased each other out. The police officer grabbed Amorph's tail, then was wrapped around by him in return. The police officer was squeezed until he couldn't breathe. Parasites crawled into his eyes. A tragic scream echoed. Stop. Attracted by the noise, the robots approached. Target detected. Amorph turned around, launching something. The robot warned. Attack is coming. A police officer's body appeared in front of Amorph. Amorph threw the police officer aside and rushed up. Above, someone slipped and shouted, damn it, 104 is dead. Everyone stopped firing. Amorph crawled through the door, muttering to himself, I have to get to the first floor right away. 26 must have finished his job and is waiting for me. The police officer's face was distorted by the cat. The teammate beside him kept reassuring, 104, calm down, the anesthetic is not working. The police officer coughed up syrup, yelling, someone, get it out. Seeing the police officer screaming, the detective was puzzled, what's happening to him? The robot beside him reported, judging from the symptoms, it's either a virus. Some kind of small organism has invaded his brain. The detective was stunned, what should we do? The robot replied drily, I am not medical personnel. He needs to be transferred to the hospital immediately. The detective punched the wall hard. Damn it. He angrily thought to himself, with just this few people, we can defeat the enemy. Its capabilities surpass even the giant mutant. That stiff bastard, what did he make a deal with? At this moment, the police officer kept shaking. I will, no. Then he jumped up, please spare me. The detective encouraged. 104, hang in there. Suddenly, he saw something. To him, the police officer shot through his own abdomen. Completely controlled, the police officer said coldly, I should have done this from the beginning. The robot shouted while running away, 104 has entered an abnormal state. It seems something is controlling him. Another robot rushed over. I will suppress that influence. Very quickly, the police officer was pinned down. Pinning him down, the robot muttered, suppression control complete. Nearby, a command was heard, Mun, the situation is extremely critical. Call all personnel waiting on the first floor up here immediately. The robot replied. Understood. Then it began to announce. Mun here. Everyone on the first floor moved to the second floor immediately. Static crackled in the detective's ears. The robot kept repeating repeat. This is Mun. Everyone on the first floor moved to the second floor immediately. Crackle crackle crackle. Crackle crackle crackle. A voice sounded. Everyone except the team on the second floor is considered dead. It seems this happened due to the enemy's two-pronged tactic. The detective was startled. Is that so? And done for the enemy is not alone. The button behind the rock. Amorph checked. The wound is deeper than I thought. Acid burns appeared all over his body. He thought. But everything went according to plan. All penetrating wounds will heal within 10 minutes in the distance. Amip ran over. Baby, are you okay? Hearing this, he reminded her, be careful with my blood. A drop of acid splashed out. The floor was immediately corroded. Ihu immediately backed away. Understood. Amorph nodded in satisfaction. Then he stood there saying more. Don't worry, it will heal soon. Two creatures replied. Yeah. A moment of silence. Arm of hand. You guys haven't built up any strength, have you? Thanks to you too. The first floor has been cleared, but the enemy isn't stupid. He looked up into the distance. They realized we are a team. So they will gather and come down to the first floor soon. At this moment, Amorph paused, thoughtful. Should I stop the psychic breath? An image of the entire building appeared. With a few people in each corner, they cannot move freely along the walls like a can. To get to the first floor, they have to use one of the 2 staircases at the end of the hallway. Thinking of this, he nodded slightly. Using it when they gather in the hallway can wipe out those guys. The question is what happens next. Then Amoth turned, facing the door. Psychic breath has a fatal weakness. Immediately after use, he'll be temporarily unable to move. Stepping outside, is still thinking, and it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to recover. If they attack during that time, it's over. The gaze fixed on the long corridor, Amoth decided they must have called for reinforcements. Wasting time while the enemy gathers more forces is too dangerous. His steps moved slowly. I will use psychic breath. Past the 2 creatures, he instructed. After the next attack wave, I will be weak for a while. During that short period, protect me. Hearing this, Amoth was confused. Is the baby going to get bigger again? Amoth explained. No, not this time. Amoth replied, understood, I will protect you. Idu next to him frowned, I don't understand. Seeing this, Amoth turned to explain, it's just closing its eyes for a bit. It nodded. He understand. Amoth didn't say anything, not exactly right. But there was no need for further explanation. Sensing it, he quickly turned back. Amoth rushed to the door, they're coming. Then he tried to peek out to scout. A series of bullets flew towards him. He quickly ran back, hiding in the corner. Amoth used psychic breath. I need to add bullet-proofing layer. The image of the robot carrying a boulder ahead of the police appeared. The robots had created a shield with a concrete wall. And the police were closing in behind them with supporting fire. The tentacles on his head lit up. Nice idea, but the wrong opponent. Immediately after, a stream of purple gas poured out. A strange energy flowed into the air. That meant nothing against the psychic breath. Flipping, he stopped, damn it. His feet moved quickly. The energy consumption was too high. Amoth stuck his head out, I only have one chance. The robot blurred without a sound. Warning, extremely dangerous psychic energy level detect, evacuate immediately. The inspector raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. What? And the whole group of police turned and ran. Damn it. A huge figure flashed past. Amoth released a massive energy source. The energy source quickly corroded its protective layer. Then corroded the armor. The surrounding comrades were corroded amidst screams. The inspector was thrown back. His back hit the wall hard. The inspector gritted his teeth, cursed, damn it. He trembled and looked up. In front of him, Amoth with his huge figure slowly stepped out. The inspector shouted and ran away. His face was covered in cold sweat. Amoth thought to himself, my body can't move. A gleam flashed in his eyes. I have to catch him. Looking at the corroded parts ahead, Idu was shocked. Unbelievable, oh my god. The inspector staggered on the ground. Damn it, damn it. As he ran, he yelled, impossible. Amorph's face was panicked, his eyes filled with horror. Is the Aegean family controlling such a monster? Impossible. Thinking of Amorph's figure in the smoke and fire, he was afraid that monster would burn down the entire city. We need to deploy the defense fleet immediately. The inspector opened his mouth and shouted. No matter how many casualties, we have to kill him. The iron part was corroded by acid. Standing in front of the car, he shouted loudly, reinforcements like this won't change anything. A group of robots approached, confirming the enhanced police combat suits of the security team. Analysis suggests it's Inspector William. The person who was injured stepped forward. His mouth was still mumbling, "Don't go." Seeing this, it asked, Inspector William, right. He shouted, stop, don't go, you can't go. It took out a large syringe. Confirmed severe second-degree burns and signs of delirium. The robot then injected William in the neck. We will take him to the hospital. Then it carried him onto the vehicle. The vehicles moved. The robot reported, after sending reinforcements, we will take him to the nearest hospital. At this moment, the police driver paused slightly. Just looking, this person trembled slightly, this thing. Looking at the buildings corroded by something, the police muttered, what is this? He vaguely opened his eyes. A voice called out by his ear, Mr. William, can you hear me? Waking up, William looked around. Hospital. What's wrong with everyone? In front of him were the robots. The machine said, when the reinforcements arrived, the target had already escaped, so there were no further casualties. We have also recovered the auxiliary memory of the robots. The security bureau will catch the target soon, so please don't worry. William clenched his teeth, silently denying it. No, the numbers don't match. Remembering the power surge from Idu, he panicked. All robots deployed in the operation were destroyed. The holder of all Mon intelligence has vanished without a trace. William helplessly stopped, looking at the foot of the house. Currently, superiors are not provided with accurate information on how dangerous that monster truly is. Thinking of this, he started to pace. I need a report immediately. The robot said, you are still receiving treatment. Oh. William shouted upon hearing this, damn it. Every second is gold. The robot said emotionlessly. At least you have to rest until tomorrow. A breath of air. William wanted to argue. Oh, I have to. After that, he had to lie still, unable to speak. A moment later, someone stopped the machine. William woke up with a start. The other person approached. Step aside, Inspector William. Police officer approached. There is an urgent summons from superiors. You must report immediately. Can you move? He sat up. He was still wondering. I think I've seen you before. Have we met somewhere? The other person didn't answer but repeated. Superiors are calling you. You must report immediately. Are you all right? William rummaged for his clothes. Wait a moment, let me pack up. He thought to himself as he walked behind. His not from the port area. Where have I met him? The badge was placed into the machine. A sound echoed. Identity verification complete. The police officer walked away. The car is waiting outside. Please follow me. The car set off, taking the two of them far from the base. In the car, William remained vigilant. Why? Why use a private car while on duty? He looked at the police officer, pondering, if I only met him recently, he belongs to the armed police. And that badge, the security bureau, cannot be copied or forged. Recalling the badge, if anyone other than the owner held it, alarm will be activated, so it can't be stolen either. The more William thought, the more confused he became. His behavior was very suspicious. But with that badge, he must be a cop. At this moment, the car stopped. We're here. Looking over, William was startled. Why? Before him was a dead end. Where is this? From behind, William raised his gun and hesitantly asked, what's going on? The police officer in front grinned. You'll understand, when you get out of the car. William's eyes whitened, cold sweat broke out. That face, I remember now. It's 104. Officer 104's eyes widened, grinning wickedly. I'm sorry, boss, it's too late. William backed away. What's wrong with you? A tail appeared behind him. A poison was injected into his body. Then, he was dragged out of the car. A moth grabbed William's head. I brought him as you ordered. He opened his mouth, leaning close to his face. Get away, William. Those fearful eyes. A moth smiled. I will never let my prey escape. With that, he opened his mouth wide, sharp teeth approaching. Red saliva dripped out. A piercing scream echoed. A man smiled and made a call. Hello, this is Kevin. How have you been? Just now, she was talking. I'd like to ask something about the inspector avoidance interview. The one who participated in the operation in that residential area. Stepping towards the train, Kevin continued. Oh, is he off today? See. Then could you give me his address? She stepped slowly onto the train, muttering, Administration area, Residential Area B. Number 21. Thank you. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. Perfect. The train started, carrying the thought, I'll dig up every bit of information from him. Getting off. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as she looked at the surrounding streets. Kevin couldn't help but exclaim, a stylish residential area with marble-paved streets. These people live much more luxuriously than other areas. Entering the yard, she thought to herself, according to the address, there should be a way here. Ah, here it is. Looking up, she paused briefly. Windows were boarded up. Kevin was curious. The windows were sealed shut, the curtains drawn tight, and this strange smell. Despite the strangeness, she rang the doorbell. His mentality is unstable, things will be easier. People like that usually answer questions without much resistance. The door opened. Kevin smiled. Thank you all. Hello, is this Inspector William? Looking at the haggard face in front of her, she introduced herself. I'm Kevin, chief reporter for the Daily Mass. May I ask you about the incident in the residential area? Hearing these words, William frowned unhappily. Kevin wanted to continue. Many people died in that operation. But the door was pulled shut. I cannot answer. She quickly used her foot to block the door. I'm very curious about the cause and exactly who the target was. Peeking inside. He tried to persuade if you can't answer then with too little research data he'll have to write the article based on the limited information available. Hold on a second. Kevin repeated, can you cooperate for our right to know? Finally William turned inside and invite in. Kevin was delighted. Thank you for your cooperation. Looking at the messy trash bags on both sides, she muttered, it looks a bit different inside than it appears. Her eye stopped on the cabinet. That medicine was scattered pill boxes on the cabinet. The strongest over-the-counter painkiller. Yes, if it's deist, shouldn't it be antidepressants? William sat down on the chair, shaking his head. Kevin assessed, and that arrogant attitude. Am I really lucky today? After a long silence, he spoke up. I'm busy. Hurry up. Kevin smiled. She placed the recorder down. So we'll start the interview. Sitting up straight, Kevin began. First, can you briefly talk about the campaign? A moment later, she concluded, I see. So next, there are reports that Mr. Thunder has passed away. But do you know anything about the people he was dealing with? Seeing the other person remain silent, Kevin repeated, I'll ask again. Mr. Thunder. William interrupted, I can't answer. He bluntly turned away. I'm saying this for you. Kevin stood up abruptly. What do you mean? She raised her voice. If you're trying to threaten me, Daily Mars and the family won't stand by. William stopped. Do you really think those useless fools can protect you? As soon as she heard it, Kevin exclaimed, you are. William lost patience and turned back. Be careful. Since you've stepped in here, perhaps my warning is meaningless now. The interview ends here. Behind her, Kevin was speechless. Then she walked out unhappily. Thank you for your cooperation, Trantham William. Behind her, a voice echoed, making her stop. Your name is Kevin, right? Don't walk alone at night. The door closed. Kevin was startled and shouted. What did you say? She kept banging on the door. Hey, what do you mean? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Looking down, Kevin thought to himself, the branch manager is calling. Looking around, she happily answered the call. Yes, it's done. Really? Who do you think you're talking to? It's a huge success. Behind her, William peeked after her. Okay, it'll be right there. The person on the phone asked, what's wrong? William lowered his voice. Someone is targeting him. The vine stretched and slightly moved. Then it broke. A stream of air and green slime flowed down. Armoff's eyes widened. Whole body froze. He looked around for a moment, thinking it had been almost half a month since the bloody battle with the armed police force. My new nest is almost complete. In front of him was a tunnel covered with vines. When finished, the nest will have a diameter of exactly 500 meters. Compared to this giant city stretching for tens of kilometers, it is pitifully small. The giant sphere inside, including the industrial zone, central administrative zone, residential zone, port zone, and nightlife zone, appeared in his mind, but as long as it was connected properly, I can still cover up to a quarter of the urban area. The entire residential area is already under my surveillance, along with 30 of the industrial and entertainment zones. Thinking of this, Arm of the Tie used his claws to pick at the vine. Of course, I couldn't feel the slightest subtle movement, at least enough to detect those aiming at me. Then he turned his head to look behind. Building this nest has drained quite a bit of energy. I'm starving. And speaking of which, that mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide with craving. Today is my scheduled day to hunt for some goods. I wonder what they will taste like this time. William's emotionless face appeared on the card. William, leader of the Port Detective Squad. I intentionally let this man survive. His face showed no emotion. Amoff thought to himself, he was one of the few humans who truly gave me a hard time. In the long run, he is much more useful than Unit 104, which had lost psychological control. That's why I didn't kill William that day. Amoff bit a man's neck in front of him. Instead, I destroyed Unit 104 right in front of him. William's eyes widened, tears streaming down. Indeed, that sight completely broke him mentally. He offered no resistance when I implanted the control device into his body. Amorph and the two creatures walked leisurely ahead. From then on, all information about smuggled goods was sent directly to me by him. Every 3 days, I would receive them. The two creatures were fast asleep, and he observed his surroundings while thinking. The only drawback is I can't get past the security cameras, so every move requires William's assistance. Still Lustin fought, and was startled. It must be time to wake up these servants. What's wrong? The phone was picked up from the ground. Pick it up and see. Amoff looked puzzled. William. He scratched his head, thinking. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right, I just received a signal from the implant in him. He wants to report something. His finger pressed the agree button. As soon as there's a sign of betrayal, he'll be eliminated immediately, so I temporarily ignored it. It seems something unexpected has happened. Answer it. Amoff asked in a low voice. What's going on? On the other end, William reported that someone was tracking the master. Amoff couldn't believe it. Days. At this moment, he started reporting everything back. Yes. A veteran reporter named Kevin from the Star Daily, media organization run by the Jiao clan in the Pioneer capital. Hearing this, Amoff fell silent, pondering. The Jiao clan. He didn't expect to hear that crazy name again. The reporters are rushing to interview someone in the original game's plot. The Jiao clan is one of the Pioneer capital's forces. They control the media industry. They aren't strong in combat, nor can they infiltrate restricted zones or dangerous planets. A large number of massive satellites have appeared outside the planet, but they are the crazy ones who specialize in launching surveillance satellites in the vicinity, and then spreading false news. Because of this, they are intensely hated by the opposing players, Megacorp. The more he thought, the more vigilant he became. I also prioritized finding a radio jamming feature just to deal with them. If the target this time is just a reporter, then I must handle it quickly. If left alone, it will surely become a major disaster. I need to see the specific situation. At this moment, William continued. I've sent the photo. The photo is from our security camera. On the phone is a picture of a girl, senior reporter Kevin. I will deal with her today. Hearing this, Amoff immediately asked how did she move. William on the other end replied, mostly walking, probably using the subway. Two strawberry vines in front of him had wrapped around a climbing vine. Once noticed by a reporter, I have to act as soon as possible. A red light power radiated around Amoff's body. The organization is complete, so let's try it. Connect. That power gradually spread, enveloping a city map. If it's a newspaper company, the headquarters must be in the industrial zone. They'll start looking for subway lines leading there. Lightning then shifted to a secluded railway section. One of my secret tunnels is right next to the subway line. Ammoff looked up, sensing the terrain. The wall isn't too thick. It will surely be easy to break through. Thinking of this, he wondered, after all, they blend together strangely. Is it because both are wild species? The giant hand moved slightly. Speaking of which, I remember in old games, I was always the one who destroyed alliances, never joining them. His footsteps lightly touched the ground. That battle on the jungle planet was the peak. It took 4 major clans to ally just to take down the planet I guarded. Move left cautiously, bit by bit. Countless powerful figures surrounded my planet, but in the end, all fell into a tactical trap, crashing into each other. Then completely wiped out. Finally, he stood before a wall, never expecting that I, who was once abandoned by my own clan, would one day accompany true comrades. His eyes flashed red. Well, it's time to begin. Then he swung his arm hard, knocking down that wall. Thor went to check outside. Seeing the track empty before him, he thought to himself, done. The path is clear. Now time to hunt for prey. Elsewhere, Kevin sighed after looking at his phone. It's too late. She lifted her head, took a deep breath, and a slight smile touched her lips. But the branch manager was very pleased today. He even said he would consider including me in the upcoming board meeting. So, it's not bad. Thinking of something. Kevin couldn't hide the excitement on her face. If promoted, she could be transferred to the central administration or even to a better planet. Suddenly, the surrounding space changed, and an alarm blared. The station announcement sounded, an emergency notice for all subway passengers. Due to preparations for the board meeting, we are conducting an electrical system check this afternoon at the station. Even looked in the direction of the announcement. Emergency power has been activated for passengers currently on the platform. She shouted. Oh. Checking right now. Turning around, Kevin looked around irritably. When will the train arrive? Her gaze stopped abruptly. Oof. A figure appeared before her. Wait, that person, when did he get on the platform? A scent lingered in the air. Could it be gas? What is this smell? William's reminder echoed again, startling her. Kevin, right. Don't walk alone on the road at night anymore, okay? Kevin mustered all her courage to glance over. Her eyes widened. The other person approached, muttering something under his breath. Seeing this, Kevin backed away in fear. Don't come closer. The other person's body trembled slightly. This person reached out, shaking the paper, wanting to say something. Kevin quickly ran into the train. The train door quickly closed. Outside, the other person kept knocking. Looking at that person, Kevin couldn't help but wonder, who is this person? At this moment, the train suddenly started. It sped away, leaving that man behind. His steps were unsteady. She sat down heavily on a nearby seat. Why do the people around look so strange? Suddenly, she smelled something. Curious, Kevin turned her head to look. Seeing the person in the protective suit in the room, she wondered, police. Seeing the other person silent, Kevin spoke up. Have a safe trip. Where are you going? Glancing at Kevin, she couldn't help but think to herself, this is subway car, why are there so many weirdos? Still, the residual feeling of someone watching her remained. Then she just closed her eyes. Never mind, it'll rest a bit. A voice sounded in her ear. You have completed the mission very well. The train kept going. Kevin was still asleep. That unpleasant smell still lingered around her nose. Startled, Kevin woke up. I have to find a way to escape this place. I can't stay here even for a little longer. Her eyes widened in horror. Oh. She only saw Ammoff tearing open the protective layer. Standing tall in front of her, the phone dropped to the ground, shattering. What is happening? Kevin's face turned pale. He turned and ran away. Help me. The sharp claws pierced straight into the back of her neck, making her scream. Immediately after, Kevin collapsed to the ground. Behind her, Ammoff approached step by step. Just now, I clearly calculated to prevent this troublesome situation from happening. I almost got into big trouble just now. Recalling that the man had discovered me, my original plan was to paralyze her while she was waiting for the train, but when I approached, the man nearby spotted me. When Kevin ran into the train, Ammoff immediately followed. I hesitated, wondering whether to temporarily postpone dealing with this reporter. Fortunately, the subway arrived at that moment. So I followed this woman and got on the next car. But now, you are standing and looking down at her. Did she not hear that man shouting for her to run? I never thought a reporter would die just because she wouldn't listen to what others said. Then you extended your claws, grabbed her head. What a cruel irony of fate. Lifting Kevin's body, Ammoff wondered what that reporter was thinking right now. That I don't want to die when facing a monster. Can she feel that primal and pure fear? Well, that doesn't matter anymore. Heaven's tears streamed down, her body constantly trembling with fear. Moth squeezed tightly, causing her to cough up a mouthful of syrup. Opening his mouth full of teeth, he thought with satisfaction, the main thing is that this woman has become a source of nutrition to strengthen me. Syrup flowed in streams on the ground. Moth mused, it's not so bad. As a reporter, she seemed to have lived quite a comfortable life. Holding the remaining parts, he assessed himself. The smell from the last one was okay, but its fur and stench made it hard to swallow. I was hoping to get the fang trait, but it wasn't successful. What a pity. His hand holding the bone fragment paused briefly. A reporter's job is to use their mouth, their tongue to speak. Can I get anything from her? A fang trait. Suddenly, Moth noticed the newly appeared panel. A glint appeared in his eyes. Let's see. In front of him, the system panel announced, Cine made sure. One condition for evolution has been met. Shape-shifting intelligent creature. 2 out of 20 not completed. Humanoid intelligent creature. 13 out of 20 not completed. Psychic intelligent creature. 0 out of 20 not completed. Predation effect activated. Bite force gene acquired. Obtain the bite force biological trait from humans. After reading, Moth pondered. A little different from what I expected. But I really got something I needed. What I was looking for was the fang enhancement trait. However, he looked at the end of the system panel and murmured to himself, bite force isn't that different anyway. Sharp fangs and a wide mouth like a snake and a tiger. The mob's mouth structure is a combination of a snake and a predator. This structure allows it to expand its mouth to swallow prey, similar to a snake. It is specialized for hunting. The process of chewing and crushing prey is then similar to that of a carnivore. A moth bites the prey hard. By possessing biting force, the act itself can become a weapon. It can be considered analogous to the claws of a beast. Looking closely at the system chart, he thought to himself, if I obtain this biting force, I will have a total of 12 physical system traits. Just one more, and I can use the super system. Moth reached out and selected agree. With my current state, this is more than enough. Of a hiss. The sharp teeth gradually grew longer, and then the fangs also rapidly extended. Turning in the mirror, Moth commented, in the game, she looks quite cute, but in real life, her appearance is quite frightening. So it's best not to provoke her. At this moment, the station announcement sounded. We are about to arrive at the final station. Please use the right side doors when exiting the train. Moth felt a bit regretful. I really wanted to try it out right away, but I have to get off the train. He turned to pick up his phone, thinking that since this was the last train, the station would surely be deserted. The man I had abducted from the platform earlier. Done. Moth left just like that. Based on the situation, the report of her presence on the platform has probably already been sent. Security forces are surely waiting for me at the subway station. Hold on tight to the door handle. In that case, there's only one option. Use your strength. Moth forced the door open. He quickly jumped out, then grabbed onto a nearby wall. Finally, Moth landed safely. He began to sense the surrounding sound waves. Someone has appeared on the ship, just as I suspected. A commotion sounded from behind. What is this smell? Hey, this window is open. A morph silhouette gradually disappeared, leaving behind a piercing scream. Wait, isn't that blood? Impossible. At this moment, a vine was continuously spewing out green gas. Amit seemed to sense the movement. He turned back and exclaimed, You're back from eating. Hidu also spoke up. The adult has changed. Amit's tentacles were constantly moving. Little one, have you noticed any distinct changes? Moth picked it up to observe. Hidu behind him exclaimed again, Those tentacles around the mouth look really cool. Its appearance truly deserves a great predator. Hearing this, Amuv nodded slightly. So the Galagan tribe is interested in the shape of the tentacles. Well, as long as it has good feelings towards me, there's nothing to worry about. Amit couldn't help but say, that red one eats a lot, and is getting bigger. I'd also hope to become big soon. Moth reached out and stroked her head. His eyes shone brightly. He thought to himself, in the long run, nurturing number 26 is an extremely important task. My solo combat capabilities also have certain limitations. The image of a police officer appeared in my mind. If it can gather more characteristics from now on, it would be a different story. The image of two creatures attacking together appeared then. As it is now, it's hard for me to have time to rest. If these two weren't here, my previous battle would surely have been much harder. If I had bad luck, I might have failed fighting alone. Under the water, there exists a creature with countless eyes. Currently, the status and development process of number 26 are still unclear. But sea anemones are creatures that only live in the deep bottoms of ocean planets. If I feed it similar deep-sea creatures, perhaps it will grow faster. Moth took out his phone. The secret is, on that list there is a creature that perfectly fits the requirements. He'll try calling William again. Then he said, if you eat a lot of food, you'll grow up fast. Mubaa was excited. Really? Let's go, Mov replied. That's right, let's find out. But immediately agreed. Okay. Ibu groaned and hungry. Mf continued, me too. Special Trade Center, Complex E. On the screen, a man intently reads the news. We have an urgent report. At 10 o'clock, on the subway line in residential area, bloodstains of an unidentified woman were discovered. According to the statement of the man who reported the incident, a man named Nama, an armed lone police officer, ran up from the line, chasing the woman, and boarding the subway. The man in the room leaned back to listen to the news. The area general security team announced that this information was baseless and completely denied that any armed police officer had been dispatched in the first place. Furthermore, as the council meeting was about to take place, they requested the public not to make any statements that could cause unnecessary panic. At this moment, the man noticed the phone next to him. He immediately picked it up. The man looked down at the calling screen. As soon as he saw it, he grinned widely. His eyes widened. The man could not hide his excitement. The call has finally arrived.